13. When Wizards War. Angro and Stormcloak snarled in anger. They had a mage! So this was no simple uprising, but the work of a powerful enemy. Perhaps meddling mages from Sembia or Cormyr, but more likely from within the Brotherhood. This fool attacking him would doubtless be some apprentice given a wand and told to prove himself. But still... Stormcloak cast fire again. This time, the air in front of him turned golden. There came a melodious chiming as of many bells, and the scent of fresh-baked bread wafted past. But no flaming death blasted those who stood against him. His magic had gone wild. Again. He stood alone, facing enemies across an open place, armed only with spells he could not rely on. Not a prudent situation. Angruin turned and beckoned to those waiting in the castle with both his arm and his will. The thread of magic held. He reached silently down it and forced Lord Longspear, mounted at their head, to roar the charge and urge his mount forward. Then the Gentarum wizards scrambled down off the road to the side of the marketplace where the fewest Dalefolk waited to storm back at him. A moment later, he heard the angry thunder of many plunging hooves, and the wolves swept down from the castle into the marketplace, scattering to level their lances and spur into the mouths of streets and alleys. For a breath or two the world was all snorting horses, creaking leather, and jangling harnesses. Then the black-armored wolves were in among the buildings, and the ringing of steel and the shrieking began. Satisfied, Stormcloak stood watching as screaming men fled and fell. The folk of the Dale would pay in blood for their defiance. War came to a certain lane on charging hooves. The lances of two wolves flashed down as they made for the mouth of the street, bellowing laughter and claiming specific targets as their kills. The two harpers there, crouched against a wall in front of Iref and Elendeara Mulmar, rose smoothly, blades flashing. Belcrum set his teeth and struck the lance of the first wolf skyward. As the lance flew up, Ithar leapt under it to tumble the wolf off his horse with a kick. The second wolf rode over him without slowing, leaning out to drive his lance through the naked high constable. As the glittering point swept down, Iref put Daera behind him with one strong hand and raised his chains with the other. Belcrum's blade came down hard on the butt of that lance. The lance's tip leapt up and over Iref's shoulder to skirl along the stone wall behind him in a shower of sparks. Then the wolf was past, hooves thundering down the lane, and Ithar was rising out of the dust with his dagger dark with blood, letting fall the visor of the first wolf. "Now!" Belcrum bellowed, stepping out into the marketplace and waving his blade. "Strike them down in the narrow places! For Mulmar and freedom!" Roars and waved weapons answered him. Dalefolk were still up and fighting. Across the open space, the Gentarum wizard snarled and raised his hand. Belcrum ducked hastily back into the lane. An instant later, the old man on his knees among the barrels smote Stormcloak again with a pair of magic missiles, spoiling his spellcasting. The wizard's scream of rage could be heard clearly over the shouting and the thunder of hooves. Then, a mounted wolf waving a long, dark mace was thundering across the marketplace toward the lane. "Is that Elminster?" Ithar yelled as the two harpers snatched up a lance and swung it together like a great broom to sweep this third wolf out of his saddle. "I think so," Belcrum called back as the man crashed helplessly to earth, boot heels bouncing. Ithar raced in to leap atop him, and their roll together was brief and brutal. Long training made Belcrum look back at where the second wolf had gone, just in time to see him spurring back, lance first. Iref was turning to face him, chains flying. Daera hadn't fled, and now could only stare helplessly at the lance leaping at her throat, and scream. Belcrum shouted and ran, knowing he'd not be in time. Ithar threw his sword, then his dagger after it. They flashed end over end through the air. Iref shoved his daughter hard, and she fell. He stepped forward to swing his chains and smashed the lance tip aside, but it was already dipping and turning to follow Ilandaera's plunge. A shuttered window on the other side of the lane flew open, and a red-cheeked goodwife shrieked defiance and hurled a chamber pot out at the galloping wolf. It struck the side of his face squarely, whipping his head around as it shattered and breaking his helm, skull, and neck all in one dull crash. The falling body stopped both of Ithar's weapons on its way to the ground. The goodwife raised horrified hands to her mouth and screamed. Her eyes rolled back in her head, and she fell back out of view. The two harpers ran to Ilandaera, who was picking herself up gingerly, spitting road dirt and holding her scraped hands painfully curled. "Go hide, girl!" the High Constable roared, shaking her. Then he looked up at the two men in leathers and snapped, "Take her somewhere safe!" "There is no such place," Ithar told him quietly. "I will not run from this," Daera told her father in a trembling voice. "What good is life to me if you are killed after I turn my back and run away? I'm staying." She went to the nearest fallen wolf and tugged a belt dagger from its sheath. It glinted in her hand as she scowled at the galloping wolves out in the marketplace. Then she turned to her father, face white and hands trembling. "Let's kill us some wolves," she managed to say before she turned away, and was very sick. "Our swords are needed," Belcrum bellowed, as Ithar tore his weapons from the fallen wolf. "If the gods will it so, we'll meet again after the bloodletting's done." The High Constable nodded, holding his sobbing daughter tenderly with hands that still trailed chains. The two harpers clapped Iref's shoulder and ran out into the marketplace. Bodies lay everywhere, and not a few of them wore the armor of the wolves. Their surviving comrades were milling about the streets and yards around the market, hacking and howling. After the initial easy butchery done by their lances and the plunging hooves of their horses, they'd found themselves surrounded, often isolated, and lacking room to readily turn their mounts. Wolves were now losing as many struggles as they won in the alleys. Old men and young boys alike leapt on them from windows and balconies above, or toppled barrels onto their horses. If a wolf fell, there was a general roar and rush, and he seldom had the time to get up again. Stormcloak saw that the only route he could hurl spells down without slaying wolves, as well as dalefolk, was the lane that had emptied when Iref Mulmar snatched up someone smaller and dove headlong through a window. He also saw two men in leathers coming for him, blades out, and knew he dare not trust in his spells to bring them down. He set his will and called Longspear back from a bloody fray far down a side street. The Lord of the High Dale, his armor spattered and dented, spurred his snorting, wild-eyed mount back into the marketplace, turned it with ruthless strength, and rode hard at the two men, pulling the curved horn from his belt as he came. The call to retreat and rally rang out. To a gentillar, ignoring a signal horn meant death. To a man they turned and fought or galloped their way back toward the open market. At their heels ran or limped the folk of the Dale, closing in again around the edges of the trampled, corpse-strewn marketplace. They were in time to see Longspear lean out of his saddle and swing mightily with his great gore-bathed warhammer at a man on foot who wore dusty leathers and a grim expression. The man dove and rolled aside as nimbly as any acrobat, and came up circling, sword flashing. Another wolf lancer charged at the man in leathers from behind. but 2 white stars whistled from a shop front to strike the soldier down. The horse was riderless when it thundered past the man with the sword. Another man in leathers was running in at the lord's other side. Longspear jerked his reins about savagely, but the man's sword was already leaping for his throat. With a shriek of straining metal, the war hammer met the striking steel just in front of the lord's impassive helm and turned it aside, but the man dropped it and dove in, hurling himself at the lord's ribs and upper leg. The horse bucked. Armored arms flailed for balance, and Lord Longspear crashed to earth. The first man he'd struck at was waiting. His dagger went in under the lord's helm with the speed of a striking snake. A great savage roar went up from the watching folk, and they were pouring out into the marketplace, running amid the still-gathering wolves. The Dale folk leapt and swung weapons as if driven by the gods themselves. The Gent warriors fought to stay in the saddles of bucking mounts and laid about themselves desperately with their own blades. The red, shouting chaos of Tempest, god of war, reigned over the marketplace. "I'm missing something," Iref Mulmar snarled in frustration, hearing the tumult outside the shuttered shop he'd plunged into. He thrust his struggling daughter into the arms of the fat woman who sold rope, cord, and thread there. "Ulrea, watch her for me, will you? And keep her here." "Aye, sir," Ulrea began doubtfully. But Ilandaera twisted out of her grasp like swirling wind and leapt across the room toward the window her father had brought her in by. "By all the gods, girl, forgive me," he said, chains rattling, and clipped her on the jaw as she ducked past. Ilandaera Mulmar continued gracefully, face first, to the floor, and lay there unmoving. Iref snatched her up by the shoulders. Her head hung limply. Without pause, he swung her into Ulrea's arms and said, "Just hold her here, will you? She'll be right again all too soon. I must be out there." He whirled, shackles gleaming, and plunged back out through the window. One of its shutters broke off as he burst out into the battle, to hang dangling in his wake. Stormcloak swayed amid the milling horses. He clutched his head and his gut, feeling wretchedly sick and wincing at the splitting pain in his head, all at the same time. Gods! So that was what it was like to be linked to the mind of a man when he's killed. Oh, gods above! When Iref charged out into the marketplace, a slim figure ran with him. A long-haired, beautiful woman in tattered leather armor, the one who'd earlier been with the wizard with the wand. A long sword gleamed in her hand. Iref frowned. What had the harpers called her? One of the Knights of Mithranor, they'd said. Iref shot another look at her. She winked back. He'd heard of that band of adventurers. Who in the Dales hadn't? And she certainly looked as if she knew how to handle a blade. He glanced back. There was no sign of the old man with the wand now. Elminster or not, he'd vanished. Iref began to think, for the first time that day, that the High Dale could be his again. He just might live to see the last of these accursed gents gone. He bounded forward and swung his chains with a savage grin, smashing the nearest wolf from his saddle. The man fell on the other side of his horse. He staggered up and got out his sword before Iref could reach him. The wolf's broad blade swung up, and the High Constable had to leap back. His chains were too slow and heavy to stop the flashing steel of a good bladesman in time. Then a slim sword came past his shoulder to his rescue, taking the wolf's blade aside. Its wielder fenced with the wolf in a dazzling exchange of cuts and parries before sliding her blade in with silken ease through one eye-hole of the wolf's helm. The Lady Knight. Charantir, that was her name. Iref turned to her. "My thanks, Charantir of Mithranor," he said formally, as if he wore court robes and not merely hair and dirt. "Welcome to the High Dale." "The honor is mine, High Constable," she replied calmly, saluting him with her bloodied blade. "Shall we stand together a while?" Iref smiled and indicated the fray before them with an offering hand. She laughed and ran forward. The next wolf was already beset by 4 Dale folk wielding pitchforks and clubs. Charantir ran her sword point into the back of his knee, and he fell from his saddle in pain. His attackers did not give him time to moan very long. They ran on, Iref bearing to the left around the main press of horses and struggling men.
"The castle!"
he yelled.
"We must get at the wizards! Without them, these black helms are just so many swordsmen."
Charantir nodded, and they ran at another wolf in their way. Iref's chains smashed the man from his saddle without pause. Beyond, they saw the Gentarim wizard who'd hurled fire and lightning standing at the end of the castle road in obvious pain. Charantir plucked a dagger from her boot and threw it, all in one smooth motion. Had they been closer, she might have struck the man down. As it was, he saw death flashing through the air toward him and stepped aside. They both saw him shake his head, look around, and back away. His hands moved, and he was gone, vanished as if he had never been there.
"The castle!"
Iref snarled again, and Charantir nodded. To their right, the 2 harpers were hacking and thrusting like men possessed, leading the men of the Dale against the wolves. Pitchforks and daggers held by grim and trembling Dale farmers were sending horses down in rolling agony or goading them to bolt, dumping their riders as they fled. Iref determinedly smote another wolf from his saddle with a sweep of his heavy chains. The High Constable grabbed the reins of the terrified horse, hauled himself into the saddle by brute strength, and forced the animal's head around toward the castle. The horse snorted and bucked, plunging and twisting. Iref hung on, his chains flailing the air. Charantir used her blade and voice to turn another horse aside. She ran along beside Iref as the High Constable's borrowed horse suddenly burst into a gallop toward the castle gates. There were wolves in the way, those who'd fallen back to hold their line of retreat. Only one was mounted, and his horse reared and gave way. Iref drove through the gap, flailing with his chains at the wolves around him. On his right, Charantir's glittering blade leapt and cut like a shuttle on the loom of some mad weaver. A last shouting wolf fell under the wild hooves of Iref's borrowed horse, and they were through. By main strength, the High Constable kept his mount aimed up the road to the castle. Charantir sprinted along behind him and to his right, sword out. Quarrels hissed around them, falling like rain as they drew nearer to the towering stone walls. Ahead, the gates stood open for the wolves' return. Iref leaned low over the neck of the horse and spurred it on. His mount stiffened under him. A crossbow bolt had struck its flank. It started to rear and spasmed again as another quarrel struck its neck just in front of Iref's face. The world reared and rocked. Then the High Constable felt himself dragged from the saddle, back and to the right. He fell heavily on the cobbles in a rattling of chains, beside Charantir. She was clutching the chain she'd hauled him down by, and breathing hard. "Come!" she gasped, as a fresh shower of quarrels sought their lives hungrily. The twisting, rolling horse was struck again, but its agonized bulk shielded them from a bolt or two. Charantir led their charge up to the gates. Grim-faced wolves were waiting for them, blades and shields raised. As Stormcloak cast his spell, he could see the naked, wild-eyed High Constable and that woman heading directly for him. All around, men were yelling or screaming or dying. In an instant, they were gone as the teleport whirled him away. Stormcloak was suddenly somewhere quieter. The castle, yes, but gods, he was falling, only empty air under his boots. Where? He didn't have time for any more thought before he slammed hard into something that collapsed under him with a human shriek and a crumpling metallic sound. Stormcloak lay still, fighting for air. Under him, an unfortunate guard lay unmoving. His magic had gone awry, dropping him from at least 3 man-heights in the air. He shook his head and struggled grimly to his feet. Another spell gone wrong, and this day was not over, not for a long time yet. Wolves watched open-mouthed as Angruin's Stormcloak rose stiffly from atop the crumpled body of the guard. His brow glistened with sweat, and his face was white. He did not look back at the man who'd been beneath him. A simple light spell had gone crazily wrong this morn. Then a fireball had failed in the marketplace. And now this. What was happening? Angruin Mirvolt strode toward his nearest spellbook. Seeing his face, wolves scrambled aside to keep out of his way. An old serving man with a battle-axe in his hands stood leaning against a wall and panting. He was covered with blood, some of it his own, and his leg hurt abominably where some wolf had slashed it before dying. His head hurt, and his chest tightened in stabbing agony from time to time. He'd never before felt such pain in his life as this rending hurt within him. But he leaned on the wall, holding the comfortable heaviness of the axe in his hands, and was very happy. Out in the open space in front of him, wolves were dying. Many lay dead already. His friends were driving the Gentillar warriors out. A few old men and 2 handfuls of untutored goodwives, lads, and farmhands were beating Gent Blackhelms. Even in his proud days, he and his brothers-in-arms had fled from Gents, or kept civil and quiet and as far away as possible in taverns and inns. And now he was beating them, he and his friends. The axe in his hands had bitten short the lives of 8 wolves already today, and if the wizard stayed away, the men of the Dale would win the day yet. His eyes were suddenly wet, and he set his lips and looked around the marketplace in pride, seeing old friends and others he knew groaning on the ground or sprawled still and silent. The blood price had been high, and the day was not won yet, but by Tempest the folk of the High Dale had stood proud this day. He growled as the pain took him again, then turned the sound into a shout.
"For the Dale!"
he roared, as he had heard those 2 brave Harper lads cry earlier.
"For freedom!"
He swung the axe around his head and started to run, lurching and staggering as he wrestled with a hammering pain in his chest. There were wolves still standing in his sight, still work to be done.
"For the Dale!"
he cried again, wildly as his running feet brought him to the Gents. He took a sword blow on his raised axe and blundered on into the wolf who'd swung at him, knocking the armsman down. A farmer who'd been fencing with that wolf, scythe against blade, grinned at him for an instant and stabbed down with the scythe. The wolf's scream turned wet and bubbly before it died away. The old man raised his axe, roared again, and went on to the next wolf. The men of the High Dale were earning a victory, blow by bloody blow, and he meant to see that they got it.
"Not too old yet for such games, are ye?"
Elminster asked himself as he sprang out of alley shadows to the empty saddle of a wandering riderless horse. The beast snorted and neighed in alarm, bucking and twisting its head around. Elminster hauled himself up into the saddle with grim, iron-hard fingers and answered himself.
"Nay, see, look ye."
The horse bugled. Elminster let it dance under him as battle raged in the marketplace ahead. Few horses were left now. From the castle came the sound of horns blowing the same call he'd heard earlier, the retreat and rally. He'd have to move quickly, or they'd all be in his way. Elminster crouched low in the saddle, grinned at the thought of how long it had been since he'd last done this, and set the horse into a gallop. It hurled itself forward, putting all its fear into flight, and burst through the running, milling mob with only a few shouts and a near miss or two. Then he was charging up the road to the castle gates, Beard streaming behind him, a few crossbow bolts whistling past. In the fray, Ithar thrust a wolf through the throat and turned to Belcrum, ignoring the spray of blood that drenched him.
"That is Elminster, isn't it?"
Belcrum nodded, teeth shining in a sudden smile.
"Definitely."
Ithar wrenched a shield from the wolf he'd just unhorsed and slain.
"Let's go, then. After him."
Belcrum looked about. They'd cleared a little space around them, wolves falling back warily before the blades of the two madmen in leather. He smiled at them and advanced. Uneasily they gave way, and he moved to stand shoulder to shoulder with Ithar, who'd taken up the shield. Crouched together behind its angled protection, the Harpers hastened up the road to the castle. Bolts thudded into the shield. Some snarled across the curving metal and were turned aside. Others stuck fast, dealing numbing blows to the arms beneath the shield. One pierced through, but its gleaming tip stopped a handwidth short of the two sweating Harpers. They traded rueful glances and hurried on. Belcrum kept a wary eye behind, blade ready, but the wolves were too busy staying alive as they fell back toward the castle to chase two men already halfway up the road to the gates.
"Storm did promise us adventure,"
Ithar said dryly. A quarrel struck the shield sharply, jarring them both, and glanced away.
"I didn't think just catching up with a hundreds of years old wizard would be this exciting," Belcrum replied. "Whether he was a trouble-gatherer or no. Well, I've been wrong before."
They were laughing together at that like crazed men as they came to the gates and found the High Constable of the Dale flailing away with blood-smeared chains manacled to his wrists, holding 3 battered wolves at bay as the Lady Ranger Charentier fenced with them. A trail of blood and trampled, moaning guardsmen led from the gates to the courtyard beyond, where a riderless horse was rearing and screaming, lashing out with its hooves at the wolves who tried to calm it. Elminster was, as usual, nowhere to be seen. 14. Doom comes to the High Castle. Elminster of Shadowdale, once an archmage of Myth-Drenor, and now and forever one of Mystra's chosen, clung to the reins as the horse moved powerfully under him, its neck strong and warm in front of his nose, its mane whipping at his face. He had time to wonder what in Mystra's name he was doing here, with quarrels whipping and humming like angry wasps through the air all around him. He also found time to shrug and grin. This was not a new thought. A breath later, as the horse carried him away from the clash of steel and the cries of men, he found time to answer himself. He was here simply because he was who he was. This was the way he took life, making of it what best pleased him. A tapestry as rich and deep and colorful as he could manage, much longer than most ever have the chance to weave. His tapestry, whose great weight of years all too often hung by a single thread, because he dared it so, and would not have it otherwise. As it hung right now, Elminster crouched low as a quarrel flashed by very close on his right, and saw the set, grim faces of angry guards growing rapidly larger ahead. Thinking on his recent conclusions about life, he told himself aloud,
"My, aren't we high and mighty today,
Another quarrel hummed past close by his ear, and Elminster realized suddenly that he very much wanted to go on living, even if all magic was lost to him forever. There was so much still to see, to read, to write, to do. And what a great way he was going about trying to cling to life, plunging himself into the thick of a battle between Gentarum and desperate Dalefolk, and without his spells, advancing alone on a castle held against him. He laughed so hard at that thought he lost his grip on one rein and had to grab almost blindly for the horse's mane. Just then the hooves of his galloping mount struck a pocket of loose stones and slid, just a little. The horse bobbed and leapt on, straight at the guards, and the old man in tattered robes on its back made a hurried, ungraceful journey to the trodden turf beside the road. The landing drove the breath from Elminster's lungs. He had only enough strength left to turn the violence of his fall into a roll, forward and to the right, down slope. He kept on rolling, hoping no sword would come seeking him before he could stand. As the world turned over and over, Elminster felt for the wand that hurled magic missiles. From somewhere above, he heard the ringing protest of a horse, heavy hooves striking metal. After a short, broken-off cry, the dull thudding became the beat of hooves at speed, moving onward into the castle. Well, at least his horse had attacked the castle. Elminster came to his feet slowly, gulping air and holding the wand ready. The gates were still open. He could see the raised log portcullis from where he stood, and his horse had vanished within. Guards still stood there, aye, but fewer than before. To his left as he'd ridden up, they'd been facing Charantir and the naked giant with the chains, engaged, but keeping them at bay, standing as a human wall across the open entrance to the high castle. These experienced, trained gentilars, cold-eyed and wary, were surprised at seeing war brought to them and ragtag Dalefolk doing well against their sword brothers. But they weren't in any panic, or hurt, or weary. In their own minds, the gentilars were easily a match for a woman with a sword and a naked man swinging his slave chains. Now, 2 wolves at least were down, and the survivors were fighting in earnest to hold the gate. As Elminster climbed back up through the grass as fast as he could, a wolf slowly went down, flailing chains beating a bell-like chorus on his battered helm. An arm hung useless, broken no doubt, and blood made a sightless mask of the face as it turned, aware of nothing but darkening pain. Elminster spoke gently over his wand. The sinking wolf jerked rapidly and collapsed. One of his fellows turned, saw Elminster, and raised his blade with a yell, only to stiffen as Charantir's blade flashed like a striking snake into his neck from the side. It swung on to parry another blow, before the incredulous wolf spat blood at the climbing mage and started to fall. Elminster watched him topple, and wondered briefly why it is that men find it necessary to spill each other's blood so often, and for so many reasons. More than 1,000 years after he'd first asked himself that question, he asked it now, and found no new answer. An old conclusion still seemed the only answer he could see. It was, and is, the nature of the beast. He glanced back at the marketplace, with its turmoil of jostling men, swinging weapons, and sprawled bodies, and then at the castle, where men in armor were hurrying to positions, scrambling to bring more horse lances to serve as a bristling wall against attack. Aye, the nature of the beast. He shivered for a moment, sickened by all the butchery. Then he shrugged, looked around again, and tried to grin. Oh well, once committed, one must see it all through to the end. Or, to quote an even older saying that was undoubtedly closer to the truth, he told himself as he darted over bodies of fallen gate guards into the high castle.
Once a fool, always a fool.
He grinned ruefully at that, even as his feet, beginning to ache now. Was he finally becoming too old for this? A fine time to realize that. Carried him across smooth, worn flagstones, puddled with old rainwater, into a forecourt. Ahead, at the other end of this open space, a line of wolves was beginning to form across the archway that led into the main courtyard of the castle. They were battling his rearing, terrified mount in a confused, shouting mass of men. But there were plenty of weapons out, and no safe way through them for one old man with a little magic. To his left and right, railless flights of stone steps climbed the inside of the castle's outer wall, leading to battlements above. The old mage looked around, saw no ready crossbows, and without hesitation mounted the stair on his right. He strode up as if he belonged in this place, calm and even arrogant of tread, only his tattered robes making him look any different from 100 other haughty wizards in the realms. No doubt a few such Gentarum magelings held sway here. He'd face spellwork of real power before the day was out. Elminster had almost reached the battlements, where men were looking anxiously down into the marketplace and cranking their windlasses with whirring speed to reload the heavy crossbows propped or cradled in arms everywhere, when a great commotion arose from below. Everyone ran or craned necks to look, in time to see Iref Mulmar fell the last staggering gate guard with a brutal, crushing sweep of his chains. Wolves shouted and ran to aim their crossbows down into the forecourt. The heavy weapons had to be supported on the stone parapet to fire steadily, and when so placed, could not be tilted down steeply enough to menace the high constable below. One over-enthusiastic wolf lost his weapon trying to aim straight down the wall. The crossbow slid off the stone, eluding his grab, and pitched to the courtyard below, it shattering a crashing chord amid the shouting and running feet. A moment later some wolves reached the stairs. Cradling their bows on their knees, standing bent over, they fired. Bows jerked and quarrels shot wildly down. Charantir sprinted in through their fire and spun hard to the right to race up the same stairs Elminster had taken. She found herself looking up into the eyes of 2 wolves, hurriedly reloading their bows at the top of the stair. Elminster had gained the battlements moments before Iref's dramatic entry and stood haughtily among wolves who, from long practice, did not look directly at a wizard. The Gentarum were quick indeed to take offense. He glided up behind the guards at the head of the stair, waited until they were in the frantic midst of reloading, then kicked hard at the backs of their knees. They fell in a clatter of armor and a riot of startled curses. Charantir boiled up the last few steps, and her blade found their throats before they could rise. Men on the battlements all around them shouted in astonished fury. Elminster turned to face them, wand in hand, wondering just whom to strike at first in the forest of angry wolves. Many of the more distant warriors hadn't seen or heard the struggle on the stairs at all, and were still leaning down into the forecourt, crossbows ready now, as Iref mounted the stairs on the far side of the entry gate. Bows thrummed and spat. A rain of quarrels found the high constable before he'd taken 4 bounding strides. One ran through his upper arm and came out across his chest. Another pierced deep into his thigh, where it stood quivering. Iref struggled on for 2 strides more, shuddering in pain, then fell onto the stairs, cursing. Elminster cast a glance over the walls and saw perhaps 7 wolves, no more, fleeing up the road to the gates, hotly pursued by a bleeding, pitchfork-waving rabble, all that was left of the folk of the dale. "Shar!" the old mage cried, as the Lady Ranger reached him and coolly ran her blade through the body of the nearest wolf. The Gentalar was still cursing, juggling a loaded bow and trying to draw steel as he went down.
"Clear this height if you can. Throw their bows away or stamp on them or kick them down. They'll be the death of us if we don't."
Suiting action to his words, Elminster snatched up a nearby crossbow, triggered it. The quarrel ran into the flagstones a handspan in front of an onrushing wolf, causing him to stumble and fall heavily with a startled oath, and tipped it over the battlements to be lost below. Charentier overwhelmed the wolf beside her with 3 quick slashes. The man reeled against the crenellations, clutching at his cut face and arm. Charentier snatched up his bow and fired it along the battlements into the chest of a guard who was just raising his own weapon. That crossbow in turn went off into the back of another wolf, who screamed, staggered against the parapet, and was gone an instant later, leaving only a fading scream behind. The Lady Ranger flung her bow out over the parapet without looking, and caught up her blade again to leap at the next wolf.
"Use your dagger, old mage,"
she snarled over her shoulder. Elminster looked at her, and then down at the dagger at his belt. Drawing it forth with some distaste, he buried it in the still writhing warrior Charentier had slashed. The wolf stiffened, groaned, and went on moaning and clutching his wounds. Not so good. Elminster looked behind him. There were few wolves on this side of the gate. Below the walls, the ground fell away steeply in a tumble of rocks and scrub trees where no ragged band of farmers and merchants would mount an attack. Only 2 guards were running along the battlements toward him. Elminster used his wand again on the foremost one, then turned back to the still writhing wolf. As he struggled to heave the blindly flailing man over the parapet, the wolf's scabbarded sword bobbed and waved under his nose. Elminster looked at the weapon, shrugged, and drew it out. He turned. The first rushing wolf had slowed to a stagger, but the second was shouldering past the first to charge. Elminster fired the wand of magic missiles into the man's face. As the gent cried out and clutched at his eyes, Elminster leapt toward him and drove the point of his blade into the man's throat. It slid in with such hideous ease. He'd forgotten that. Elminster looked down in disgust at the blade he held, feeling ill. He remembered to look up, though, in time to meet the other wolf's charge. Steel met steel. The man was strong and in a fury of pain, and very good. Elminster managed 2 frantic parries before firing the wand into the man's open, snarling mouth. Blood spattered the old mage's hair and beard. Sickened, he turned away from what was left of the wolf, a headless body still jerking its blade about in a grotesque dance, and strode back to the one he'd taken the sword from. The man was twitching more feebly now. Elminster sighed, caught hold of his legs, and tipped him up and over the battlements. Then he looked along the wall anxiously. Charentier was only one lass in leather armor, and he'd left her to fight alone for far too long. His jaw dropped. Dead wolves lay sprawled everywhere, heaped on the parapet walk. More were draped along the parapets themselves. Far around the curve of the ramparts, Charentier was fencing with 2 frightened-looking wolves. Behind them, another pair of gents were hastily working their windlasses to ready quarrels for her death. Elminster used his wand on them from afar. Cast a look to his right. There were no bowmen atop the inner wall or anywhere else that he could see, and judging by the sounds from below, the Dale folk had reached the forecourt, and started running along the wall, swinging his sword to gain speed. Charentier twisted aside too slowly, and took a cut across the back of her raised left arm above the elbow. Elminster heard her sob, and then snarl, and fired his wand at the man attacking Char. Charentier was tiring and in pain. Her long hair spun wildly about her as she panted and danced, the heavy ringing of steel loud in her ears as she traded blows with a wolf who would not fall. They had no shields. Each blow and counterblow was taken on their blades with leaden, numbing force. Charantir reeled back, fighting for breath, and her opponent pressed forward, daring to grin for the first time. Elminster's wand spat magic again, stars leaping to strike two wolves. The man fighting Shar staggered, and behind him, one of the wolves with bows fell heavily onto his face and lay still. Charantir lunged wearily in to slash the face of the staggering wolf, then shoved him aside. He fell into the forecourt with a strangled cry of protest, waving his blade as if it could catch hold of something and save him. It could not. The Lady Ranger reached the last bowman. Desperately he brought up his heavy, half-winched weapon to block a thrust at his throat, then dropped it and ran. Charantir took 2 running steps after him, then shook her head and collapsed against a crenellation, gasping for breath. Elminster watched the man cast a look back to see that he was not pursued. The wolf went to a nook in the wall where another stair descended. The old mage's eyes narrowed. He was doing something in there. Loading another crossbow? Elminster fished under the body of the bowman he'd felled with his wand, dragged out the loaded, ready bow, and struggled to raise it. He was still puffing and staggering when Charantir's hand touched his shoulder. "El," she panted, "what are you—" "Oh!" She dragged the bow out of his hands, staggered for a moment under its weight, and fired at the nook just as the wolf cast an anxious look back at them. Blood blossomed in the man's face. His head grew larger for an instant, then disappeared from sight. Charantir went to an embrasure on the parapet and shoved the bow out into space. She turned back to Elminster, breast heaving, covered with blood and sweat, and said, "Next time, if you live, to pull a next time on me. Choose some place to go for a walk that doesn't have any gates, eh?" Elminster chuckled and kissed her cheek tenderly. Then, his arm around her, he wiped the sweat from her brow with his sleeve and fumbled under his robes. Charantir raised an eyebrow. Elminster pushed at her shoulder impatiently. "Sit you down a moment," he ordered. The ranger shook her head. "No," she panted. "Do that and I'm finished. My arms tighten up. Everything'll hurt. I must—" Her words died away as she saw him heft the sphere of iron bands in his hand. "Ye will sit down," he said, smiling crookedly. "One way or another." Charantir rolled her eyes at him, sighed heavily, and with a lopsided grin sat down against the parapet. Elminster knelt beside her and triumphantly drew out a ring, which he slipped onto her finger. It was still warm from the heat of his body. "Lie still," he ordered, "for a time, while I look below and see what befalls. There's been a strange scarcity of gent wizards since that one fled from the market. It worries me." Charantir started to laugh, weakly, staring around at the heaped bodies. "Worried? Now why should you be worried? Not so long ago, you were attacking this castle alone." "Alone? I had a horse," Elminster reminded her dryly. Her helpless laughter grew and grew until it became a bit wild. Elminster laid a comforting hand on her shoulder as he looked around. Along the battlements, and at all of the high castle's turrets, down into the forecourt, and at what he could see of the main courtyard beyond, without leaving Charantir. Then he glanced over the battlements of the shops and cottages below. Of the wolves who'd galloped forth into the marketplace, Not one remained alive except the handful who'd managed to get back inside the walls. Unless, perhaps, one or two of the sprawled bodies yet held a grim grip on life, or a wolf or two had fled down the streets or found somewhere to hide. Outside the walls, the folk of the Dale ruled, though they'd paid a heavy price in blood for their victory. On the battlements, not a living wolf stood. The Sage of Shadowdale and the Lady Knight of Mithranor were alone with the dead. In the forecourt below, weary men and women hacked and staggered. The Dale folk had determined not to let a wolf live, and the Gentilar were as adamant that they'd hold the castle and rally to crush this uprising later. Or rather, most of them were adamant. As Elminster stood looking, Charantir's shoulder rising and falling under his hand with her still heavy breathing, a door opened in the nearest turret. It was a little way along the rampart, past several nooks. Elminster began to lower himself into a crouch, and then shrugged. It was too late. He and a tired-looking Gentilar in scratched and muddy armor were staring into each other's eyes across an easy bowflight of empty air. The man stepped forward, but made no charge or threatening gesture. Behind him, other men pushed through the door. Half a dozen or more wolves, two carrying large and heavy coils of rope. The others had— Elminster's heart sank— heavy crossbows and large armory boxes of quarrels. Elminster watched them as they all in turn looked his way. They got to work with windlasses to ready and load their bows. The pair with the rope spent some time fashioning a long, heavy knot to join the two coils, then threw the first coil out over the battlements to plummet down, pulling most of the rope behind it. The sounds of battle grew louder below. More gents had emerged to defend the forecourt, or more Dale folk had found the courage to ascend the road into the castle. Elminster did not move to find out which. The wolves were looking down the rope now and tossing hand-lengths more of it over the wall. They planned an escape, their bows ready to shoot down any who saw them and move to imperil their descent. Elminster uttered a silent curse at the loss of his art as he raised his wand. A wolf who'd been watching him all this while was steadying a loaded crossbow on a crenellation, turning it Elminster's way. Elminster unleashed the wand's powers with his will, and the more powerful of the item's two words. Blue smoke curled up from its tip, and 3 pink flowers appeared in the air, flying in a line heading toward the wolves, grew rapidly in size and splendor. Then they were gone in little bursts of rosy light. Mystra smile upon us all. Elminster watched the crossbow swivel around as he sank down against the wall beside Charantir. She regarded him calmly. What befalls? Elminster shrugged. This failed, he said, waving the wand. Unfortunately, I don't feel up to defeating the 6 or 7 Gentilar warriors who are up here with us. Charantir made as if to rise, but he held her down with a surprisingly strong hand. They have loaded crossbows, he added nonchalantly. Charantir looked at him and sighed. Well, she asked quietly, shall we crawl back along the wall as fast as we can, then? It might be prudent, Elminster agreed, yet it claws at my craw to do so. They'll be over the wall on a rope and be gone, probably to raise the rest of the gents in the Dale at our backs. I did not charge the gates of this place alongside a naked man in chains, Charantir told him with a smile that touched her lips for the briefest of moments. To start being prudent now. Elminster spread his hands in silent acknowledgement. An instant later, they both heard the scrape of a boot on stone very close by. Elminster's hand plunged into his robes, and came out with the iron sphere. Charantir was out from under his other hand like a striking serpent, crouching with her blade ready and a dagger poised to throw. She waited against one side of their nook. The wolves had decided to mount a sudden rush, the heavy crossbows cradled in their hands. There were two of them, and at such close range they could hardly miss. Charantir flung a dagger into the face of the first as his bolt plunged into Elminster's ribs, and followed it with her sword, driven by all her strength. As she struck, she shoved against the wolf's bow, swinging his body between her and the second wolf's weapon. It went off too late, the quarrel whistling past her and out into air beyond the wall. The other wolves were watching along the rampart. Charantir did not entertain them for long. She put a hand on the shoulder of the first wolf, who was falling with a disbelieving look, his throat cut open, and vaulted over him to crash down atop the second. She hammered him brutally with elbows and knees, then used her blade before his hastily snatched dagger could find her. Then she spun about, keeping low, to race back to Elminster. Charantir only hoped she'd be in time. 15. A Short Search for Death. Elminster of Shadowdale sat against the parapet, staring down disgustedly at the quarrel in his chest. A dark, spreading stain had already reached his lap. With trembling fingers, Charantir snatched the healing ring off her own finger and jammed it onto one of his. He chuckled weakly and patted her shoulder. "Here," he said, pressing the wand into her hand. "Ye try." He nodded his head to indicate the parapet walk behind her, and Charantir turned angrily to see another 4 wolves coming toward them. She drew back her lip in a low-throated snarl, locked eyes with the nearest wolf who was raising his bow clumsily, and spat out the words she'd heard Elminster use. "Bulgas!" The smooth, unadorned stick of wood in her hand pulsed with force, and 2 white bolts, trailing tails as if they were tiny falling stars, leapt from it. They struck the man before he could do more than open his mouth to cry out. He groaned, shuddered, and dropped his heavy weapon, its bolt smacking against the parapet and glancing off over the forecourt. Charantir crouched low as the other wolves stopped and hastily raised their bows. Then she dropped the wand into Elminster's lap and dragged him bodily along the walk and around the corner, shielding him with her own body. One quarrel flashed just over her shoulder, tearing her leathers and leaving blood and burning pain in its wake, and another cracked hard off the parapet to the right. They were safely around the corner when the third quarrel struck stone somewhere. Elminster was shaking in pain, teeth clenched. Charantir had time only to pat him on the shoulder before she sprang up and ran, bent double along the parapet walk to the nearest fallen wolves. There had been 1 or 2 with shields. Ah! She tore a shield from an unfeeling limp arm, donned it, and hurried back to the fallen sage of Shadowdale. Snatching up the wand, she held the shield ready and ran back around the corner. She heard a shout, and the shield shuddered under a heavy blow. The head of a quarrel appeared beside her arm. Had she not been holding the shield well in front of her, it might have pierced her breast. Charantir snarled and dodged against the parapet, risking a lowered shield for an instant to look. At least 1 other crossbow was ready, but she'd have no time to worry about it. The 3 wolves whose quarrels had just missed her had crouched down to winch their bows into readiness again. Interrupted, they were rising with drawn blades, perhaps 2 paces away. Charantir snarled and hissed the wand's command word again, staring at one wolf under the edge of her shield. This time, the wand brought her pulsing purplish light and an intense feeling of icy cold. No missiles of force appeared, and her opponents did not slow or seem to feel anything. Charantir slipped the wand into her shield hand and backed hastily away, snatching out her own sword. They came at her in a rush. Charantir waited until they were between her and the ready bow she'd seen, then went to one knee, pretending to wobble and groaning in pain. The wolves almost got in each other's way, trying to be the first to carve her. Charantir took the first blow on her shield and leapt up, moving forward against the body of its wielder. Hip to hip, she turned the wolf to one side, driving him off balance into one of his fellows, while she parried the thrust of the other wolf. Then she spun away and was behind them all, tying up the blade she'd parried with her own. She forced it down and drove the edge of the shield into the wolf's face as hard as she could. He fell, spitting blood, as she ducked low. As she'd expected, a quarrel thrummed past her, low and well-aimed, thirsty for her blood. Instead, it found the knee of the wolf turning beyond her. He screamed and fell. Charantir fired the wand at the one who was left. This time, it launched a shower of sparks, but out of them, a single magic missile coalesced, wavered, and streaked to its target. The Gentilar snarled in pain and came at her, thrusting viciously with his sword. The Lady Ranger struck his blade aside with her own, drove her hip hard into his armor-clad middle, and shoved him back against the parapet. Another crossbow bolt hissed past, close by. The wolf struggled, hurling her back, and charged. Charantir went suddenly to her knees again, bringing her shield up. It took his blade with a thunderous crash. She drove the shield up and kicked out under it as she rolled onto her shoulders. The wolf went over her, cursing helplessly. He had time for one throat-stripping shriek as he plunged head-first into the forecourt below. Charantir let go her shield and rolled over. The wolf who'd taken a bolt through the knee was crawling her way, face dark with pain, sword ready in his hand. She scrambled toward him, keeping low as she held off his lashing blade with her own, and reached his feet. The wounded foot trailed uselessly. He kicked at her with the other. Charantir grimly laid hold of the trailing boot, twisted it, and set her teeth against his scream of agony. When the wolf went limp, she dragged him up and pitched him over the battlements, looking wearily for the 3 surviving wolves as she did so. One was watching her, a loaded crossbow ready on a crenellation. Another had just started to climb down the rope. The third was holding the rope steady where it went over the wall. The Lady Ranger fired the wand again. The man with a bow staggered back, clutching his shoulder, and cried out. Charantir charged, sobbing, fear and anger slowly rising to choke her. Had these black-helmed bastards slain the man she'd gone through so much to protect? The one man Shadowdale needed in the face of Gentarum evil? The legendary mage half the realms feared and the rest whispered glad tales about? "Mother Mistra," she prayed aloud, "aid him now, for I cannot." Then she flung herself aside desperately as the injured man, face twisted with hatred and pain, aimed his bow and triggered it. The bolt slammed into her left shoulder and hurled her back along the wall. Charantir screamed as the trip along the rough stones twisted the quarrel, its point grating along her bones. She should have worn the shield again. She should have... Oh, gods, the pain! Using her sword as a prop, Charantir dragged herself up. Her left arm burned and felt dripping wet all at once, and the world seemed to be slowly turning around her. She found her feet somehow, and ran dizzily toward the man with the bow. His face was grim and white, but he drew his blade and came to meet the woman in blood-stained leathers. Her eyes met his like 2 daggers, but she swayed, and her left arm hung limp, his quarrel standing out of her shoulder. "Just what," he snarled, "brings you here, maid?" His blade leapt at her throat. Long hair parted at its passing. "Death," she said softly, parrying. Their blades met finger-widths away from her throat. Steel snarled on steel, but her blade held, and his was forced away. "Yours." She triggered the wand still clutched in her nerveless left hand, whispering the word that awakened its greater power. There was a burst of white light, and the warrior screamed. Charantir saw him reel back. A startled wolf's face gaped at them both from outside the wall at the head of the rope. She leapt forward with the last of her strength and brought her blade down on that tight-stretched cord. Strands parted and flew, and frantic scramblings came from just below her. Then the rope was gone, and two throats were crying vainly to the passing air. Their songs of fear ended very suddenly in thudding sounds. Charantir sank to her knees there by the turret door and looked about with dull eyes, fighting waves of pain. The wolf she'd struck with the wand lay fallen beside her. She made sure of his death with her blade. Then her gaze fell on his belt. A metal vial shone there amid the blood. With sudden urgency, she tugged it free, snarling. On hands and knees, she set off on the long crawl back along the battlements. The vial bore a rune she knew. The magical drink it held would heal, if it could be trusted, with magic going wild. Gods, but she needed it. The old man needed it more. The man whose life was more important than any other in the realms, the man she'd come here to protect. Charantir crawled grimly back along the battlements, using her blade where life yet lurked amid her fallen foes, and tearing free 6 more vials as she went. She was half blind from helpless tears of pain when she turned the corner, crawling feebly to where Elminster sat in his blood. "Tymora," she sobbed aloud. "Let me be in time." Then Tymora, or someone else listening with dark humor, rolled darkness over her like a great black cloak, and she sank into it and was gone. "We've the gods to thank that they aren't still raining quarrels down on us," an exhausted Ithar said, leaning wearily against a heap of corpses, notched and battered blade in hand. "More likely we've Elminster to thank," Belcrum replied, looking back across the forecourt. Quarrels stood up from fallen, silent men, wooden doors and framing, and cracks in the flagstones like a thicket of leaning weeds. "They left off rather suddenly, and there's been no rush from above." Ithar squinted up at what he could see of the battlements. Not much from here. Then he shot another long look at the slit windows around the courtyard, expecting quarrels to leap out of them at any moment. The 2 winded harpers lay resting, with 6 men of the Dale, all who could still stand and swing a sword, after the bloodbath desperate wolves had made of the forecourt. Many Dale folk had crawled or been dragged away out of the keep. Those still able to fight had no good idea of how many wolves were left in the castle. They agreed that no members of Longspear's council had been seen elsewhere in the Dale. Most or all were probably within these walls. There was also at least 1 mage of power, Hakarla Bellwind, as well as the hated Angroin Stormcloak, who'd hurled death in the marketplace and then fled. The Dale folk couldn't think of any place but here, his seat of power, that he could have gone when his magic took him away. Unless wolves were roaming the battlements above, none remained alive outside the stone walls of the high castle. Ithar and Belcrum had led the men of the Dale doggedly through a hail of death to hack down the line of wolves defending the courtyard. None of them still stood, but the castle's servants had loosed the war horses, milk cows, and goats to mill about the courtyards, making charging or even staying together impossible. The two harpers and the men they led were too weary to do more than watch the roaming animals for a while. They lay, moving only their eyes amid the bodies of those they'd slain. Their roving gazes kept watch for any emerging foes, but also searched out water, good weapons, and—
"Hey!"
Belcrum leaned forward.
"Over there!"
He slid down the flank of the still warm dead horse he'd been propped against, rolled onto his knees, and clambered over bodies until he reached a certain belt. He tugged, worked at leather thongs for a moment, and came back to them with a metal vial in his hand.
"Healing quaff?"
Ithar asked. Belcrum nodded, and held it out to Gadern, the most badly hurt Daleman.
"Just a swallow now," he cautioned.
The white-faced, sweating man drank carefully, holding the vial in both hands. Then he closed his eyes and let his hands fall slowly into his lap as the liquid worked its way down. When the old shopkeeper opened his eyes a deep breath later, he looked at Belcrum.
"Let's be at them again," he said with a wolfish grin. "I want to see all of them dead or driven out by nightfall."
He passed the vial on as similar bloodthirsty smiles answered him.
"Well,"
Ithar said, looking around,
"what's the best way to get in without getting ourselves quickly killed? They'll be waiting."
The oldest man laughed suddenly, a short bark hoarse from long disuse.
"I know the best place. Aye, the bolt hole."
"Bolt hole?"
"Aye,"
the old man said.
"I helped old Lasser fill it in with stones when I was a lad. It's where the jakes all drained out before they dug the deep cesspool."
Belcrum rolled his eyes.
"I might have known we'd end up climbing through dung before this was over."
He waited until hearty, rather wild laughter had risen and died, and then asked, "So where is this?" The old man pointed at an inner corner of the courtyard.
"Over there."
Ithar raised his eyebrows.
"The jakes drained into the—" "Never mind. I'm just right glad I didn't dwell here then."
He rose, amid answering laughter, and swung his arms about to loosen his stiffening shoulders.
"Let's to war again, then,"
he said quietly. Belcrum got up.
"Aye, for the Dale men, and freedom." "For the Dale and freedom,"
they roared back, and plunged grandly in amid the cows. Ithar rolled his eyes.
"I hope Storm has no magic to be watching us now,"
he murmured, as he and Belcrum dodged and trotted amid anxious, milling animals.
"Why not?" Belcrum replied. "This is going to look splendid in a breath or two,
when we chase all these horses out of here so the wolves can't flee on them." In reply, Ithar rolled his eyes again. Ilindeara Mulmar turned, eyes flashing.
"Well, watch over me then. You'll have to do it on the run, though, because I'm going after my father. He needs me, I know it. I can feel it."
She looked toward the castle, unseen through a solid wall of Ulrea's shop, and spun fiercely back to face the shop mistress, eyes flaming, hair whirling about her shoulders.
"Are you with me, Ulrea?"
The dagger gleamed in her hand as she mounted to the window, where the shutters still hung in ruins from Iref's handling. Ulrea spread her hands helplessly and sighed. She went to a nearby table, took up a new, gleaming cleaver, and tugged the price tag from it with sudden impatience. She slashed the air with it a few times, her ample bosom shaking, and sighed again.
"At least, child,"
she said reprovingly, beckoning with a gleaming steel in her hand,
"if you must die a hero, let us leave by the door, hey? And not my window?"
Daera's sudden smile was dazzling.
"What? Where?"
The words were out of Charantir's mouth before she knew she was saying them. Gentle hands were cradling her head and stroking her hair. She lay on something hard, but warmer than stone, She ached here and there, and her shoulder throbbed, but the rending, blinding pain was gone. Wondering, she fought her eyes open and looked around. Elminster's anxious face looked down at her. A soft breeze was blowing his beard caressingly across her forehead.
"Shah,"
he asked, voice rough.
"Are ye all right?"
Charantir put a hand down and rolled to her side.
I think so."
She looked around. She was lying on Elminster's robe on the parapet walk. Dead wolves littered the battlements around them. A few crows had found the bodies and were fluttering about and pecking experimentally. The old mage was sitting unconcernedly in his clout and boots,
the ring of regeneration gleaming on his finger.
Charantir's gaze leapt to where the quarrel had struck him. All she saw was a dark, angry-looking patch. Elminster smiled and held up the quarrel, dark with his own blood. Charantir shuddered,
and then dared a glance at her own shoulder.
It had been clumsily bandaged with what looked like strips torn from Elminster's clout, cotton now stiff with dried blood. Her shoulder, unseen beneath, she wriggled it experimentally, felt whole. She raised questioning eyes to Elminster.
"The healing potions you brought back,"
Elminster said.
"You've had all of them."
He scratched at his beard and poked at her bandaged shoulder.
"How do you feel?"
Charantir sat up, feeling light-headed. Under her torn leather she was sticky and ached, her stiff and bruised muscles complaining, but her probing fingers encountered none of the fresh blood and deep wounds she had feared to find.
"Weak as a weaned kitten, old mage," she said with a smile. "But I'll live. Give me a few breaths more and I'll be up and swinging a sword again."
Elminster looked at the carnage around them.
"I'll stand clear of thy way when ye do,"
he told her dryly. Charantir answered his smile, briefly, but her eyes grew somber when she saw the dead.
"I like this killing little,"
she whispered with sudden urgency, turning to him.
"Believe me, won't you?"
Elminster put a swift, lean arm around her.
"I do, Shah. I know you well enough now."
He looked around them and added,
"Mind, we need you to try thy hand at it a little time longer."
He held up the magic missile wand.
"Ye seem far more effective than this, I must say."
Daera came out into the street like a silent shadow. There was at least one man outside, in armor. A wolf. The man was grinning, one armored hand clutching a twisted handful of long hair. The woman he held grimaced in pain, but dared not even whimper. The long curve of his sword was hard against her throat. Another woman watched from a nearby door, mouth agape, frozen in fear.
"A good horse your man has,"
the wolf said, almost conversationally.
"I've seen it."
His hand yanked her back into the hard embrace of his armor, then came around to her breast. Deliberately he tore the worn cloth of her bodice away.
"Almost as good as his taste in women,"
the wolf said, caressing her with cruel, bruising fingers. The sword brushed up and down her throat, reminding her not to scream.
"You're going to take me to that good horse,"
the wolf said grimly as he forced her steadily along the street.
"Silence! You too,"
he added to the watching woman in the doorway.
"Or I'll slit both your throats and forego the pleasure of your company."
The awkward procession continued down the street,
the captive woman feebly pointing at an alleyway.
With a face dark as a hailstorm, Daera waved Ulraya to silence and went after them on silent feet, dagger ready. She knew he'd look around before entering the alley, and hurried. She had to get his sword away. But how? The armored back was very close in front of her, the smell of sweat and oiled metal strong. Ilandeara Mulmar looked at it, knowing she had only a breath more to act, and inspiration came. She stepped to his blind side as the wolf's head started to turn, and slipped her dagger delicately up into the armpit of his sword arm, where armor plate ended and old, sweat-weakened leather began. The man stiffened, roared in pain, and nearly dropped his blade. He whirled, snatching at it with his other hand, as 3 women screamed. Ilandeara snarled amid the shrieks and stabbed the man's eyes from behind. He shrieked too, as blood fountained up from the wound in his armpit and broke into an agonized, stumbling run. She watched him go, goaded by pain as his bright blood ran down the dagger in her hand, and felt her gorge rise. No, she could not slay him that way by finding an eye from behind and feeling the blade go in. Ugh! As her spews splattered on the stones in front of her, a thought came. She reached for a stone she knew was loose, from long-gone days when she'd played up this alley and down others. The stone was large, flat, and very heavy. She caught up to the staggering wolf, roughly tore off his helm from behind, and with both hands brought the stone down hard on his head. He shuddered, started to curse, and fell. She did it again, and again before something gave. His body jerked under her knees before it fell still. As she rose, she looked into the great, dark eyes of the horse owner's wife, who stood watching, the marks of cruel fingers dark on her flesh. Daera managed to smile as she took up the man's sword, hefted it, and said, "Come with me, Jarina. I'm for the castle. We're going to kill us some wolves." From behind her, Daera heard a shocked gasp. Without turning, she said, "Ulrea, bring along Tangley, too. She'll catch a chill standing gawping in that doorway all day." Her eyes looked deep into Jarina's. The older, prouder lady looked back at the gangling girl with the sword and the bloody dagger, and drew in a deep, shuddering breath. "Well?" Ilandeara asked softly. "Are you with me?" Jarina smiled. "Yes," she said, her voice almost steady. "Yes, I am." She stepped forward and embraced the High Constable's daughter, treading on the fallen wolf uncaringly. "Lead us, lass," she said, "as your father does. Lead us." Daera kissed her cheek, handed her the dagger, and started back out of the alley. "Hurry then," she said. "The men may need us. All's gone quiet up there, and when magic's about, that means ill." The blood-stained and mud-smeared wolf who came stumbling out of an alley just then to make a run for the castle was unlucky indeed. The angry howls and screams of the women warned him before they reached him, but not in time for him to outrun them on a wounded leg. He swung his blade twice, jarring Ilandeara with 2 hard parries, before his leg gave way and they had him. He did not scream long. They paused for a moment to let Tangley be sick all over the body, then hastened up the road to the open castle gates. Men were hurrying about inside, halberds and swords gleaming in their hands. Wolves. "Time, Mora," Daera breathed. "Let us not be too late." The words had scarcely left her lips when there was a great flash and booming sound from within the walls. A man's head, still wearing a helm and a shocked expression, flew past them amid a shower of stones, dirt, and other things best not examined too closely. "Oh, gods!" Daera cursed, and broke into a run. "Come on!" They were almost at the gate before they heard the growing thunder of hooves clattering and pounding toward them. Frantically, they flung themselves aside, diving to the turf as the world exploded in racing horses. "Daera," Ulrea quavered as they hugged the ground together amid rolling dust. "Could you stop praying, do you think?
Every time you call on a divine one, something happens."
"Oh," Thayera replied, clutching her sword. "All right." 16. Stormcloak's humor. Elminster coughed.
"If you feel up to standing," he said, "I'd best be putting my robe back on now. Thy reputation, you know. Besides, 'tis cold when one is old and thin and not used to draughty battlements."
Charantir chuckled and rolled to her feet. She felt a little weak at the knees and caught hold of the rampart for support, but when she moved, there was no great pain, and everything turned and flexed as it should. She found her sword and took it up. Its familiar weight made her feel all was well again. Elminster held up his robe and ostentatiously brushed it clean. After an undignified moment of struggling as he put it on over his head, he smoothed his beard and hefted his much-used wand.
"I fear more bloodshed awaits us," he said, almost eagerly. "Now, if someone will show us where the battle's gotten to."
As if in reply, someone not far away laughed exultantly. They tensed, staring in the direction the sound had come from, and seeing only empty walks and stairs, lifeless turrets. The sound came again from the far side of one of the turrets. A door or a window must be hidden from their view. In unspoken accord, they hurried along the battlements as silently as they could.
"Fools!"
a voice that matched the laughter called.
"You have come here, your hard and desperate way, only to find your own deaths."
The taunt was not directed at them. It was hurled down into the inner courtyard, where men with weapons, pitchforks, old felling axes, and a few swords and daggers, stood warily in a corner, livestock milling all around them. Elminster and Charantir exchanged glances and hurried on. They still could not see the speaker. In front of them was the turret the wolves with the rope had emerged from. The voice must be coming from its other side.
"Rush in by that door," Elminster whispered to the Lady Ranger. "Only after you hear me shout. Move as fast as you can. Only a gent wizard would be foolish and arrogant enough to gloat over foes instead of striking. But he won't go on forever. Don't give him a chance to use magic on thee."
He clapped her shoulder affectionately and darted around the curving side of the turret. Charantir held her blade high as she came up to the door. The storm shutters had been thrown wide on an arched window that commanded a view of the courtyard and the parapet walk most of the way around the inside of the castle. Leaning out of the window, resplendent in rich robes, a cruel-looking man wearing earrings and a triumphant sneer was fairly spitting his words down at the trapped men below.
"Thought yourselves victorious, did you? Country idiots! Longspear ruled only as far as we let him. Now that you've swept him away and most of his stupid sword-swingers with him, what have you accomplished?"
The man raised his hand. Elminster saw that he held a handful of winking, glowing glass spheres that spun lazily around each other, and his heart sank. Gent blast globes.
"All you've done, worms, is thrown away your lives, and those of your wives and daughters and mothers, by hewing down all among us who might have shown you any mercy. Now you face wizards of power, dullards, and you'll discover just how we deal with defiance."
The globes swept up, pulsing with sudden fire as he drew back his hand to throw them.
"Know, worms, that it is I, Hurrah Ministlin, who destroys you."
Elminster leaned close then, and conversationally said, "Boo." The Gentarum turned a startled face to the old mage, who smiled sweetly at him and bellowed, "Now, Shar!" Elminster raised his wand with a confident smile and tensed to fling himself back around the curve of the wall. The gent wizard didn't disappoint him. Snarling in surprised fury, he flung the blast globes straight at Elminster. If they struck anything, they would explode. The old mage hurled himself back as energetically as he'd ever done anything in his long, long life. There was a frozen moment when the only thing he heard was his own heartbeat booming between his ears like the muffled, deep call of a far-off marching drum. His shoulder struck stone with bruising force, and he skidded on. Lights winked and flashed past his nose. It seemed his life might stretch a little longer after all. A loud crash came from within the turret, accompanied by a startled curse, as the blazing globe spun past Elminster, whirled over the inner parapet wall with a hand-width or so to spare, and plunged down into the forecourt. Safely around the curve of the turret wall, the old mage craned to watch the end of their flight, and saw folk coming toward the gate from outside the castle. Folk without armor. Folk of the Dale. Women. He had no time even for a prayer to Mystra, but brought up his wand and hissed desperately, "A log!" The wand gave forth, praise be, a glowing teardrop of force, firing it out over empty air with a soft "pht." It curved gracefully down and then seemed to leap through the air to meet the descending globes just before they could reach the open gate. Elminster stared hard at the gate. Had he been in time? He barely heard the thin scream, abruptly cut off from behind him. On its heels came the fury of the blast, smiting his ears like spell thunder. Below, a door had just opened in a tower wall. Armored wolves were hurrying out into the forecourt, halberds and blades ready. Well, he couldn't stop the luck of Tempest falling on them. The women had seen the wolves and hesitated. Yes, that would save them. Elminster laughed aloud. Gods, if he only had his magic, none of this would be necessary. But still, they'd done well this day. He turned. "Shar?" A grim, blood-streaked face looked out of the door at him. "I live. That's more than can be said for this spell-hurler. He was quick, I'll give him that." The Lady Ranger came out into the light again. Her face was white, and she was shaking with rage. "What, lass?" Elminster asked, reaching out to her. Charantir turned blazing eyes on him. "Those snakes are laying wagers on who will kill them most with their magic," she said, seething. "He screamed just after that blast, and someone called up the stairs to see if anything had gone wrong, shouting to ask if he still expected to outdo Stormcloak's body count and claim the victor's share." Elminster looked at her. "So, what will you do?" he asked quietly. Charantir brushed errant hair out of her eyes and raised the bloody tip of her blade. "I'm going down those stairs," she said fiercely. "Guard my back, old mage." Elminster nodded. "I will, as best I can." They gazed around the battlements. Long years of experience made Elminster search the sky for dragons, but he found none, and slipped into the turret, pulling the door nearly closed. The turret room was awash with blood. The arrogant Gentarum was draped over the back of a chair, arms flung wide, staring forever at something unseen near the ceiling. Elminster's stomach turned over. Charantir set her teeth and hurried to the steps. A light glimmered below. They descended quietly, drifting to a stop when they saw men moving in the room at the foot of the stair. It was some sort of meeting room, where men were draining and refilling ornate goblets steadily as they sat at the table or strode restlessly around it.
"Oh, we're safe enough," one cold voice was saying as Charantir came within hearing range. "Stormcloak sent an extra guard patrol to the roof. 10 men, I believe. And the strutting prentice. What's his name? Ra or something of the sort. The dandy who always wears court robes. It'd take old Elminster himself to break in on us here."
In the darkness on the stairs, 2 sets of teeth flashed in mirthless smiles. The voice that spoke next was deeper and shorter.
"The question is, now that we don't have Longspear to hold onto his reins, what will Stormcloak do? We need 40 bowmen at least to hold the Dale. They're all roused out there now. Even if we slay every man who's raised sword against us today, we'll have to take the Dale all over again.
A harder thing to do now with Cormyr and Sumbia both looking our way, and beginning to suspect who our mages are."
"Aye," came the deep voice again. "But will Stormcloak call for the aid we need? Or will his first concern be impressing Lord Manshoon, another Gentarum of power, with his own strength and battle cunning? He may well try to win the day alone for greater glory. He cares nothing for this place. All can see that much. Hush, will you? Here? He comes. That must be his guard, for there's not another large band of sword brothers left."
Elminster laid a silent hand on Charantir's sword arm to check her. Silently, she laid her own free hand over his and patted it reassuringly. No, the time was not now. There came the sound of many booted feet, a door opening and a single measured tread approaching the table. "Councillors," came a cold, confident voice, "we hold the castle. Only a few of those who attacked us yet live. I'm told that women and young girls are all who remain to storm our gates. We've not found the mage or the 2 warriors who led the rabble. I suspect Cormyr is backing them, but I'll find out soon enough. As you know, the real tragedy today is the loss of our lord, slain by those 2 warriors." He paused, but no voice broke the silence. "With his fall, rule over this dale passes into my hands," the voice continued flatly, challengingly. The words fell into another silence. Then a deep voice said, "By what right do you claim lordship here, Stormcloak? Your magic, aye. But have you any less, brutish claim? It is customary for the council to choose who shall rule over the High Dale." A general stirring accompanied these words, a shifting, rising tension that died into heavy, anticipatory silence. Stormcloak's reply was as cold as a glacier wind. "You must know, councillor, where Lord Longspear came from, and what men he led in battle. That place is where I and my fellow mages came from. You are not a fool. You tell me." "Gentle keep," the deep voice replied slowly, waiting. "Aye," Stormcloak agreed dryly, "whose orders I have followed and passed on to Longspear and others since the day we came here. I held authority over Longspear from the first, whether he acknowledged it or not. As to the vote of this council, consider a simple sum. To be lord, I need only a majority of votes, and all the Gentarum will vote with me." "There are fewer of you," the deep voice reminded him just as dryly, "than there once were." "Well then, good Councillor Gulkin, perhaps it is time that the real strength of the Brotherhood was made known to you. To all of you. Call it a necessity of war, if you will. And if any tongues here today should slip about it later, be warned that their silencing will also be a necessity of war." A wine goblet was set down deliberately. Men stirred and shifted again. Stormcloak's voice came again. Crom Kadar is the most recent addition to this table. Our blacksmith serves gentle keep. His predecessor was a Sembian spy whom we killed. Crom serves the same master I do. His vote will be with mine. Tense silence was the only reply. Stormcloak's triumphant, almost taunting voice came again. There is also Alaz. Am I not right?
Yes, Lord,
came a new thin voice. Alaz breeds good horses, and has sold many to Lord Longspear. I'm sure he'll continue to put good mounts under our men. He has orders, too, from the same source as I get my directives. Alaz has swung a sword for the Brotherhood in the Moon Sea North for many a year. Perhaps you've heard of Alaz Ironwood, the sword of Melvant? Silence was the only reply. Stormcloak was moving about the room. His voice receded slightly. Are you counting, Gulkin? Have I the votes yet? Not quite. Ah, but there's another. Our physic, Cheth, is more than a man of potions, drugs, and herbs. He too serves the Brotherhood. And his healing seems most successful when applied to those we want healed. Is this wise? A rasping voice came. Revealing us all when you could have just voted this stumphead down? I believe so, Master Moon Viper, Stormcloak replied. I think it's important that we drop the pretenses with which Longspear wasted so much of our time. The listeners on the stairs heard the glass stopper of a heavy decanter set down, liquid gurgling, and the thud of the decanter returning to the tabletop. Sword, would you? The stopper was replaced, and the decanter shifted again. Thank you. Stormcloak sipped, swallowed, and came closer. His voice was loud, very close under them, when he continued. I have long had my suspicions, Councillor Gulkin, that some among us may well serve other masters, unknown to me. Perhaps you know something of this and can enlighten me. No? Well, feel free to unburden yourselves, any of you, should you learn of such misplaced loyalties among us. There have always been those who meddle. Worshippers of dead dragons, the Harpers, and the Red Wizards, to name just three. I'll be very surprised if at least one man here doesn't know more of one such concern than he wants us to realize. Of course, we must always look to Cormyr on the one hand and Sembia on the other to take an interest in us, lying between them, the lightly patrolled backlands of both within our reach. They heard him walking about almost lazily in the deep silence that followed. That, Cheth, Stormcloak added lightly, is why I'd like everyone here to know just how matters stand. Besides, this will give traitors among us something to do, trying to report back to those who hold their secret loyalty, and not be discovered by us while doing so. Yes, Lord Stormcloak, Cheth agreed. Ah, but let us have the vote. Stormcloak's voice came again, almost purring now. Or rather, to save time and thirsty throats, councillors, let us hear who would vote against me. Simply speak out and name the one you would have rule the Dale in my stead. He chuckled and added, In view of the situation at present, please ensure that you choose someone you know to be still alive. Elminster leaned over and murmured, his lips against Charantir's ear. I'd not seen this humor in the man before. It's much worse than his cold, snarling side. Charantir turned her head, until her soft lips were at the old mage's ear.
"I take it, then, that you're voting against him?"
Elminster chuckled silently. It made his beard dance against her cheek.
"I believe you're right, Cheth."
Stormcloak's voice came up to them.
"It seems I am lord in the High Dale, after all. We'll have to set a feast over this, tonight, in the Great Hall."
"Give the orders, won't you, Councillor Gulkin?"
"Aye, lord,"
the deep voice muttered. "Is this meeting at an end?"
"If the council agrees,"
Stormcloak said silkily. There was a gruff, uneven answering chorus of assent, the sound of chairs scraping back, and the noise of booted feet moving about. The sounds receded until they died away entirely.
"Follow the wine merchant," Stormcloak's voice came again. "He's been entirely too quiet and agreeable these 6 rides past."
"Aye, lord," someone replied, and left. Stormcloak's tread came closer until it was right beneath them. His hard, carefree voice said, "All right, hurrah! You can come down now. You've been crouching up there listening to all of it, haven't you?" Charantir twisted out from under Elminster's hand and launched herself down the stairs like a vengeful arrow. Her sword flashed as she came out into the light in a leap that brought her down on top of the startled wizard. Only the goblet in the Gentarum's hand saved him. Her landing drove his outstretched arms up, and the goblet with them in front of his throat. Her sword cut it to twisted ruin, but Stormcloak's flesh beneath escaped, leaving him alive and able to shriek. Charantir's training made her look up as they struck the floor together. 3 fully armored, capable warriors were moving toward her, weapons grating out. Veterans, and not alone. 2 swordsmen had been going out the door after the departing councillors. They were already turning startled faces to her. If she carved up this gent wizard, she'd have no time to hold back all the swords coming for her. And who would protect Elminster then? Charantir sprang up, too busy to curse, and leapt to meet the first warrior. From behind her, a magic missile streaked into one of the faces at the door, quelling the shout it was widening to utter. The other missile must have struck the new Lord of the Dale. Behind her, she heard him gasp, curse, and roll frantically away. Then she was fighting for her life and had no time to watch Angruin's Stormcloak frantically teleport away.
"Harpies curse the woman, whoever she was,"
were his parting thoughts. He'd snatched the time to take that spell back into his mind, as battle raged at the very gates of the castle. Now it was used and gone, with dangerous fools still lurking about. Red butterflies suddenly swirled all around Charantir, and with them came a drift of snow. She heard Elminster sigh and murmur, "Wands," in exasperation. Then the first warrior slipped on something and fell heavily at her feet, nearly taking her with him. She caught the second blade reaching for her life at the last possible instant. The first man was struggling and heaving beneath her, reaching for a dagger or trying for room enough to get his sword into her, no doubt. The second man was snarling and using all his strength to force into her face the broadsword she'd parried a finger or so in front of her nose. Charantir set her teeth and resisted, knowing he was stronger, and that the struggles beneath her were forcing her up into the waiting blade.
"Lady, aid me!"
Charantir cried, calling on Mialiki, the goddess of the forest.
"Tamora and Tempest attend,"
she added for good measure, seeing death very close to her and reaching dark fingers her way. Then the man above her grunted and was spitting blood and teeth as a tattered, dirty, and familiar boot took him in the face. Elminster rejoined the fight. He stepped on her with a muttered, "Sorry, lass," as he bent to drive his dagger into the neck of the man beneath her. Then he sprang up, robes swirling, to stamp on the sword hand of the man he'd kicked. There was a cracking sound and a roar of pain, and Elminster had the sword in his own hands and was bringing it up to parry the rushing attack of the third man. "Sure," the old mage suggested calmly, as a flurry of ringing blows drove him back across her toward the stair. "Cut the legs out from under this fellow for me, will you?" Charantir grinned savagely. "I'll do better," she replied, and snaked an arm out from under the tangle of limbs to drive her sword up into the breeches under his armor skirt. The man screamed, gave an awkward hop, and fell to the floor, writhing in agony. Elminster dropped the sword and went to the table. Men were thundering back up into the room, hastily donning helms and drawing swords. Elminster picked up the heaviest chair he could find, and with a sudden rippling of muscles, threw it across the room to crash into the foremost man. The startled wolf went down, and the man behind him tripped and went sprawling. Elminster hurled the iron sphere he was carrying at the next man, and charged forward, snatching out his dagger again. He used it twice with brutal haste before he reached the pinioned man. With a bleak smile, he struck the sword out of the man's hand and shoved the man hard with his shoulder. The man was wrapped in metal bands, like a cage that is tightened around its prisoner until the bars press into the skin all around, and movement is impossible. Elminster drove the helpless man backward into the doorframe, where he lodged amid cracking noises of wood and bone and a scream of pain. "Noisy, these gents," he commented, as the man screamed again. Men behind him in the corridor outside the room began to curse, trying and failing to push the pinioned wolf out of their way. "How do you, Shar?" Charantir came to join him, blade wiped clean. "I'm still alive," she replied grimly, eyeing the man. "But I like little the thought of hacking my way through that lot. What say we go back up again and seek another way down?" Elminster frowned for a breath or two, as unseen men shoved and cursed, doing something that made the caged man scream again. Then he nodded. "I don't like to leave magic behind, with things as they are," he said, eyeing the iron bands. "But there's no easy way to get that back without fighting all of them. I suppose I should thank Mistra and Timora both for it merely working when I needed it." Charantir nodded and took his arm. "Come, El. Let's be out of here before someone else finds magic that works and fills this room with fire. Or worse." Elminster looked again at the now unconscious man, head bouncing and lolling from the force of blows he was taking from behind, as impatient warriors tried to force their way into the room. He sighed, drew up his robes in both hands for faster climbing, and made for the stairs. Charantir glided just behind him, sword ready, watching their rear as they ascended. It was turning into a very long day. 17. Beware ladies with steel in their hands.
"Is the High Constable still alive?"
Charantir asked as they came cautiously out of the turret and looked around. A quiet had fallen over the high castle as the afternoon sun lit up its every nook and crevice. In the courtyard below, a few Dalefolk could be seen cautiously probing bodies and piles of rubble and tumbled gear. Doors were closed, and turret windows shuttered. Save for a thin wisp of smoke rising from the castle kitchens, the fortress seemed deserted, as if no one lurked within, plotting victory and gathering swords and magic. Elminster spread empty hands.
"Malmar? I barely recognized him, with the chains and all. He headed for the battlements by one stair, while we ascended by the other. I lost sight of him after that. I seem to recall hearing him cry out when they were firing all those quarrels at us."
He winced.
"If he fell there, in the forecourt, I may have sent him to the gods myself a little later when I hit the gents' globes."
At the memory, he drew the wand from his belt, looked at it quizzically, and sighed.
I can't remember what art is left in this. It's gone wild so many times now. Who can tell?
He shrugged.
Let us see, Kiref, whate'er befalls now. Thy thought is a good one.
Charantir smiled at him.
Of course, they always are.
She handed her sword to him.
Here, hold this. The eternal saying of a woman to a man,
Elminster observed wryly.
But why to me, and now?
Charantir grunted under the dead, dangling weight of the corpse she'd picked up.
Because I need both hands for this.
She staggered back along the walk, the dead man on her shoulders, and dumped the carrion through the turret window.
Drag a few over here, will you? She called. Before we look for the High Constable, we'd best guard our rear.
Elminster dragged obediently. The Lady Ranger tossed the bodies down the stairs. Hurrah first.
They'll carve or crush their way past the one you trapped on there soon enough, Charantir said. If they have to get past all of these to come after us, well, at least they'll be slowed down. Or if they use magic to shift them, we'll be warned.
She puffed, heaved, and sweated until cold, heavy bodies choked the stair and covered the turret room floor. Then she squinted at Elminster, pulling hair out of her eyes, and said,
I'll be glad when this day is done, old mage. I'm beginning to feel old.
Elminster raised an eyebrow.
1,000 and more years old am I. And do you hear me groaning and limping and feebly protesting my age? Surely you can manage the weight of a mere 20-odd winters, lass.
He grinned at her expression and added innocently,
Or is it 30-odd?
The old mage of Shadowdale then demonstrated the light weight of his years for all the realms to see, by running off as fast and nimbly as any naughty child at play. Charantir aided him by amply demonstrating his immediate need to do so.
He lives,
Elminster said tersely, kneeling by the sprawled, blackened body on the stair. Quarrels stood out from it like needles in a chatelaine's pincushion. The High Constable lay in his blood, amid a litter of chains, fallen wolves, and odd weapons.
He'll want healing, even to see the moon this night. Then give it to him,
said Charantir in a voice that trembled with fresh rage,
while I do what he was trying to.
Elminster turned.
And that is?
He asked mildly. Charantir's face was bleak.
Destroy every gent still in this dale.
Gents had done this to a brave man, who still wore their chains, just as gents had chained her, too, and... She thrust away those memories with a shudder, letting her rage build into the fire she'd need to slay as ruthlessly as she'd need to. As ruthlessly as they always did. She found she was trembling, and that Elminster had noticed it, and had begun to frown. So she drew in a deep breath, and tried to assume a nonchalant manner. Hefting her longsword, she surveyed the notches and scrapes in its steel critically, and added,
One of them owes me a new sword, too. Still feeling old and worn out?
Elminster asked her pointedly, slipping the ring of regeneration onto one of Iref Mulmar's fingers, and closing the limp, hairy hand of the High Constable over it. Charantir laughed harshly.
No, not any more.
She turned away, whipped her sword through the air thrice, stretched like a great cat, and turned back to him.
Wish me luck, old mage,
she said in a voice like silk falling onto waiting steel.
I have wolves to hunt.
Elminster smiled.
All of Timora's luck upon thee, and more. Take with thee all that Mistra and I have no need for.
He rose hastily, smile fading, and reached out his hand to her. Wondering, Charentier laid her hand in his. The old mage gently drew her to him. His lips were soft on her cheek.
"Take care, lass," he said roughly, "for I find more and more that I do not want to lose thee."
Charentier stared at him for a moment, open-mouthed, then whirled about and raced away across the forecourt. Elminster watched her go, shook his head slightly, and sat down on the step above Eref, wand in hand, to guard the High Constable of the High Dale. There are less steady jobs. Charentier ran past the astonished women of the Dale, who were clutching a variety of weapons and looking nervously at shuttered windows high above them, dark arrow-slit windows uncomfortably nearer, and closed doors. She gave them one hawk-like, searching glance, and ran on without breaking stride, drawn sword gleaming. Ilandeera stared after her and said urgently,
"All of you, follow her! Come!"
Charentier ran hard, hair streaming, across the muddy courtyard toward a shadow in a back corner where the men had been earlier. Men who were not there now. They must have found a way in. She would find it too. Behind straw heaped up for the horses, Charentier found a pile of fresh stones. Then she saw the hole their removal had opened in the wall. Here the others had gone in. Here, guarded or not, she would follow. She halted, breathing heavily from her run, and looked all around warily. Seeing no foe, she crouched to peer into the gloom, extended her blade, and followed it into darkness. Her throat was suddenly very dry. She'd climbed into unknown dark places a time or 6, aye, but always in the company of others, usually the merry, mighty knights of Mithranor. With them, as they hewed down dragons and wizards alike while trading jests and insults, it was all too easy to feel invulnerable. But now... She crept onward, hoping no enemy archer or mage waited at the other end of this tunnel. The strong smell of deep, damp earth rose around her with a faint, clinging odor of decay. Thankfully, there were no charnel or beast smells. This was no lair or bone pit, and the way ahead was short. The tunnel opened out into a small, round room. Smooth-sided chutes, smaller, tube-like tunnels, opened into it on all sides and from above. The higher they went, the narrower they became. This was familiar somehow. It resembled something she'd... Of course! This was a privy pit, and the tunnels above, disused by the lack of strong smell or dung underfoot, led to garter robes or cruder jakes in the castle above. But where had those dalesmen gone? 2 tunnels looked large enough to comfortably crawl in. The one to the left must lead toward the turret, and the room they'd heard Stormcloak elect himself lord in. The one to the right went to the kitchens, great hall, guest rooms, and audience chambers. Near the great hall there'd probably be too many people about, and it would be too large to furnish easy cover against a crossbow. Moreover, there were, or at least recently had been, wolves in the other direction. Lots of them. She peered down both tunnels, but could find nothing distinctive about either, and no marks to show which way the men had gone. She shrugged. Left, then. Charentier climbed into the tunnel, slid along uncomfortably on her knuckles for a time, thought about what a target her backside must make for anyone shooting a crossbow down this tunnel, and carefully sheathed her sword. Empty-handed, she could travel at twice the speed, and found it far easier to be quiet. She went on, groping in deepening darkness as the tunnel rose, met with smaller side tubes, and grew a little smaller. Well, she was in the castle, but how to get out of this dark, close tunnel? Something small and 4-footed scampered momentarily across her way. A rat, no doubt. Charantir started to wish she could see. What if she met with something larger and hungrier, or a trap of some sort? She wouldn't even see it in the darkness. She forced that thought down, concentrating instead on the sure knowledge that the chute carried waste down from somewhere, and so she must inevitably reach that origin. Charantir hoped someone's backside wouldn't be covering it when she did. She could almost hear the sly voice of the thief, Torm, her sometime tormentor in the nights, making that snide observation. She smiled to herself and climbed on. Then, very suddenly, her hands found a hard stone wall. She felt upward and discovered that her tunnel had ended in a shaft a little taller than she was, with some sort of grating as its ceiling. She drew her sword and probed carefully, searching for a trap. Her sword point pierced something yielding, cloth, and a stream of tiny pellets hissed down in a trickle past her face. She held out her hand to catch some of the grains and brought it to her nose. Rice. She had cut into a bag of rice. Charantir probed carefully, tracing the outlines of the grating. Then she sheathed her blade, took a deep breath, crouched, and sprang up high, hands outstretched. One hand smashed into a sack, scrabbled, and found a grip around a bar. The other smashed hard and painfully into metal. She gritted her teeth and hung by one hand for what seemed a long time, nursing throbbing fingers and shaking them in hopes nothing was broken. Then she reached up, got a grip on the grating with her hurt hand, and started tugging and bouncing up and down. Her hand throbbed with every move, but the grating shifted slightly, lifting with her movements. She continued as hard as she could, but the rice bags above held the grating down, and at last she had to admit defeat. Charantir dropped again, drew her blade, and attacked the rice above her, stabbing again and again as hissing rice ran down into her hair, her bodice, and even through sliced and torn spots in her leathers. She went on stabbing and jabbing until she could feel no weight on the grating above, then carefully worked the empty bags aside with her sword through the grate. It was dark and cool in the chamber above. Very faint light filtered down to her. Charantir leapt up again. This time, the grating shifted as she struck it. She let go, dropped, and instantly sprang up again, striking the grating on an angle. As it lifted, she kicked the air hard and arched her body. The grating slid sideways with her clinging to it. The Lady Ranger twisted and arched her body again, and before the bars could fall back into place, she got the toe of one boot up through the opening. The grating came down hard on her boot. Charantir grunted, heaved, twisted, and rolled all at once. She found herself sprawled atop more sacks of rice, still entangled with the grating in what seemed to be a large and dark storage cellar. Char laid the grating carefully back in place, found the sacks she'd emptied and covered it with them. Then she climbed over a great many sacks, some, by the sound, held dried beans, into a narrow trail among the sacks, crates, and barrels that crammed the room. If this place was barred or locked from the outside, she was not going to be pleased. Charantir drew her blade again, held it carefully upright close to her breast, and went cautiously eastward, for the trail seemed to widen in that direction, and the faint light grew slightly stronger. Her way ended in an old stout wooden door. She pushed at it, and then pulled, but it had no handle on this side. She felt around the door, found its edges, and carefully slipped her dagger up one of them. As she expected, the blade struck a catch or hasp. If it was locked or pegged down, she was in trouble. But if it could be lifted by driving the blade upward— Yes! The door swung open, and Charantir reached for the hasp with racing fingers to quell any noise of its falling. Done. The room beyond was also unlit, but light reached long fingers into it from a torch in a wall bracket beyond a door or wooden gate that was more gaps and knotholes than wood. Charantir drifted up to it, put away her dagger, reached nimble fingers through to lift the peg that held it shut, and peeked out into the corridor. Two bored-looking men were seated not 6 paces away, sorting potatoes on a long table covered with what looked like a very old tapestry. They worked in silence, and when one of them suddenly spoke, his voice seemed very loud.
"If you just kept your jaw still when he asked about the wenches instead of trying sly stuff, you wouldn't have found us out and—"
The voice held the exasperation of a renewed grievance.
"Shut up," the other man said in a tired voice. "Be glad you're down here carving dirt balls instead of up there, sweating in your armor and being carved up by the idiot merchants and farm hands that some crazed wits has stirred up. They're still attacking the castle."
He tossed a potato lazily over his shoulder. Charantir swallowed, reached up, there, and snatched it silently out of the air. She set it down very carefully at her feet, and took another silent step forward.
"You should have heard his awfulness," the man went on, "when I went up to the kitchens. Fairly frothing he was. He just finished telling the council that he was lord now, so there, cool as you please, when some wench in leathers comes tumbling down the stairs and nearly runs him through with a sword. He was screaming and scrabbling on the floor, they say, and had to port away to escape. As it was, this gal carved up his entire bodyguard, and some of us, too."
"What?" the other man gasped.
"All by herself. She took out Tanath, and Uthran, and Bala. Oh, aye, this must have been some play pretty in truth. I'd like to see her, let me tell you. In the dark, and her alone, if you catch my warmest thought."
"May the gods," said Charantir conversationally into his ear, "grant thy every wish." As he spun around to face her, she drove her knee up hard. The man could not find breath to scream. He simply bent double, eyes staring at her in disbelief as he collapsed. Charantir was already stepping past him to drive her sword into the other man's throat. He gurgled and went down. She spun back to the first, caught his throat in a strangling grip to quell any outcry, and said softly, "Now that you've seen me, gent butcher, I'm afraid I'm going to have to turn down your warmest thought. Here, have a potato." She plucked a smallish potato from the table, rammed it into his mouth, and held it there as her blade went into his stomach. The body bucked under her, and Charantir felt sick. If he cried out, she might die, so she held him down, vomited all over him violently, and then picked up her sword again. She held her aching ribs for a moment and leaned against the wall to clear her head before moving on. The corridor ended in steps leading up into a passage heavy with the smell of stew. Her stomach lurched again. Charantir shook her head and stepped boldly into the hall. She strode down it, past open doors and people chopping wood and bustling about stoking cook fires. One sad-faced, gray-haired woman caught sight of her, but Charantir raised a finger to her lips and went on. No alarm was raised behind her. The passage ran east and upward. Charantir went up with it, and was almost relieved to enter a room full of sprawled wolves, half out of their armor, with a gaming board on a table in their midst, and bloodied weapons leaning against the walls. She tore into them, slashing and stabbing like a maniac. Startled men cursed, scrambled to reach weapons, writhed in agony, and died. Covered in their blood, Charantir went on. Gods grant that after this day she would never have to kill again. But it is the nature of men, she thought savagely, remembering Elminster's dry voice at a campfire long ago. To forget promises, to break agreements, and to kill.
God's curse and damn all gent wolves!
She roared, close to tears. Her outcry brought running, booted feet, and their Gentelar owners with them, many blades raised against her. With a wild cry, Charantir charged in among them, whirling and leaping, her blade dancing and singing around her. She was no equal to Storm, or even Florin or Dove of the Knights, but they were not here, and she was, and they were evil men to be struck down so that Adale might live again, and Elminster find a peaceful refuge for a day or three, and... It suddenly seemed to Charantir that she'd been fighting for a very long time, perhaps years without a break, and that the blood spattering her now would never wash off. She began to cry as she fought. They say in Gentle Keep that women who weep with swords in their hands are widows of the slain. If a Gentelar rides into a place where the hand of Gentle Keep's armies has been felt before, and women weep and run for swords at the sight of the black-helmed warriors, he will take special care to slay those women, for they will not rest, it is said, until they have avenged their husbands or died trying, to join them in the realm of the fallen. Wolves drew back from her in horror as old tales they'd heard as boys, scoffed at as youths, and forgotten as men, came alive before their eyes. They stumbled back, faces white, as the woman in slashed and tattered leathers leapt and darted among them, dealing swift, endless darkness with a battered blade.
Die, damn you!
She wept, and gave them death.
How did she get in?
One man raged, parrying with all his might.
What boots it?
Another yelled back.
Run! Run if you would live! Run! Oh!
Charantir's long blade found his throat from behind, and his run ended there in a dying plunge to the stone floor. In the end they all broke and ran, those who could move at all, leaving her panting and blood-drenched, alone with the dead. Charantir cried and cried, kneeling among death, until she could cry no more. She rose, white-faced in the torchlight, and thought of Stormcloak. He was the real foe. He and his mages. He must die. 18. Cheerless obedience to mages. As Charantir's sobs died away, Lord Angruin Stormcloak, striding importantly from his chambers to the great hall, heard their last echoes and frowned. What was a woman doing in this part of the castle? Had one of the men... He sighed, and had drawn breath to curse their waywardness, when his eyes fell on men running toward him, terrified, blades drawn.
Hold!
He roared, reaching for a wand. Was this some sort of treachery?
Stand, all of you! Answer me! Why are you running?
They came to a clattering halt before his fury. Men shifted and would not look at him.
Lord,
one armsman said, fear full in his voice.
There's a woman! A dragon she is, with a sword! I saw her kill 10 of us or more, and...
And so you fled, all of you, Stormcloak said with contempt. He looked coldly around at them all, eyeing men now clearing throats and exchanging glances, and looking very uneasy indeed.
Are you warriors?
Silence answered him.
Are you men?
Nods, and more silence. Stormcloak took a step forward.
Are you Gentelar?
Aye, Lord. Yes, Lord. Stormcloak nodded wolfishly. Good, he said with deep sarcasm. I had begun to wonder about that. Then his voice changed again.
And what do Gentilar warriors do?
Obey, Lord.
Obey when told to slay. Isn't that how the song goes? Stormcloak corrected. Nods answered him again. Stormcloak looked around at them all. Obey whom? A man swallowed.
Gentarum mages, Lord.
Stormcloak gave him a brittle smile. And why do you obey mages? All of you? He looked around at them all again. In the end, to break the heavy silence, he answered his own question. You obey mages, myself for instance, because if you don't, we'll unleash magic on you more terrible than any blade, more painful than any wound. He looked at them as the passage rang with those last shouted words, and let the echoes die away before continuing. Warriors who run one way can face one woman with a sword, he added with a sneer. Warriors who run the other way will face me, he said, raising his wand with slow menace and a silky smile. In silence, the men called wolves by the folk of the high dale turned sullenly, raised their swords, and went back down the passage, slowly. Charantir stalked forward on silent feet, like a hunting cat. Many had fled down this passage. If she knew gents, they'd soon be back this way, a mage in their midst ready to use a spell or a wand to smite her down and impress all the warriors who watched. So another way would be better. Were there no side passages in this place? She glanced this way and that as she went, and in the end chose a stair going up. If she could not go around, she must go over. She had only one life to lose, and could not afford to fight fairly, or to face large groups of thirsty swords, or a mage in a large, open space.
"Well then, Stormcloak," she said aloud, "let us see if one knight with a sword can bring you down. It's been done to Gentarum before."
"Who's that? Merrily?" a voice asked from the head of the stair.
"No,"
Charantir replied truthfully, coming steadily on up the stairs.
"It's me."
Then she was level with the man, a wolf in armor, frowning warily, sword out. The weapon swept up as he saw her. "Who are you?" he challenged. "I've not seen you before, here or in the dale."
"I am your bane," she said calmly, walking toward him.
Her expressionless face did not change as he tried to bat the sword out of her hand with his own. Nor did it change when, at her sudden lunge, he found himself 2 fingers away from death. Nor after as he parried frantically, countered, and found himself forced to parry even faster. He turned to run and she sprang after him, landing hard on his running legs. He fell heavily, and her blade stabbed down as she landed atop him. When she rolled back up to her feet, he lay still on the stones, face down. Charantir looked down at him for a moment, sighed, and went on. Just how many gents were crawling about this castle?
"It only takes one to kill thee,"
she heard Elminster's long-ago voice tell her, and smiled wryly.
"Thanks, old mage. Well said. On with it, then."
She found the next one just inside the first room her passage entered, heading east. He was sharpening his sword and reacted with commendable speed, grinning as he whipped his blade at her stomach. This wolf obviously considered himself a matchless swordsman. Charantir parried 2 lightning-fast thrusts, leaned close to spit into his eyes, stamped on his toes, ducked her blade under his parry. He was good at attacking, but not so good at holding off attacks, and ran him through. She left him twisting in agony and snarling curses at her, waving his blade weakly and ineffectually at her from the floor.
"May Alikki forgive me for what I've had to become,"
she prayed silently.
I've made myself a worse butcher than any Gentelar soldier.
Shuddering, she opened the door at the end of the short passage she was traversing, found herself in a bunk room with 4 startled gents, sighed, and started slaying again. Just how long had she been killing? There were some days of her life that she'd very much like to forget forever, and couldn't in her darkest dreams. This was definitely turning into one of those days.
"This is fast becoming one of those days," Ithar said wearily, as the Harpers battered their way through another door, stolen shields held high to ward off crossbow bolts or thrown spears from the wolves waiting beyond. None came, so they flung the shields down and charged.
"You're not getting bored, are you?"
Belcrum asked in mock concern. At his shoulder, Gadairn grinned and cocked his head to survey both the Harpers.
Are the 2 of you always like this?
"Worse," Belcrum replied mildly, as 3 wolves in full plate armor shouldered aside an anxious servant with a halberd and lumbered forward to meet them.
"Where, brothers?"
The 2 Harpers stepped forward to meet the charge. The wolves came at them swinging heavy battle-axes in great roundhouse swings. The lightly armored men could not hope to stop except with their bodies.
"Back!"
Belcrum called, waving a hand at the older dalesman. He ran back to where they'd thrown down the shields, snatched one, and threw it to Ithar. Ithar ducked under a swing, dropped the shield, and had to scramble away to avoid being beheaded. The wolves came on, grinning through the bars of their full helms.
"Ithar, you do the sticking!"
Belcrum called, and laid hands on the body of a wolf he'd killed breaths before. One wolf charged him. Belcrum heaved the corpse up into a cradled position across his own chest, puffing under the weight, and dumped it into the wolf's swing, dragging axe and arm to the floor. The corpse's arms flopped loosely. Belcrum sprang over them to land with both feet on the man's axe-wielding arm. The man roared hollowly inside his helm as Ithar arrived, daggers in both hands, to drive them into the sallet's eye-slits. The roaring stopped abruptly. The 2 Harpers sprang away just in time, leaping and rolling to avoid the wild, chopping blows of the other 2 axes. There came a shuffling sound from behind them, and the dalesman trotted past, carrying a heavy wooden table like a ram. They flung it into one of the wolves, knocking him over, then snatched out their blades to attack the other wolf together. The wolf drove one to the floor with his first blow. His second hacking swing struck sparks from their weapons with its fury. A dalesman screamed as his wrist snapped under the impact, and his old sword flew from it to clang along the flagstones. Then Belcrum leapt in from one side, tackling the wolf waist-high. They went to the floor together, but frantic axe-work forced the Harper to break free and roll away without delivering any real blow. Ithar was getting up off the table, daggers dripping. The wolf under it would never rise again. There was a shout from the room beyond, and more wolves rushed into the room. They were lightly armored, but there were 6 of them. Ithar rushed to meet them, trying to keep them entangled in the doorway.
"To me, men of the Dale!"
he called over his shoulder as he sheathed one dagger in his boot and drew his sword again.
"To me!"
His blades met those of the foremost wolves, hurling them back for an instant. Then he ducked low and lunged, in a move Storm had used on him, ages ago it seemed. A wolf made a strangling sound as the blade burst up between his arms to slip into his throat. Ithar let go of the blade in an instant, spinning to one side, and avoided the angry counterstrikes of the other wolves. Then Gadairn of the Dale was there, his old broadsword in hand, taking one wolf's blade on his and darting out an old hairy hand to clasp the man's other wrist and arrest the streaking dagger it held. Ithar spun 2 wolves around with a series of lashing blows, forcing them to parry, and then lunged at one. That wolf crashed backward into the one Gadern was facing. Both staggered, giving Gadern an instant to slide his blade free of the wolf's steel and slash the man across the face. The armsman screamed as blood began to flow, and dropped his sword to clutch at his head. Ithar drove another gent back with a flurry of lunges, using weight and fury to drive the wolf who'd run into Gadern's foe back into him again. This time, Ithar's wolf fell. A breath later, Gadern took down the man he'd blinded. Behind them, Belcrum was still circling the armored wolf with the axe. The man's swings were slower and shrewder now. He was tiring, and knew the speed of the man he faced. The harper wore an eager half-smile as they danced and spun, remembering Storm, sweat glistening on her bare shoulders as she'd fought her way coolly through Ithar's best blade work, and his own. There was a trick she'd used. Belcrum feinted a lunge. The great axe swept up to block it, then drew back a little for a return blow. Belcrum flung himself forward in a jump, turned his blade sideways, and thrust it into the back of the man's arms, driving them and the axe upward. Then the harper dropped to the floor, kicking against the flagstones and surging forward into a roll against the wolf's booted ankles. The man toppled, hitting the floor with a metallic crash. An old dalesman sprang forward, almost weeping in rage, and chopped at the man's helm until it rang like a bell. The blade glanced off again and again as Belcrum found his feet and was forced to deal with a wolf charging down almost on top of him. When he could turn back again, the harper saw the old dalesman clutching a broken sword. It had snapped against the helm, and cautiously lifting the wolf's head. It lolled loosely. The helm had held, but the neck must have given way. The old man knelt beside the man he'd killed and started to cry, gnarled old hands trembling. Belcrum wheeled and charged back into the fray. From the room beyond, someone called,
"Aid! They're in the castle! They've broken in!"
Another voice called back,
"Keep them from the great hall, or the Lord'll have our soft bits." "What Lord?"
the first voice roared back.
"Stormcloak,"
was the terse reply. The first voice snorted.
"If it's him," it said, "let him use his magic to deal with these. Our swords don't seem enough." "He'll find you after if you shirk your duty." "Let him," the first voice responded bitterly. "If he lives. You haven't seen these idiots fight."
Belcrum grinned savagely, stepped around a dalesman who was falling with a groan, 2 swords through his body, and drove his sword point into the mouth of another wolf. "Friend," he called out, "which way is this great hall?" After a startled moment, the first voice said laconically, "'Twould be the most foolish treason to tell you that it's through here, turn right and behind the double doors at the end of the straight passage. So I won't tell you that." The voice started to say something more, but suddenly rose into a scream and abruptly fell silent.
"So die all traitors," rumbled a new voice.
"Hey!" Belcrum called, hewing down another wolf. "I like that man."
"Who speaks?"
"I do," Belcrum yelled. "Who are you to ask?" The last wolf fell, and he hurried to join Ithar's rush forward to the room beyond. There stood a hulking, armored form as wide as them both, but of their own height. It lowered its war helm, and they had a brief glimpse of blonde hair, scarred cheeks, and cold, calculating eyes.
"I am Gathan Srund,"
the rumbling voice came hollowly to them.
"I was left axe to Lord Longspear. I will avenge him, rebel traitors."
The armored man lumbered forward, hefting a huge war hammer. There were other wolves behind him, but they stayed well back to watch. The two harpers looked at each other and darted a glance behind. All the wolves were down, and 3 dalesmen were with them. A 4th dalesman sat against a wall, clutching his broken wrist and cursing softly.
"Have you noticed," Ithar remarked, "how pompous these gent bully blades always are? They occupy some place, usurping rightful rule and law, and then squeak of rebels and traitors. It's odd."
"I have noticed that, yes," Belcrum replied as the war hammer swung, and they ducked and hastily sprang apart.
"Scatter, men!"
he added urgently over his shoulder to the dalesmen. They needed no urging. Belcrum heard the clatter of hasty booted feet receding. Then the helm of their foe rang with hollow laughter.
"Ha ha! See them run, large mouths! What say you now?"
The 2 old men threw down their swords, halted by the overturned table, panted for an instant, and then heaved it up to their shoulders and came back to the fray in a stumbling rush. Ithar attacked, slashing repeatedly and jabbing at the helm's eye slits, forcing Shrun to use his hammer to parry and pulling it to one side. The table was driven in through the gap Ithar had created, crashing into the wolf and sending him staggering back.
"Well met,"
Belcrum replied mildly in answer to Gaithen Shrun's taunt, as he sprang forward to get the warhammer. He got a good grasp on it and was promptly dragged and battered about the floor as the awesomely strong left axe tried to wrench his weapon free.
"I wonder what the right axe is like,"
Ithar asked him, stretching over the struggle to bury his blade in one of the eye slits of the Gentilar's helm. Gaithen stiffened, dropped the hammer, fumbled for it with failing fingers, and fell over on his side with a room-shaking crash. The dalesmen rushed forward, but the room was emptying of gents as fast as they could flee. The warriors all ran down a passage to the right. Belcrum got up, breathing heavily, and watched them go.
"I wager,"
he said slowly, as he fought for breath,
"that we'll soon find out, once they get where they're going, and tell their tale."
Ithar nodded.
"You're right," he said simply.
Then the 2 harpers embraced each other and roared their delight.
"What a fight this is!"
Ithar shouted happily.
"What a fight!"
The oldest dalesman looked at him, unsmiling, and shook his head.
"They're still young indeed,"
he said to another white-haired veteran, who only nodded. Then they heard men begin to scream down the passage. Charantir came down the dark stairs like a vengeful wind. The lighted passage below was full of worried, running men with weapons. Armored men. Wolves. More to be slain. In grim silence she leapt down among them and started to slay. One fell, and then another. A 3rd slipped, and she was past him to run her blade through a foolish one without armor. He clutched himself and collapsed with a horrible groan, and she was on to the next one. Was she killing with her eyes? Men fell wherever she looked, and the passage was warm with the smell of their blood and fear. A fresh group of wolves came running up the passage. She turned to them with a savage smile. The shortest warrior started the screaming, as he tried to turn around and found his fellows in the way. Then they were all screaming. Charantir had never thought she'd enjoy such a sound. The men were fleeing from her. Behind them, bloody and bedraggled men were coming out into the passage, well-used weapons in their hands. Dalesmen! She snatched a glance back over her shoulder. Wolves were fleeing in that direction too, falling back to join a guard of armored men in front of a set of closed double doors. In their midst was a dark-haired man in full armor, who stood a head taller than the rest.
"Hold fast,"
he said with cold authority. "They cannot pass us." Charantir gave him a sneer and turned to join the dalesmen in their slaughter. She snuck a glance back, but the man had refused to be drawn out of the guard. He stood coldly waiting as they butchered the few milling wolves in the passage. The Lady Ranger embraced the two men in leathers she'd seen fight so well in the marketplace, and said,
"Charantir, Knight of Mithranor."
They bowed. "Ithar and Belcrum of the Harpers, with true men of the Dale." They exchanged grins, and one of the old men lumbered forward.
"Give us a hug, lass. Then, live or die, I'll do it happily."
Charantir shed a few tears as she put blood-spattered arms around him. Then they all turned in sudden silence to face the wolves at the door. "Lay down your arms," the tall man said flatly, "or we'll kill you as painfully as we know how." He looked at them with cold confidence and added, "Consider this. We are warriors of gentle keep. We know much of killing."
"You certainly know much about dying after this day," Ithar told him, "if this is all of you there are left."
"Save your brave words for pleading," the tall man told him contemptuously, "and we may let you live."
"My thanks to you,"
Charantir told him with biting sarcasm.
"Your generous pacifism overwhelms me. 'Tis so sudden and heartfelt."
The tall man lifted his head, pointing his chin at her. "Bring me that one alive," he told the wolves around him. "I have plans for her." "Aye, Right Axe," several voices murmured in reply. Beside Belcrum, Gadair nodded suddenly.
"Ah, this one's Heladar's right axe. His trusty-like, and probably their commander now. A merchant told me a few months back that he's known for cruelty and butchering women and younglings when he gets a chance. Sunthron Blackshoulder's his name."
The tall man laughed shortly. "Your merchant friend was right." Belcrum saluted him with raised sword.
"Then it will be a pleasure killing you, Sunthron Blackshoulder."
The tall man sneered. "A pleasure you'll never live to see." He drew a blade as long as the shortest dalesman there was tall. Its blade was dull black and menacingly evil. Belcrum smiled tightly and looked around at Ithar, the dalesman, and Charantir. He collected nods from them all and jerked his head forward. Calmly, unhurrying, they strode down the passage to where the wolves waited. Ithar struck first. His blade met that of one wolf and thrust it sideways toward another. That man moved to avoid catching two battling blades in the face, and the wolf on the other side of Ithar moved to take advantage of a chance to strike at the Harper's unprotected side. This opened a gap in the line, and Charantir leapt through it to lunge at the right axe himself. The tall man smiled coldly, parrying with such force that her numbed fingers tingled. Somehow she held on to her sword, but now the men on either side of Blackshoulder were striking at her. She dodged, letting the blade of one man slip past her ear, and ran in under it to open his throat. Behind her, Belcrum felled a man and came up against the right axe in his turn.
Sunthron Blackshoulder attacked with dazzling speed,
striking at Belcrum's face and throat. Only frantic parries saved the Harper's life. Charantir turned, punched the back of a wolf's neck she found within reach, and lashed out with her blade to cut the right axe on the elbow above his free hand. Blackshoulder roared and turned on her. Charantir leapt to one side, got her arm around the neck of another wolf, and swung him in front of her as a shield, just in time to take the right axe's vicious thrust. She fell back as the tip of his black blade came out of the wolf's back, parting the plates of his armor as if it were rotten leather. Charantir rolled on the floor and contrived as she came up to trip another wolf's feet out from under him. Ithar killed that one, tossing her a smile as he attacked the next. One of the dalesmen gurgled horribly and went down as a blade found his throat. They were still killing old men, these wolves. Angrily, Charantir ran at the right axe again as he shook the corpse from his blade. Belcrum hacked down a wolf to reach Blackshoulder from one side, just as the right axe's blade came free and the Lady Knight came at him from the other. Blackshoulder tried to duck and parry, to force them into each other. It would have been a good move against the inexperienced warriors he obviously thought them to be. Both the harper and the knight followed the right axe's move. As Belcrum's blade bound and lifted the Gentilar's weapon, Charantir's sword found the armpit of his raised sword arm. She moved with him, driving it in deep. After a moment's resistance, her blade slid in easily. Right axe Sunthran stiffened, spat blood, and collapsed silently to the floor. Gadairn of the Dale, intent on a battle of his own, stepped on the axe's head a moment later, and almost apologized before he saw whom he'd trampled.
"Are there more?"
Ithar asked as the wolf he'd been fighting fell heavily against the wall and slid down it, gauntleted fingers clawing feebly for a hold. They looked around. Not a wolf was left, but Gadairn and the oldest greybeard were the only dalesmen still standing. The two harpers looked at Charantir, and she looked back at them.
"Shall I?"
Ithar asked, waving at the door. Charantir smiled. Belcrum sighed. "Ithar, one always opens doors for a lady," he said in mock despair. Ithar bowed and opened the door silently. They went in.
19. How High Dale Changed Hands. The great hall seemed full of councillors, all of them frightened and trying not to show it. They fumbled nervously for swords as the guard of wolves seated just inside the door stopped looking bored and leapt up to bar the way with bared blades. Charantir did not slow down. With a set, grim face, she struck aside the blade of the first wolf and leaned past him to put her blade into the face of the wolf behind, who was still rising. His gurgle as he slumped down again died away unheard amid the sudden babble of fearful voices.
"Gods! They've reached us! Here! A woman! Who? Zardwheel's down! She's killed Zardwheel! Wasn't he Heladar's best? The men, those two! They're the ones who slew Longspear!"
"Steady! The guards can handle them!" Stormcloak snapped. He turned eyes of cold iron on Charantir, who looked icy death back at him, then deliberately turned his back on the intruders and waved the councillors back down into their seats. "Ignore them," the wizard said coldly. "They will be dead in a moment." Several of the councillors shot frightened looks past him, their expressions telling all who had eyes to see that they were not so confident. Another looked on with silent interest. The leather worker, Blackal Mord, had once been a fighting man. The scars on his face and arms betrayed his past to all. None in the High Dale, he was sure, knew that he was still a warrior, in the service of the cult of the dragon. If they had known, he would not be here still. This Stormcloak, or one of the lesser Gentara magelings, would have seen to that. His place here was not to act openly, which was no doubt the reason he'd not been probed beyond the shielding strength of the little ring that he never took off, the one that masked his thoughts. He would save himself, and otherwise be as loudly ineffectual as these other councillors. Nonetheless, he was a man of the sword. He knew battle skill, and he agreed with what the excitable Moon Viper had said. Zardwheel had been one of Heladar's best. Zardwheel should not have fallen. Blackhull leaned forward to see better. The door guard that Stormcloak had set for this meeting was more than the usual 3 thickheads.
and their relief man had been added to make up a foursome of competent bladesmen. Heladar's former bodyguards had orders. Gentil Keep's orders, Blackal had no doubt, to diligently protect and serve the Lord of the Dale, whoever that lord was. Wherefore they too had been at the doors. Jarduil, Mashan, and Rave. None of those three were men Blackal cared to face, even in an unfair fight. They were Gentilar veterans, men of steel nerves, steel wrists, and the swiftness of serpents. And they were being beaten. Blackal watched one of the two men, harpers, thief adventurers from Cormyr, dart through Mashan's guard and run his sword tip in onto the shoulder plate of the big man's armor. Something even more surprising happened next. The man in leathers ducked and wrenched and got his blade back out again to parry before Mashan's own fast sword touched him. Blackal did not even try to look like he was listening to Stormcloak. The self-styled Lord of the High Dale was blathering something about treachery from neighboring realms, as if only Gentarum were allowed to usurp the thrones of strategically located farming dales. Other counselors watched the fight just as intently. There were no other guards in the room. The rest had been outside the doors. The rebels should never have reached this hall. On at least two of the watching faces, naked hope and glee were written. The tailor, Rundeth, what was his last name? Hobbletar, normally laconic and stone-faced, had eyes as bright as new coins, and was struggling not to smile. Down the table, stout Gulkin was grinning openly. Stormcloak shot them a look that had a cutting edge to it. Blackal smiled. The Lord was beginning to learn how Heladar had felt, sitting in that chair with a table of men who were openly trying to bring about his fall. Boots may fit just as well on other feet, as the Sembians put it. There was a crash as a wolf and one of the men in leathers went through some of the chairs together, ending up on the floor, wriggling like eels as they tried to get their blades into each other. Then Mashan staggered back on his heels, raised a failing hand to his throat, and crashed backward to the floor. The man who leapt over him was only 6 running steps from the table where they sat. Timid Jatham scrambled for his dagger. Stormcloak scowled, but couldn't help but to break off and watch. The last Gentilar veteran reached sideways with his blade, and the charging man in leathers had to hastily dance back to ward off seeking steel. Rave held the man for a moment, but the only other wolf still standing was dropping his blade and sagging slowly to the floor after it, that wild-haired woman standing grim over him. Rave cast one look back at them all, shook his head, and as the tattered intruders advanced, suddenly ducked and bolted through them, making for the door. Steel rang on his warding blade, and then he was through. Stormcloak roared at him. "Rave! As you are loyal to Gentil Keep, hold! Stand and fight for your lord, or by all the dark gods, I'll turn you into a dung-worm!" Rave turned his head as he reached the doorway, sword rising to guard his exit. He looked at Charantir. Silent and blood-spattered, she glided toward him. Rave turned his eyes to meet Stormcloak's hot gaze, shook his head silently, and was gone. The Lord Wizard's furious magic missile twisted in the air to become a beam of shining glass shards, but they shivered and crashed against unyielding stone beside the door. A head too far to the left, and a breath too late to impress Rave. Charantir turned smoothly to join the silent advance across the great hall. Counselors screamed, cursed, and toppled chairs in their haste to flee as the high dale they had ruled so cruelly and casually reached bloody weapons for them. Lord Angruin Stormcloak trembled with rage and dawning fear. Where had these vagabonds come from? These three in leather, they were no Dale folk. They were harpers, or worse, sent to bring him down. Charantir had come for him that day, through guard after guard. Her sword arm was so weary that she could barely hold her blade, and stinging sweat and blood were running into her eyes. Only a few steps more and she would have this wizard. Only a few steps more, but she suddenly could not find the strength to run. The snarling wizard drew back his hand and pointed directly at her as he shouted words that echoed and hissed and crushed something small in his other hand. Black blood ran out between his fingers, and he cast a wrinkled thing away. A leech. Charantir could only go on, blade raised, face like stone. She was only 3 paces away. 2 now. The still pointing finger erupted in writhing black light, boiling upward. A moment later, a rain of black daggers was falling toward her. The Lady Ranger tried to struggle on, waving her blade to ward off the dark points. Her weapons swept through the daggers as though they were so much smoke, but when the blades struck an instant later, they were cold and very hard, and they went in deep. Charantir screamed in pain and fell. Writhing on the cold, hard stone floor, clutching at her arms and gut in shuddering agony, she heard Stormcloak laugh. The wizard put a foot on his chair and gained the top of the table, still laughing. He spun about to stand facing the attackers as frantic counselors raised their weapons in a protective line in front of him, yelling for him to use his spells to slay. The 2 harpers slashed at the waiting blades, but it was quickly apparent that some of the counselors were not the frightened tremblewits they'd have others believe. Steel rang on steel, and the 2 harpers were fighting for their lives, 2 wearied dalesmen at their sides. One of the men threw a dagger at the wizard, trying to ruin whatever magic he was working, but as it left his fingers, he knew he was too late. Stormcloak's rolling laughter came again. Lightning leapt from his spread hands in crackling, spitting arcs, a bolt from each finger. He flicked his hands to lash all the rebels with the reaching lightning. As the bolts leapt, however, they were changing, and Stormcloak's laughter faltered. One of his spells had twisted again. Where lightning had crackled with fury, feeble blue sparks were fading away around a cluster of ceramic vessels and earthenware pottery that had not been there an eye-blink earlier. As Charantir gasped and groaned on the stones, crockery rained down out of thin air to shatter around her. A jagged shard laid open her cheek in one long gash as it spun past, and she ducked her head, hoping nothing would find her eyes or throat. Then the crashing sounds were gone, and sudden silence fell upon the hall.
"Very impressive,"
a new, rather acerbic voice said into the thick of the hush, commenting calmly from the doorway.
"But if you hope to challenge Manchun for control of the Gentarum someday, you'll have to do better than a few teacups."
An old man stood there, a gaunt but wiry old man in tattered robes, with long, flowing white hair and a longer beard. He stood taller than most men, but was as thin as a sharp-tongued noblewoman. It hardly seemed possible that he had the strength to hold up the naked high constable, who dripped blood from many half-healed wounds and still trailed the long, heavy chains of his enslavement from arms that were gnarled and knotted with muscle. Yet the old man not only held up the wounded giant, he half-carried him forward into the room and leaned him carefully against the wall. When he straightened up, his eyes were like 2 blue-white flames as they met those of Angroin Stormcloak.
"Ill met,"
he said, and every soft word cut like a leaping knife as it left his lips. His gaze bored deep into Stormcloak's eyes, and it was the Gentarum who looked away first.
"Elminster of Shadowdale!"
gasped Cheth Moonviper of the Councillors, and ducked under the table. Angruin Mirvolt Stormcloak paled and snatched at the wand in his belt. He half expected the world to explode before he ever got it out, but exultantly he got it free, aimed, and hissed a word only he knew. Lightning leapt and crackled across the suddenly darker great hall toward the old man in tattered robes, who stood empty-handed, hair wild-tangled, and blood running down his face from a cut on his forehead. And Elminster stood there and waited for the lightning to come to him, watching calmly. Ilandaera Mulmar smiled a mirthless smile as a wolf came out of a door ahead, saw them, and with a startled oath whipped out his sword. She advanced steadily, Ulrea trembling at her side. They were both startled when Tangley suddenly burst past them, shrieking,
"You! You're the one! You!"
She hurled herself on the wolf, knocking his blade aside more by luck than skill, and took him to the floor, sobbing and raking with her nails. The women broke into a run. In an instant the wolf would find room and strength to get his blade out from under her, and then it would all be over. It was Jarina who threw the mace she'd plucked up several rooms back, while they were still marveling at being inside the castle and unseen for so long. It wobbled through the air drunkenly, and just touched the wolf's shoulder as it went on its way past him. He jerked, dropped his sword from numb, burning fingers, and snarled in startled pain. Tangley's hands found his throat. She held on, white-faced, eyes blazing as he gasped and struck at her and thrashed about, trying to break free of the deep-sunk fingers squeezing out his life. But he was too young to think of breaking those fingers, or gouging at the reproachful, staring eyes of his nemesis, or even breaking her hold by shattering her jaw with a punch. And so his face went dark, and then gray, and he sagged back and died. Daera and Ulrea stood over him, but the wolf did not escape. They let Tangley have her revenge on the one who'd wronged her, months ago now, and stood silently by as she sobbed atop the body of the unknown man who'd fathered the child within her. Ulrea looked at Ilandaera, standing there with her sword ready, and saw a much older woman than the girl who'd been hidden away in the mill. Daera raised eyes dark with fury to meet hers and said quietly, "Let's go kill us some wolves." They put a sword ready beside Tangley in case she needed it, and wouldn't pick up the one the wolf had wielded, left her in her own dark world of tears, and went on down the passage. Ahead was the din of battle, the clash of sword upon sword, shouts and cracklings, but muffled as if from behind a door. The three women exchanged glances. "The Great Hall," Ulrea said. "Of course." Daera swept hair out of her eyes impatiently, swung her sword at nothing to loosen her arm, which was beginning to ache. How did men swing these things all day? Took a deep breath and said, "Come on." They'd rushed a dozen steps before 6 wolves came out of a side passage. The warriors halted, half lowered their weapons, and smiled slow, cruel smiles as they began to advance slowly. "Oh, gods!" Ulrea said in her throat. Daera laughed. "There are only 6 of them," she said loudly, "and Tangley showed us just how easily they die. Are you with me?" Without waiting for an answer, she charged. Ulrea and Jarina exchanged despairing glances and followed. Jarina's mace, lying unnoticed on the floor, tripped the first wolf. He fell heavily,
and Ilandaera's blade slid into and out of his throat before he could even draw back the breath that the fall had driven out of him. The wolves saw a young maid rising to meet them, bloody blade in hand. One of them cursed, spun about, and ran. The others watched him go and then followed, breaking into frantic flight, as Ilandaera's astonished laughter rang out down the passage.
"For the Dale!" she called after them. "For the high Dale! Free again!"
Beside her, Ulrea burst into tears. Not far away, lightning reached the old man. Charantir, struggling to her knees in pain, found the breath to scream, "No!" But as is the way with most despairing screams, the gods did not hear her. Or perhaps they did. The blue-white bolt of death did not strike, but coiled in the air around Elminster's hand, where a ring glowed suddenly blue-white in answer. The lightning coiled, gathering speed like an aroused serpent, then lashed back out, arrow straight across the great hall. The wizard on the table stiffened as the lightning found a home. The lord of the high dale shrieked, dancing involuntarily. Smoke curled out from his robes. Then the lightning was gone, leaving him staggering in the midst of a faint haze of smoke. He turned a face of clenched hatred and pain to Elminster, and gasped only one word as his hand darted into his robes, came out with something dark and round and metal, and hurled it. "Die!" The sphere flew through the air, expanding into an opening latticework of metal bands as it approached the old mage. In the instant before the sphere struck, Charantir recognized it as another set of iron bands of Bolaro. The old mage stood quite still. The bands flared wide to go around him, pulsed with a brief flash of light, and then shrank with horrible speed, drawing down around the old man. The two harpers battled the councillors with frantic haste. One of the councillors fell with a ragged cry, but there were still many blades between them and the wizard atop the table. Stormcloak crouched and drained a flask from his belt. A healing potion, Charantir had no doubt, and straightened, wiping his lips. As she struggled to find strength, biting her lip and whimpering against stabbing pain, the Gentarum wizard calmly drew forth a glass bead from his robes, smiled a brittle smile down on her, and cast a spell that brought a shimmering sphere into being about him. She'd seen one before, a globe of invulnerability, or one of its variants. No ball of fire or bolt of lightning could touch Angruin now. The lord of the high dale drew himself up and sneered down at Elminster, who stood wrapped in tightening bands of iron. "Toothless old men seem to have hunted me of late, hurling proud, empty memories of power against me, until I destroy them. If you had any wits left, Greybeard, you'd stay at home, dreaming and grumbling by the fire, and leave mages of real power well alone." Elminster whispered something, and the iron bands shuddered and fell away from him, clattering about his feet like so many hoops stripped from a barrel. Stormcloak stared at him in astonishment. Elminster strolled forward, wand in hand, as if he were in a hurry to get to the other side of a peaceful garden, and observed mildly, "Talk grows no more expensive as the years pass, does it?" The wand in his hand pulsed, and spat 2 magic missiles. 2 councillors stiffened, and one hadn't even time to groan before Gadairn of the Dale hewed him to the floor. Councillor Xanter watched from the darkness under a table. So this was the old mage of Shadowdale, one old man who'd done nothing so far beyond the powers of the wand he held and a ring he wore. His magic must be gone, or failing. The Brotherhood could yet win this day. How, though, with Stormcloak hurling death in all directions? Stormcloak must prevail if Elminster was to be defeated at all. Could the old mage be compelled to surrender the knowledge of where some hoard lay hidden, how a particular spell book was guarded, and what words governed a certain staff or rod or wand? That old man's head must be stuffed with a vast wealth of such thoughts, treasure beyond the grasping of most mages. But how could he be kept alive to reveal it? From outside the great hall came the thunder of running, booted feet pounding on stone, followed by the sound of a young woman laughing, her voice high and gleeful. "For the Dale!" she called. "For the high Dales free again!" The door of the hall burst open, and a group of wild-eyed women burst in, blades flashing in their hands. The councillors exchanged fearful glances. The castle was lost. They were doomed. The people would probably tear them apart bare-handed. Elminster's unhurried walk took him to the woman in tattered leathers, still groaning on the floor. He took a ring from his finger, not the ring that had warded off the lightning, but one from his other hand, and slipped it under her finger. Then he scuttled away from her, facing Stormcloak, a hand darting beneath his robes.
"Still so haughty, Gentarum?" he asked, raising mocking eyebrows.
Angro Stormcloak snarled at him and moved his hands angrily in the motions of a spell. Iref Mulmar tried not to gasp too loudly. Pain still throbbed deep inside with every move he made. He crawled slowly across the stone floor, one he'd strode across often enough in years before this one, covering the distance that now seemed so agonizingly long in a few swift strides. He watched the old wizard skillfully take the Gent usurper's attention onto himself, and managed to smile. Gods, he hurt. He'd not worn that healing ring nearly long enough. He crawled and crawled, the heavy layers of leather weighing on his shoulders.
Elminster had found the hide in a room near the stables, and they'd wrapped his chains in it to silence them.
The chains were heavier by far now. Trying to ignore their cold weight, he crawled past the still writhing Lady Ranger. She wore the ring now, and needed it worse than he did by the look of her face. Gods! But she must have cut her way through most of the wolves in the castle to get here. Iref took a good look at her and managed to smile.
The tearing agony of his movement turned it into a grimace as he went on.
The High Constable looked up at the table through a growing mist of red pain, and wondered if he'd get there in time. Stormcloak hurled lightning again. Councillors fled or cowered behind chairs all around the room as the white light flashed across to Elminster, was turned aside by his ring, and crackled back at the Gentarum mage. The shimmering globe around the mage absorbed the lightning. It was still sputtering and fading when the angry mage cast his next spell. Nothing happened. Outside the castle walls, a tree tore up out of the earth with a noise like tearing canvas, shot up into the air past an astonished farmer, and headed west. Stormcloak snarled his bafflement. His hands were already moving again. His only power lay in his magic, and nothing he'd seen yet could withstand it forever. This old man must fall. Magic missiles streamed from Stormcloak's fingers in a glowing swarm that leapt and darted restlessly as they sped toward the old mage. Around and around him they swooped and ducked, only to turn back on Stormcloak and fade away as the ring on Elminster's hand glowed more brightly. That glow was brighter and stronger than it had been. Stormcloak's eyes widened, then narrowed. Could the old fool be wearing a Myth Dranan ring? primitive things, made long ago, they had limits and could be overloaded by the sheer amount of art hurled against them in a short time. Stormcloak grinned. Well then. Missiles streamed again from the Gentaram's fingers, and the ring grew brighter as it hurled them back at him. Angruin Mirvold Stormcloak laughed aloud. His hands moved again in the same smooth, rapid gestures as before. The two harpers hacked at those counselors who stood against them in the service of Gentil Keep, or perhaps out of fear for the magic of the man who stood on the table behind them. The counselors knew how swiftly and harshly he would reward treachery, and so fought with the agility and recklessness of desperation. Their line held. Magic missiles swooped and swarmed around the battling swordsman, and streaked at the old man with a white beard again. Elminster stood watching them come. His face did not change, but the ring on his finger was fast becoming too bright to look upon. Glowing missiles circled it like sparks flying about a smith's grinding wheel, and swept away again. The Gentaram smiled like a cat playing with cornered prey, and his hands moved again. Charantir stared up at him from the floor, sudden tears blurring her sight. Blazing missiles burst forth from his fingers again, and flew over her. Throat suddenly dry, Charantir turned to look. There was a sudden flash and a roar, and a puff of smoke hid the old mage from her. As she choked for breath, frantically trying to scream, Charantir heard the Lord of the High Dale's low, coldly satisfied laughter. 20. Feast, Fire, and Fury. Even though Elminster was braced, waiting for the magic to strike, his body still shook, and it still hurt. The ring of spell-turning, old when the Stormcloak's great-great-grandsire was a babe, shattered under the onslaught of art, as Elminster had known it would. He closed his eyes against the flash, and spread his fingers wide to keep them from being torn apart. The ring burst, its shards leaping from him, and much of his nearby flesh went with it. The old mage clutched the wrist of his torn, smoking hand, and roared in pain. Well, he thought, with surprising calm, staring at what was left of that appendage, those who spend centuries hurling spells must bear their share of spells coming back at them. But holy Mistra, it hurt. Belcrum laid open a counselor's face and literally ran up the man as he fell, leaping for the table. Too late. Too cursed often, he thought grimly. Harper blades came too late. Stormcloak's triumphant laughter broke off long enough for him to hiss a word, and he abruptly vanished from in front of the astonished Harper. Belcrum slashed empty air in case the wizard had merely cloaked himself with invisibility, then looked wildly around, sword held high. Charantir's raw-throated scream warned him. The Gentara mage stood beside Elminster, wearing a sneering smile. His hand was coming up from his robes quite slowly, and a long dagger gleamed in it. A dagger with a tapering, up-curving blade, a blade of black glass that winked and sparkled with many tiny moving lights. "A death dagger!" Ithar gasped, turning from the counselor he'd been about to kill. "He is a Gentaram!" Stormcloak gave him that cruel smile and waved a hand. Magic missiles burst from his fingers and streaked across the hall. Ithar stiffened as they struck him, light flaring for an instant. Then he collapsed with a groan. The Gentaram laughed again in triumph and raised the dagger above his head. He met Charantir's horrified eyes, and she cried weakly, "No, no!" as she crawled toward him. A sudden spasm of agony made her clench her teeth, swallowing her cry. She shook her head, helpless in pain. Angruin Merivolt's Stormcloak looked down at Elminster, dagger winking in his hand as he slowly raised it, and savored the moment. And then the forgotten Iref Mulmar rose up behind the Gent wizard like a vengeful ghost. The rattle of chains warned the Gentarum. Stormcloak spun around, hands rising to ward off a heavy length of chain that swept into him like the mighty slap of a breaking wave. The first blow shattered the dagger and the arm that held it, and left Angruin gasping in pain. Tiny lightnings fizzed and crackled to the floor as the death dagger's magic fled. "It's too late for you to learn, wizard," Iref rumbled, pain making his words sharp and hissing. "To beware toothless old men." His shoulders rolled like the aroused leap of an angry old lion, and the chain swung again. The second terrible blow split Angruin's skull like the shattering of a hurled egg striking a stone wall. The corpse clawed at the air convulsively and vainly, and fell. Iref stood looking down at the body for a long time, chain clenched in his hand for another blow. But the mage called Stormcloak did not move again. Silence fell as Dalefolk and councillors left off trying to kill each other. The High Constable finally lifted his head and looked slowly around the room, as if seeing it for the first time. His gaze fell on the old mage, who knelt clutching the wrist of a blackened, broken hand. "My thanks, Elminster," Iref said thickly, "for giving me my home back again. We must feast together. Later." And with a rattle of chains, he collapsed atop the body of the wizard who had dared to usurp his post. Elminster shook his head to clear the pain, and started the long crawl to where Charantir lay. Her eyes had opened again, and the smile creeping onto her face was glorious to see. "Hurry up and heal, lass," Elminster growled as he drew near. "I'm in fair need of that ring myself." From atop the table, Belcrum said, "Drop your weapons, councillors, if you would live. All who fight on will be declaring themselves Gentarum, and will know their fate soon, and painfully." As he looked coldly down at the councillors, Dalefolk encircled them with weapons ready, and Ithar struggled to his feet. The trapped men looked around the room, and steel clattered to the stones as councillor after councillor held up empty hands. Belcrum waved his sword at the chairs around the table. "Sit," he suggested. "I'm sure the High Constable will have some words for you before long." Through the open doors there came the ring of steel on steel, running feet, and a short cut-off scream. Gadairn looked up at Belcrum and said, "We can guard these, and Iref, the gods bless him. Go hunting wolves, Harper." He grinned and looked over many sprawled bodies. "The pair of you certainly seem to have the hang of it." Belcrum looked back at him and smiled rather sadly. "It seems that way, doesn't it?" he replied softly, and looked to his comrade at arms. "Ithar?" "Here," Ithar said grimly, rubbing at parts of him that hurt. I'll be with you, ready to end this slaughter, if you get down off that table slowly and give me time to catch my breath." From somewhere nearby in the castle came a wild yell, a clash of weapons, and another scream, this one long and lingering. The two Harpers exchanged glances as Belcrum's feet found the floor. "By the sounds of it," he replied, shouldering his way warily through the councillors.
"There may be no gent wolves left to see to."
Ithar only grunted. He limped as they started back across the great hall, but they were both trotting, blades in hand, as they went out into the passage. Ulrea stared after them.
"They seem more like things of iron and untiring magic than men."
"They're men," Gadairn told her with a light in his eyes. He hefted the weapon in his hands and stared at the doors the two had left by.
"More than that, they're harpers." "Better, lass?"
"It's Shah, remember?"
Charantir reminded him with a mock severe look. Elminster spread innocent hands.
"I'm an old man, lass. Shar. I forget things, like all old men."
He looked her slowly up and down, as if seeing her for the first time. By the time his gaze rose again to meet her own, Charantir found herself blushing.
"You look whole now," he added. "What say ye?"
Charantir smiled ruefully and handed him the ring.
"Well enough, old mage. Your turn."
Elminster put the ring on his finger and said briskly,
"Good. I prefer to heal while I'm up and doing. Come."
He plucked at her arm and set off for the doors at a steady stride. Charantir followed. Behind them, Gadairn shouted,
"Hey!"
Elminster did not pause. Charantir looked back.
"Both of you,"
Gadairn said.
"You heard the harper. Hold!"
Elminster turned at the door and said,
"Guard those councillors well, as he bid you, young man. I've other business to see to yet."
And he was gone.
"Young man?"
Gadairn sputtered angrily. Charantir spread apologetic hands and followed the old mage. One of the councillors watching them go frowned thoughtfully and reached inside his tunic. Something shattered loudly on the stone floor. When Gadairn whirled around, darkness was already spreading smoky tendrils toward him. Elminster moved slowly and kept his injured hand hidden in the sleeve of his robe. Charantir caught up to him and put a hand on his shoulder.
"Elminster," she said earnestly, "I'm well enough to get about, and fight if need be, but you, are you in any shape to be strolling around in the midst of a battle?"
The old mage gave her a tired look.
"The answer to that one, lass, is the same one it's always been. I have to be."
He looked down a side passage and added,
"So rest ye assured, I am. We go this way."
Charantir rolled her eyes and followed him.
"Just answer me this, then. Where are we going, and why?" "Ah, lass."
The answer floated back to her down the dim passage.
"Sages and drunkards alike have been arguing over answers to that double-bladed question for longer than I've been alive." "Elminster!"
Charantir wailed despairingly. Behind them, a councillor slipped out of the great hall in the concealing smoke born of the magical globe he'd shattered. He trotted to where he could watch the Lady Ranger and the old man in robes turn into the side passage. Shouts echoed not far off, followed by the sound of running feet drawing nearer. The councillor frowned and looked hurriedly around. Selecting a certain door, he slipped into the room behind it, closed the door in silent haste, and in the darkness felt his way past the table he knew would be there, to the floor beyond. On his knees, he drew a slim, smooth wand out of a concealed sheath on his forearm, and muttered a word. The wand pulsed with a faint purplish-white radiance, and from its tip a ghostly white glow spun away to form an eyeball. The orb stared back at him, looking very much like his own eye for a silent floating instant, then faded slowly from view. The counselor slid the wand back into its place, took a hidden dagger out of its sheath inside his boot, and lay down on his face, hiding the hand that grasped the dagger under him. His other hand sprawled as if lifeless. He blew dust away to ward off sneezing, and lay still in the chill darkness. The invisible eye, driven by his will, slipped under the door and sped down the passage in pursuit of Elminster of Shadowdale. Elminster rubbed his chin.
"It's been many a winter," he said slowly, "and they've made some changes. But what I'm looking for should be about here."
His slowing stride brought him to a halt between two closed doors. He retraced his steps to the first door and paced carefully along the passage from it. At a certain spot, he took off one boot, leaving it as a marker, and padded unevenly on to the second door. Pacing back carefully from that door, the old mage found himself at his boot again, nodded, and put it back on. He looked up at Charantir almost challengingly. She merely shook her head. Elminster knelt down, touched with a questing finger the stone he'd marked, and nodded again emphatically. Charantir cast a quick look behind her, sword in hand. The passage was dark and empty. Then she bent forward to watch as Elminster dug the fingers of his undamaged hand into a dark crack that looked no different from 100 others in the flagstone floor, and heaved. The stone shifted a little. Dust puffed up and swirled as it sank comfortably back into its place again. Elminster grunted, dug his fingers in again, shifting for a better grip, and heaved. His shoulders shook. Charantir leaned closer.
"Want any help?"
The slab rose very slowly as Elminster looked at her sourly. Charantir shrugged. Unseen above them, the floating eye drifted nearer. The slab grated sideways. Charantir stared into the darkness of the hole that the old mage had uncovered. Air was moving upward. Foul air. Charantir sniffed and wrinkled her nose.
"A cesspool. You found the castle's cesspool."
Elminster sat unconcernedly on the edge of the hole.
A lip ran all around its edge to hold the slab he'd dragged aside. He sat on the edge and felt around in the darkness with his feet for the footholds he knew would be there.
"Lass, we've no defense against magic anymore," he said,
holding up his blackened hand.
"With the people roused, and the Harpers and Cormyrean agents I recognized among them. The Gentarum cannot hope to hold this dale any longer, and dare not try to openly seize control of it, not with so many Gentish coins owed to Sembian merchants right now."
One foot found what he was seeking. The old mage nodded again and went on.
"Our work here is done. I'd as soon be gone before some gent mageling or other finds us and decides to enhance his reputation by blasting Elminster of Shadowdale into little wisps of smoke."
Charantir raised her eyebrows.
"Another gate?"
Elminster nodded.
"Very old, spell-shielded, and just beside the cesspool, where no gent or other high and mighty mage would ever get dirty enough to look for it. If we find it now, Mulmar can feast as much as he likes, and we'll be long vanished in the night before anyone comes looking for us."
He climbed down into the hole until only his head and shoulders could be seen, and beckoned her.
"You're young, Shar," he said gently. "I know how it tugs at thy desires to leave this place before we've seen an end to it all. But learn a little wisdom, and come now."
He waited until she moved forward, and added,
"Oh, Aye, bring the stone, lass, and pull it down above thee. You'll find lines scratched on its underside to mark how it fits.
Charantir rolled her eyes in the gloom as she went to pick up the slab. With a sudden grunt of effort, she lifted it, staggered to the edge of the hole, and carefully set it down. A strong whiff of air from below made her cough.
You certainly know how to find troubles to land me in,
the Lady Knight complained as she started to follow him down the hole.
Ah, that's adventure, lass. Adventure,
Elminster said cheerfully from somewhere in the darkness beneath her.
Some folk would envy you.
Charantir rolled her eyes again. They were beginning to water. This gate had better be close by. As the stone settled slowly back into place, the floating eye dipped to inspect it carefully. After a moment, it soared into the darkness near the ceiling of the passage and sped away like an arrow fired from a strong forester's bow.
Lord Most High, Councillor Xanther Cirildar said, in the safe confines of a tiny secret room deep under the oldest tower of the high castle. Brothers Angruin Mirvolt and Helidar Longspear have both perished this day, and harpers and agents of Cormyr lead the people of the Dale in armed rising. This Dale is lost to us. Over my head, they're taking the castle as I speak. Almost all of our sword brothers and mages are dead.
Xanther's words shook only a little. When it issued out of the floating, darkly glowing black spindle in front of him, Manshun's voice was silken in its easy softness.
Indeed. Have you an explanation for how this came about?
Xanther swallowed. His throat was suddenly dry again. The Lord's tone was a sudden and cold reminder that his position as Manshun's spy on the other Zhentarim here, a brother above and secret from them, would not preserve his life if the Lord was sufficiently displeased.
Yes, Lord, Xanther said boldly. Elminster of Shadowdale led the forces that attacked the Dale, accompanied by at least one of the Knights of Mithranor. I saw Elminster myself and overheard him talking to this knight, a woman in leathers. He called her Shar. They're presently going down a shaft that leads to the castle cesspool where there's a hidden gate Elminster hopes to escape by.
Escape, came that smooth voice out of the speaking stone, quick with interest, and Xanther began to breathe more easily. It might be that his news would please the dread lord of the Zhentarim enough to save his own life after all.
Yes, Lord, Xanther confirmed. I heard him tell the knight that they had no defense against magic anymore. His hand was burned where Stormcloak's magic missiles destroyed a ring of spell-turning he was wearing. I didn't know such rings could be affected that way, but I saw it fly apart. He said it as if the ring had been his only defense against magic. Then he said their work was done, and he'd prefer to be gone before some Gent mageling or other finds us and decides to enhance his reputation by blasting Elminster of Shadowdale into little wisps of smoke. Those were the words he used.
The speaking stone floated before him, silent for the space of 2 long breaths. Then the silken voice came again. Its words made Xanther glad that the stone's magic carried only voices, and that he could neither see nor be seen by the leader of the Zhentarim.
Tell me, Xanther Cirildar,
Manshun's voice asked him,
why, hearing that as you did not attack them both at once?
I was far away, Lord, Xanther said, swallowing, using the wand you gave me. By one of its eyes, I followed them across half the castle full of men fighting.
The spindle floating at the height of his head hung silently. Emboldened, Xanther added,
Had I been there, Lord, I doubt Elminster would have spoken so plainly.
You've done well, Xanther. The smooth voice came again. The Brotherhood is pleased with you, despite the disaster in the High Dale. Hear now my orders. Do whatever you can, and enlist whomever you feel necessary to destroy Elminster of Shadowdale. Bring evidence of his death to me if you can, but whatever befalls, and by any means, you must bring about his death. Your reward will be very great.
The silently listening figure that neither Manshoon nor Xanther knew was there decided it was time to withdraw before being discovered, with a chance to earn a reward instead of the cold, deadly weight of Manshoon's disfavor. Hakarla Bellwind drew his robe more tightly about himself, and hastened to a dark and winding stair he knew of. It descended directly to the part of the cellars where a certain noisome cavern held the cesspool. Bellwind was in too much of a hurry to close the secret door to Xanther's little room, once a private treasury vault, no doubt, and discovered by the Brotherhood long ago. The counselor, hurrying along soon after, felt cold fingers of fear touch his spine as he stared at the open door. Who had found his secret place and listened? Who knew Manshoon's orders and the truth about Elminster of Shadowdale? Who was lurking somewhere near in the castle right now? Xanther tried to look about him in all directions, and discovered, as others have before him, that it's not easy, and that finding no immediate danger brings no comfort. The hurrying Hakarla had no time for fear as his hastening feet descended stairs cold, dark, and worn smooth with age. Others might sneer, as Stormcloak had, at the old mage's feeble powers and strange behavior, but Elminster had caused Manshoon himself to flee a fight at least twice. No, Hakarla Bellwind would not begrudge the power he could gain from Elminster. Not begrudge, but not fear either. If he could take the old mage unawares, he could cast his most precious magic, a steel spell. It would draw the most powerful spell out of the old mage's mind into his own, for Hakarla to wield. If that mind was empty of magic, the old mage's magic was truly gone, and he could never hope to stand against the other spells Hakarla carried. On the way through the cellars, a thought struck Hakarla. He paused in a room where glowing mold had been left to grow undisturbed to cast its eerie light over a workbench. He took down a hatchet from where it hung over the bench and caught up a moldering old sack from a pile nearby. With the old mage's head in a sack, Hakarla could steal away to ask questions of it at leisure, using his own adaptation of the spell that Brotherhood priests used to speak with the dead. With Elminster's lore, directions to his spellbooks and hidden magical items would be enough. Hakarla Bellwind could forget about Manshoon's favor or disfavor, and think instead about replacing him to command the Brotherhood himself. Aye. Now there was a thought. As he hurried on through the familiar darkness, Hakarla wondered briefly why Elminster had never tried to take control of the Brotherhood himself.
Enough, Ithar gasped. I'm worn out, or at least my sword arm is. There can't be more than a hand's worth of wolves left alive in all this castle.
Belcrum came to a reluctant halt, nodding. You must be right, he said. Even the Gentarum can't make men out of nothing. And nothing is all we've found for 7 rooms now.
Ithar nodded. That reminds me, he panted. One of the men yelled after us. After Elminster left the hall, someone created magical darkness, and some counselors got away.
Belcrum groaned.
Well, you've just proclaimed the task left to us. Rounding up a lot of scheming counselors in their various hidey-holes all over this dale. Ithar waved a hand.
Time for that on the morrow, he said. I'm more worried about archmages of Shadowdale wandering about the place.
Belcrum rolled his eyes as he opened his mouth to reply, but another familiar voice rang out instead.
Hail, Harpers!
They turned. The clangor of arms had faded away in the blood-stained passages of the high castle, and a man they knew was coming slowly toward them. Gadairn was stumbling on a leg that was no longer sound. Blood soaked his clothes and ran down his face from a cut where hair was tangled and caught fast in gore. The blade in his hand was broken, its tip shattered by the same fierce blows that had marked its length with deep notches. His breath was a wet, whistling sighing that spoke of blood spilling inside him. But Gadairn of the High Dale came on, eyes bright and fierce, and through the blood he was smiling. A proud, dangerous smile. A smile that Belcrum would never forget to the end of his days.
Fair fighting, Harpers,
Gadairn said.
I thank you for this chance to hit back at last.
And he smiled that terrible smile again.
Gods, old mage,
Charantir choked as they felt around in the thick, foul air.
You sure know some romantic places to take a lady.
Elminster made a harumphing, throat-clearing noise from somewhere in the darkness nearby.
When you've lived as many years as I have, Shar, you know all the places.
Charantir turned toward him.
So I come here instead.
A whiff of putrefaction set her to coughing again.
Can't we even go for a torch? In this bad air, you'd probably set off a blast that'd bring the stone above down atop us, after separating thy limbs from thy body and spreading ye all over the nearest wall.
The ranger knight sniffed.
Without light, old mage, the alternative bids fair to be finding the cesspool before finding this gate, by the simple means of falling into it.
Keep talking, idiots,
Hikarla Belwind thought with savage glee, coming cautiously nearer in the deep, velvety darkness. Their voices would lead him close enough. Cautiously, he probed ahead of him with his foot, testing for firm footing before he committed his weight. His foot came down on something yielding, something that squeaked and moved hastily out from under his toes. He felt the harmless pressure of teeth on his boot before whatever it was scurried away.
Old mage,
Charantir hissed ahead.
Did you hear? Aye,
Elminster replied.
Someone stepped on a rat.
Silence fell, deep and waiting. Hikarla snarled a silent curse. Then he shrugged. No need to come within reach of the woman's sword while he had the steel spell. Setting down the axe and sack with slow, stealthy care,
he moved his hands in the gestures he'd learned from an old Mithranon tome.
Its ever-bright metal pages still clear in his mind's eye, and softly spoke the words that tied the magic together and hurled it on its way.
No!
Elminster gasped roughly a moment later.
Oh, no!
Like someone uncorking a wineskin and squeezing it, the power pent up within him started to flow, being drawn off into the darkness.
Lass,
he snapped urgently.
Close thy eyes!
An instant later there was a blinding flash and a shattering roar that left their faces wet. Hikarla Belwind, with all his dreams, had been consumed in a white-hot fireball by the titanic power of art surging into him. In a chamber dark and warm, where soft limbs caressed his own in the flickering torchlight. Manchun watched his favorite scrying crystal burst apart in the blue-white flame of Hakarla Belwyn's destruction. As the ladies in the wide bed around him shrieked and scrambled away, he sat up and hissed, "I'll have your head at last, Elminster." His hand moved to the silken tassel of the bell cord to summon mages. Many mages.
"Dreadlord?"
the best of his companions asked, standing uncertainly beside the bed.
"Shall I summon the
Her voice faltered and dropped almost to a whisper.
beholders?"
Manchun turned eyes that were very cold and dark on her. "You share my opinion of our current magelings, then? You expect them all to fail?" Anaith looked back at him with the eyes of a trapped animal, licked her lips, and managed to say,
"Yes."
"Perhaps they'd do better," the High Lord of Gentle Keep said in silken tones, "if you accompanied them in their search for Elminster. One who's seen so much she's not supposed to must have keen eyes indeed." Anaith trembled, bit her lip, and brought her hands deliberately down to her sides, recovering her poise with an effort.
"I shall do whatever my lord desires, though I cannot see how I, without any magic, can be of any help in destroying an archmage."
Manchun smiled suddenly. "As always, your spirit pleases me. You may live." Anaith's skin paled to the hue of old bone, all over.
"My thanks, great lord,"
she said softly, and bowed. Manchun heard the thread of sarcasm she couldn't quite keep from her voice, and his smile broadened. Perhaps he should teach this one magic, after she'd been humbled by a whipping. Charantir spoke first, while their ears were still ringing.
"What's this all over me?"
she asked grimly.
"Droplets of ambitious Gentarum mage, no doubt,"
Elminster replied wryly.
"Are ye all right?"
"I think so. I can't tell in the dark."
The Lady Ranger sounded angry.
"Look, that was a blast, old mage, and the air around us didn't flame up to join it. So let us have light."
Elminster nodded, and an instant later remembered to speak.
"Aye, lass, but one problem occurs to me."
"And it is?"
"In this darkness, we'll be hard put to it to find a torch."
Charantir said something very rude and unladylike that made Elminster sigh and shake his head. And then, down the passage from which the attack had come, they saw the bobbing light of many torches.
"Say nothing of the gate,"
Elminster muttered hastily.
"We'll seek it later."
The sputtering torches were coming fast.
A few breaths later, the two men in leathers who'd slain Longspear in the marketplace burst into the room, blades drawn and trailing a handful of armed, bloody men.
"Elminster?"
one of them asked, holding his torch high.
"Aye, you've found him."
Elminster moved to stand beside Charantir's drawn, ready blade.
"Who be ye?"
"Ithar," said Ithar simply. "Belcrum," Belcrum added. "Storm sent us."
"So I need nursemaids now, do I?"
Elminster grunted and waved a hand.
"Well met, and thanks for thy blade work outside the walls. You have my favour. Go and see if Mulmar needs you for something."
Ithar and Belcrum looked at each other, shrugged, and grinned. They were 4 strides back up the passage they'd come from when they heard Elminster chuckle. They halted and turned.
"We were asked to bring you with us,"
Ithar said rather hesitantly.
"By whom?"
Elminster asked, with an air of offended dignity.
"Eref Mulmar, High Constable of the High Dale," Oh,
Elminster smoothed his beard with long fingers.
well, let's go then.
They went, climbing a long and winding way through empty passages, hearing excited voices echoing from here and there as they ascended through the castle, until they reached the great hall. Iref Mulmar sat on the high seat there, in fine clothes, and with the chains struck off his limbs. Men and women of the Dale stood around him with weapons in their hands. Elminster stepped through the door and nodded casually to him, and sudden silence fell across the chamber. Old mage?" the High Constable asked awkwardly.
"We're grateful for your help and all, but we've had a bellyful of wizards ruling things."
Folk of the Dale stood watchfully by, weapons ready. Elminster blinked at him.
By the good gods, man! What would I want to rule any place for?
There was another moment of silence until Gadairn started to laugh.
His guffaws set others off. In a moment, the hall rang with laughter, the first light and general merriment that had been heard there for many a day. Another platter of steaming fowl banged down on the table between them, and Ithar plucked a drumstick from it without looking, his eyes on Belcrum and Charantir. The two leaned toward each other over the table,
Chins almost in their wine goblets,
as they strained to hear each other over the general din in the hall. All around them, Dale folk who should have been too exhausted to do more than snore were laughing, dancing, devouring with the speed of starving wolves everything that was brought in from the kitchens, and drinking as if they sat in parched desert sands instead of a mountain pass.
Baldur's Gate,
Shar said in pleased surprise.
really? I was born there too.
She grinned across the table at the tall harper, then turned to Ithar.
So where do you hail from?
Ithar rolled his eyes.
All the same places as him. We've walked together for some years now in the service of the harp. But as to my upbringing, well, I have the misfortune, in the eyes of Baldurians at least, to have been born in Athkatla.
"We forgive you," Belcrum and Charantir said in perfect, unplanned unison. They exchanged startled looks and started to laugh. When they had breath to talk again, Charantir refilled Ithar's goblet from her third wineskin of the evening and took a drumstick of her own.
So how do two men from such prosperous cities end up harping across the backlands?
Belcrum shrugged. "My parents were crew on the Dancing Dolphin, a neo that sailed out of the gate. They were slain by pirates during my 12th summer. For a youngling alone, the gate's too pricey a place to fend for oneself. So I took to the roads."
And I,
Ithar said dryly,
grew up to hate cheating folk.
"Commerce, my boy. 'Tis called commerce," Belcrum put in, setting down a goblet that seemed to have rapidly emptied itself. Ithar gave him a look.
Aye, commerce. What folk in Am do. So I ran away out of Am, seeking something to do that was a mite more noble. And adventuresome, too, if possible.
"We met at an inn. In Daggerford, wasn't it?"
Belcrum peered suspiciously at the barren depths of his goblet. Ithar shrugged.
"Wherever. Some house that had guests who worshipped the dead dragons."
Charantir raised an eyebrow.
"The cult of the dragon?" "Aye. And a witty old man with white hair and a wisp of a goatee slew them all, right there in the taproom, when they drew blades on him for being a harper."
"And then," Belcrum put in, "he sat down amid all the bodies and calmly played and sang for us. Osric his name was."
"A master harper who's been missing for a while now,"
Ithar said rather sadly. Belcrum nodded. "Aye, Osric. Impressive he was. We were both aflame with the idea of becoming harpers, so He sent us to Burdusk.
Where Ubslin Minstrel Wish didn't much like the look of us,
Ithar added with a sigh of remembrance, waving a half-eaten drumstick,
and decided we needed some harsh adventuring experience before we be worthy of the Way of the Harp.
It's the noise you made with his songhorn, Belcrum explained patiently. You shouldn't have claimed to be an expert horn player.
How was I to know it was his favorite instrument?
Ithar protested, sliding his goblet over to Charantir for a refill.
After all, how many halfling horn players do you know?
One is all you need, Belcrum told him dryly, and sometimes far more than you need. Charantir watched Ithar answer him with a rude gesture, and looked briefly up at the rafters.
You two must be a riotous pair to travel with, she said, shaking her head. Is that an invitation?
Belcrum asked eagerly, leaning even farther across the table. Char rolled her eyes and decided she needed a refill of her own.
I don't think so,
she said firmly, only to start back as Ithar leaned across the table just as aggressively and asked,
So how does a beautiful lady come to swing such a deadly blade and join the Knights of Mithranor, eh?
Char began, taken aback. Belcrum grinned at her.
Aye, it's our turn,
he told her happily, steering a goblet she'd never seen before into her hands. It was as large as a man's head, and it was brim full. Belcrum winked at her over its lip. After the moment it took her to sigh, she winked back. The feast was long and loud, and went on through the night. Folk roared and cheered and sang old songs, and Charantir moved, accompanied by the two harpers, to sit with Elminster. She was soon amazed by the rapidity with which his glass became empty, was refilled, and seemed to leak its contents yet again. Charantir made the huge goblet Belcrum had given her last the rest of the evening, and kept eyeing the merriment around her watchfully.
If someone yet lived, particularly an archer or a wizard, who wanted the old mage dead,
this joyful chaos would allow a very good chance to kill him. About the time she loosened her blade in its sheath and pulled away from where she was pressed against Elminster to get steel out should she need it, she felt the pressing regard of a hostile gaze. Looking up quickly, she saw the burning eyes of a counselor across the table dropping swiftly away from her. Hawk-like, Charantir watched him, her blade a finger out of its sheath. A long time later, amid the laughter and song and weary dancing, the man's eyes flicked up again, almost involuntarily. Xanther. Aye, that was his name. One of those who'd been spared thus far. His eyes flicked away again to stare at something, roved about the table, and returned to stare at the same something again.
She followed his hungry gaze as he leaned just a finger or so forward to better study whatever it was he was so intent on.
He was eyeing the wand lying on the table by Elminster's hand. Another wizard? Charantir drew a deep breath and pondered what best to do. Feeling the sudden weight of the Lady Ranger's gaze upon him, Xanther carefully didn't look up. He could not fail to notice, however, the sudden gleam of naked steel as the Lady Ranger drew her longsword and meaningfully laid it ready on the table, its shining tip resting over the wand.
21. Death waits past the Lich Gate. Black flames leapt up, casting angry red and amber shadows on the wall behind, but the man in black paid them no heed. He'd seen them time upon time before, and had in fact chosen this spot for maximum effect. Blood-red dancing shadows outlined him as a tall and sinister figure of darkness, mighty, awesome, and dark.
It pleased him to think of himself thus. What use, after all, is great power if one cannot use it to indulge one's smallest conceits? Wherefore Manchun, Lord of the Gentarum, Overmage of the Dark Ring, the Hand of Darkness, and the holder of many other titles he was pleased to give himself from time to time, stood tall in his high horned cloak, thigh-high boots, and silken tunic and breeches. He looked down on a keen-eyed mageling of the Brotherhood, a young, hawk-eyed youth whose eager ambition burned so hot that one could almost smell it, and smiled. "Averil of Sembresh," he asked softly and formally, "would you serve the Brotherhood in ways greater than you have so far?"
"Yes, Lord Most High," the wizard said, quickly and proudly.
"Be not so swift to promise," Manchun almost purred. "Others have tried and failed at the task I would set for you."
"I shall not fail," Averil said boldly.
Manchun inclined his head and smiled. "Good," he said. "Go then, and bring me the head of Elminster of Shadowdale."
Averil's eager grin slipped, just for an instant, hung lopsided on his face in a perfect match of the ghastly smile worn by many a corpse, and then returned in full. It did not waver as he bowed his head and looked back up at Manchun. "Lord," he promised, "it shall be done. I will not fail."
Manchun bowed his head in dismissal. "Your reward, then, will be very great. Go in power."
Averil turned on his heel, robes swirling, and strode away down the path between two waiting lines of motionless, armored forms. They turned in unison to face him as he passed, impassive visors down, but made no sound or other movement.
Averil carefully did not look at any of them. Their silent vigilance unsettled braver magelings than he. It was whispered among the lesser wizards of the Brotherhood that the suits of armor were empty, or appeared to be. Fell spirits, or worse magic, moved them to Manchun's will. Helmed horrors, they were called. When Averil stepped onto the spell-guarded stair that led away from Manchun's cave lair, the last two horrors stepped forward behind him to ceremoniously cross curved, naked blades, barring passage along the silent gauntlet the ambitious mageling had just walked. Ascending steps that glowed vivid blue under his feet, Averil heard that whisper of metal kissing metal, and shivered involuntarily. The very sight of the uncanny horrors chilled him, probably because the cold, deadly watchfulness of Manchun himself moved them. It was a reminder, deliberate without a doubt, of the awesome power of the Lord Most High of the Gentarim. Not for the first time, Averil thought himself crazy to even contemplate challenging Manchun, someday, for lordship over the Brotherhood. Yet, with the power of Elminster, the old mage of Shadowdale under his belt, bards would tell a different tale. He grinned as he saw himself blasting Manchun to screaming bones, the overmage's mind pleading for mercy as it faded away, the bones softening, sagging, and collapsing into wind-whirled dust before Averil's might. Ghoul-Cuth, he reminded himself. Ghoul-Cuth. His key to making this mere dream into reality. It was a mage's true name, the key to mastery over the man, whoever it was. By where he'd found it, written in blood on a hidden altar, it belonged to a wizard alive today. A wizard who served Bane. A wizard of great power. One of the inner ring of the Brotherhood, without doubt. But who? Or was it a trap laid by one or all of them against ambitious mages? Averil dared not reveal that name until he had power enough to use it. That meant magic enough to overmatch Manchun, for the name could very well be his. If it was Manchun's true name, and Averil held the knowledge and power of Elminster, the Lord Most High could not stand against him. The Gentarum would know a new lord. And then a small, cold voice deep inside him added, "For a little while." Averil shivered again as he reached the top of the stair. As the blades came softly together at the far end of the gantlet, Manchun beckoned with a long and lazy arm. One of the dark-robed and cruel-faced men who'd stood silent and motionless among the dark, fang-like stalagmites stepped smoothly forward. "Zalarth, I have work for you." "I await your orders, my lord." Cold eyes met. Each stared into cold, falling depths in the soul of the other, and Manchun said slowly, "Follow that puppy, and do what he will undoubtedly fail to do." "Me, my lord?" Zalarth asked, inclining his head at other, mightier mages who stood watching from the shadows. Manchun held his eyes. "I trust you the more," he said coldly, "and believe your thinking in battle to be clearer. You shall succeed where he fails, and bring me Elminster's head, if you would rise in our councils." "May I use items, or the aid of others?" "Use what you deem necessary." As Zalarth climbed the glowing stairs in his turn, faces swam in his memory. Faces of thieves and trained killers of the Brotherhood. From those faces, the Gentarum wizard chose the members of the band he would lead. Elminster would die. Manchun had commanded the death. It was as good as done. The sentence would befall. After too many hundreds of years, Elminster of Shadowdale would perish. Zalarth would seize his might and his magic. Zalarth would use them to rule. When bards, tavern drunks, and wizards whispered of high and mighty deeds in years to come, it would be Zalarth's name they would remember as the one who brought down Elminster of Shadowdale. Not Manchun's. Zalarth would see to that. It was late. Smoke hung thick in the air. Wine had been spilled here, there, and everywhere else, and arms that had swung swords, axes, and clubs all day were stiffening to painful, iron-hard immobility. All around the great hall of the high castle, happy but utterly exhausted folk slumped in chairs or simply sprawled on the floor and gave themselves up to snoring slumber. Charantir stifled a yawn and glanced at the old mage. Elminster winked at her and raised a drinking jack of shadow-dark ale, whose owner was too fast asleep to miss it. It was full.
"Had enough, old mage?" she asked, challenging him. "There's no such thing as enough, lass," Elminster told her severely. "After you've seen a few hundred winters, you'll know that. There's no such thing as too much, either. Only too little time to enjoy it in."
He winked again, and added with apparent innocence,
"That's true for drinks, too."
Charantir sighed. "Lass again, is it?" she protested, then added in quieter tones,
"Do you still plan to leave by the gate tonight?"
Elminster nodded.
"I'd located the gate just about the time every Daleman still able to stagger along with a blade hastened up to watch. They're still watching us now. No, lass, don't look around at them. They'll get excited. We'd best to bed, or we'll never be free of all these interested eyes."
Bed? Charentier crooked a forbidding eyebrow at him. Elminster rolled his eyes.
Let them show you somewhere to sleep. I'll go out for a pipe and—
Charentier nodded, yawned theatrically, and got unsteadily to her feet. Down the table, an old dalesman's face dipped forward gently onto the table. Over the now bowed head, Gadairn, whose face had been wearing a fierce smile all evening, saw her. He rose a little unsteadily.
All well, Lady Knight.
Aye, Goodman Gadairn,
Charentier told him truthfully.
but I am most weary after all that blade work. If there's any place in this castle I can sleep—
But of course, Iref Mulmar said heartily from behind Gadairn. He extended a massive hand to her. I've never seen such fighting as yours today. We and the Dale owe you much. The best bedchamber in the high castle would be honored by your presence. Let me take you to it, if— He turned his head.
It is ready, sir,
Iraven assured him quickly, beaming. At her shoulder, Ulrea nodded happily. Shar could ask for the moon this night, and they'd climb atop each other on the battlements to reach it down for her.
No,
Charentier said.
please, nothing grand. Just somewhere quiet and out of the way with a good bed.
She glanced back at Elminster, who had arisen and was unconcernedly filling his pipe.
With room enough for two, or with two beds.
Elminster turned one twinkling eye to meet hers as he tamped and fumbled, but said nothing.
I know such a room,
Ulrea said.
up high in Guard's Tower. A guest chamber. I can take you there. Please,
Charentier said.
Iref, my thanks. Stay. You belong here in this hall with your people around you. Stay, please. Enjoy the castle being yours again. I don't want to take you away from this.
At Iref's shoulder, his daughter, Ilandaera, smiled and nodded at the Lady Ranger from within her father's encircling arm. Iref looked down at his daughter, and then at Charentier, and said roughly, My thanks, Lady Charentier. You see as keenly as your blade cuts. Until the morrow, then.
Until next,
Charentier answered with a smile. Behind her, Elminster bowed silently.
Good night, Lady Charentier,
Ilandaera said, eyes shining, and Gadairn echoed her words. Farther down the table, Ithar and Belcrum had their arms around two dark-eyed Dale maids. They waved, and Belcrum called, Keep an eye on him, lady, will you?
This night more than ever,
Ithar added.
Oh, I will,
Charentier replied, in a voice that brought guffaws from all around, and she went out, Ulrea at her side. Elminster came back from the fire, puffing his pipe to life, gave the two harpers a severe look, and followed. Gadairn looked after him and said thoughtfully,
Now there goes a man that kings and wizards and dragons and all have found hard to kill, for more years than I and my old one and grandsire together have seen.
Iref watched the old mage walk out of sight and replied,
They don't stop trying, though.
It was a clear night. Above the dark, reaching shoulders of the peaks, stars glittered like tireless torches. Elminster looked up at them as he had done on countless nights, from battlements on as many worlds as he had fingers, down too many years to remember, and puffed at his pipe. He told the earnest young Daleman on guard that he'd just have a pipe before he retired, and to go and get drunk while there was something left. They'd laughed kindly, but sensed he wanted silence and solitude, thank Mistra, and had left him. As the feast went on below, he'd heard them drift away one by one, from watching a closed door. He only hoped Charentier wouldn't really fall asleep. After all she'd done today, waking her would be as cruel as it would be difficult. Elminster blew silvery green, winking sparks around himself in a friendly, dancing cloud, and sighed. He'd seen so many beautiful, capable, bright women die down the long years. He hoped Charantir would not perish soon, and that he'd not be the cause of her death when it came. He turned back to the doorway that let him watch over the guest chamber's closed door. He was regarding it fondly. Gods, but this lass, one of the quieter and younger knights, apt to be overlooked in all the bustle of their deeds back in Shadowdale, was a sparkling blade to be sure. When it opened softly, and a cautious face peered out. A long puff later, Charantir stole barefoot out of the dark room, carrying a bundle in front of her from which her scabbarded sword protruded. Starlight shone briefly on shapely bare legs, and the Lady Ranger brushed damp hair back over her shoulders, then frowned as she deftly caught a boot on its way toward the flagstones underfoot.
"Disrobed again, are we?"
Elminster's tone was amused as he took the pipe from his mouth.
"I thought so. Young lasses have such predictable notions of adventure." "Hush, old mage,"
Charantir hissed severely, holding her breeches aloft with one hand, while the other struggled with a large number of extremely heavy, awkward, and active items that seemed to be continually trying to slip out of her grasp.
"You may not mind if you stink like a pig in a wallow, but being sticky and filthy bothers me. I availed myself of Araya's kindness and had a very nice hot bath. If the word bath means anything to a certain old, hard-headed, and rather strong-smelling wizard. I think the High Dale owes me that much at least. Here, hold my sword, will you?"
Elminster bowed, took the scabbarded blade in skillful silence, reached in to help hold her shirt up at the throat while she struggled with the lacings, turned his back with courteous haste, and then turned around again to hold Charantir's gloves while she did up her belt. Then he reached up and took hold of the pipe that had been patiently floating in the air waiting for him all this time, and puffed on it again. Charantir stared at it, and at him, and sighed and smiled. In answer to his curious look, she said,
"Never mind, El. The pipe. It's a close personal friend and 1,000 years older than I am, right?"
Elminster took the pipe out of his mouth and winked at it. The pipe opened a rather world-weary eye and winked solemnly back at him, before swiveling to do the same to Charantir. Elminster was chuckling as he tapped the pipe, which instantly went out, leaving no smoke or odor behind, and put it in a hidden pocket inside his robes. The Lady Ranger never was sure if the pipe was alive, or if she'd just been the victim of one of his pranksome little illusions. Xanther sneered silently at the two Dale youths who stood guard. They were barely old enough to hold their spears properly, and did not see him where he stood in the dimness of the passage. The Gentarum slipped behind the concealment of a shadow cast by a bulge in the rough stone wall, and did something. The two young guards heard the slight noise that the secret door made as it swung open, and then instantly shut again. But by the time they reached the shadow, there was nothing to be seen but an empty stone passage. They hunted around for a bit. There had been a noise, both agreed, and looked warily upward. When they thankfully saw nothing waiting to fall on them, they shrugged and went away. By then, Xanther had slain Stormcloak's old, stupid watch-spider with the heavy stone block he'd thoughtfully procured earlier, and taken the scrolls he knew it guarded. Their capped tubes rattled, and he shook a large gem out of one with great satisfaction. The other yielded a fine chain linking 3 plain brass finger rings, and a dagger whose quillins were a pair of bat-like, furry, folded wings, dusty gray, and looking very much alive. He was careful not to touch it bare-handed, and so activate it. Xanther packed all this revealed magical treasure back into the tubes that had held it. Then he hurried on, descending through dark, secret passages scarcely wider than his own hips, heading for the cellars. Heading toward the dark, waiting cesspool, where he knew Elminster of Shadowdale and the wench Charantir would come, to meet their deaths. For the greater glory of the Brotherhood. Xanther smiled a smile that held no humor, and slipped on through the darkness.
"The gate lies just here,"
Elminster said, pointing in the fetid darkness.
"Without light I can't see a thing," Charantir said crossly. "But from the smell, I can tell that we're very near the edge of the pool. Watch where you step."
Elminster felt for her hand, seized it in his own, and squeezed reassuringly.
"That's the beauty of it, you see. Kneel down here beside me, and feel."
His hand led hers to trace cold stone. The stink around them was indescribable. Elminster continued an unconcerned lecture.
"One enters the gate by stepping out over the pool, off the edge as if one was stepping right into it. One has to start here, though, just between these two raised stones, or the step forward is into empty air, and ends as a fast plunge into the muck."
Charantir let him guide her hand to two stony knobs.
"Do you mean we're kneeling right on the edge of it now?" "Aye, an exposed position indeed,"
Elminster replied.
"Let us up and proceed without further delay. Hold tight to my hand."
"Old mage," Charantir said calmly.
"I'm doing so. I've got a very good grip on you, in fact, and I'll yank your beard over ankles into this cesspool right now, if you don't tell me just where this gate you're so eager to use will take us, before we step so boldly through it."
Elminster sighed.
"Ye want all the Gentarum in this place, and those who serve Sembia, Cormyr, the Red Wizards of Thay, and the Cult of the Dragon besides, to find us here, don't you? I may know a few tricks and carry a few magic trinkets, but if you'd see my skin stay whole, and my 1,000-odd years stretch to a few more, you'd not force me to fight off every eager hedge wizard and sharp knife in this dale."
He turned and glared at her as he spoke. The Lady Ranger felt the burning weight of his unseen eyes on her in the darkness.
"Old mage,"
Charantir said firmly,
"just tell, and we can be on our way, provided it's not to a certain plane of fire and evil, or the centre of the Grand Hall in Darkhold, or another such lunatic destination. I'd like to know what I'll have to fight before I get wherever we're going."
Elminster tried to pull away. Her grip shook with weariness, but held him like iron as she added,
"And since you threatened me with all those names, suppose you also tell me just who, in this mountain dale so crammed with Gentarum wizards, serves Thay, the Cult, Sembia, and Cormyr."
The old mage sighed.
"The councillors, Shar. Among them are men still loyal to the Dale, a handful who bow to Manchun, all the newer members, no doubt, and those who were there before Longspear's takeover, seeing to the interests of those others in secret. Trust me, when my art served me, I spied on many a secret meeting and took note of many, many faces. Most of the High Dale's councillors are more than they seem to be."
"And we're slipping away and leaving a reft to that," Charantir blazed at him.
"All of them tired and hurt. Ilandaera, Ulrea, Godern, and all the rest. Is your heart a stone, old mage? A gravestone for them all, perhaps?" "Easy, lass, easy," Elminster rumbled. "Didn't we rid them of enough gent mages to rule a small dale between us?" While you were so busy glaring at Xanther, the weak-willed one who wanted my wand. Unless my nose has lost all smell, he's a gent sneak, at the table this even. I gave both Gadern and Eref identical lists of what cause each councillor serves, at least so far as I knew. Gadern read it then and there, I know. I saw him go out, and later he came back and told me a name.
Charantir frowned.
I remember that. Blackal or something he said to you, just when the gent councillor got up to leave. I didn't know what he meant. Aye,
Elminster said to her in the darkness.
The leather worker. He served the cult of the dragon until Gadern saw to him.
He sighed again.
I doubt Gadern will let Xanther live to see another sunrise, even if Mulmar leaves reading my note until then.
Why wouldn't he read it? Elminster gave her a look that she could not see, but felt.
Every one of the Dale wanting to talk to him. His daughter clinging to him and in tears every second breath. And the first proper meal he's had for a long time. With too much to drink, I don't doubt. It would also come as no surprise to me to learn he's abed with a raven right now.
It was Charantir's time to sigh.
True enough. I don't suppose the gent councillors will amount to much. With all the wizards Manshoon already had strutting around the Dale to back up their usurper, he wouldn't have needed great warriors or mages, only good spies. And I can't think agents of Cormyr and Sembir are much to be feared, given that each country will counter any moves to gain control that the other makes. But you spoke of Thay. You're going to leave a red wizard running loose here? Hardly that, Elminster told her. He's a wizard, aye, but rather a decent sort, and much too careful to reveal himself. When they come for him, of course, it'll be too late for him to do more than run. He's the local weaver, a fat, kindly little man by the name of Jathan Villor. I feel somewhat in his debt. Someone cloaked the gent's searching spells as we and the two Harper lads were gallivanting around the Dale, and I rather think it was him.
Why?
Will ye never run out of questions, girl? To shake the rule of the Gentarum here, of course.
Elminster cleared his throat.
We looked into each other's eyes in the great hall just now, and if hundreds of years of measuring folk with my eyes has taught me anything, he's not quick to slay with his art, that one.
Charantir reached out in the darkness, found his beard. It felt like the soft bristles at the base of a horse's tail, and patted his cheek.
Well enough, she said. You've done what you could for the Dale. So tell me, where are we going?
She heard the grin in Elminster's voice.
By meastre, lass, but you're a keen, feisty blade. Well then, this gate should take us to another castle. Much grander than this one, but in ruins. In the Fallen Lands. Clear across Anarach. How will we get back? One disaster at a time, lass. Come.
The old mage tugged at her hand, and Charantir allowed him to pull her to her feet. The stinking darkness swirled around them like soiled velvet, disturbed by their movement. Charantir nearly choked.
What castle?
She managed to ask, feeling for the hilt of her sword.
Spellguard, they call it now. Long ago, when it belonged to a friend of mine, it had another name.
What happened? Charantir asked, but Elminster towed her forward with surprising strength, and the words that began above the cesspool of the high castle ended in a cold, shadowed hall lit by glowing mosses. Dark archways gaped in the walls around them, and more moss hung from stone balconies above. The floor was an uneven tumble of disturbed marble, its smooth paving broken upward as if a giant had punched it repeatedly from beneath.
Cold breezes blew around their ankles, coming from somewhere unseen, and there was no sign of life. Dust hung thick in the air, and there were no furnishings to be seen except stone seats carved into the walls in little curl-ornamented niches. Elminster was nodding in recognition.
"Spellguard?" Charentier asked, to hear more about it rather than to confirm where they were.
"Aye,"
Elminster said, striding forward.
"As to what happened, well, it's a very long story, and happened a long, long time ago. Let's just say that the realm of Netheril fell, and the friend I spoke of, the sorceress Saharel, lived on here. But mages had very few ways of stretching their years then."
He fell silent, looking around at the moss and the tumbled stone.
"Except being chosen by Mistra,"
Charentier said softly beside him. Elminster nodded slowly.
"Save for the grace of Mistra,"
he echoed. He stood looking at nothing for a long, sad moment, then lifted his head and said almost defiantly,
"Best we look about. You never know. Some gent wizard might find the gate behind us."
Charentier's sword slid out as she spun around to see only dust and empty air.
"Not yet,"
she said, turning back.
"Lead, El. You know this place."
Elminster strode toward an archway.
Saharalgard it was called, when I knew it. I've been here once since, but I was too busy running then to look around.
"Too busy running?"
"Running from, and fighting, a family of mages who'd learned how to turn themselves into dragons."
"Oh." Elminster waited, and her expected question came. "What happened?"
"I'm with you today, hélas. What else would you know?"
In a room that was deep and dark and spherical, a figure stirred on a round bed. Dark robes rustled, tatters falling away into dust, as the thing on the bed sat up and leaned forward, as if sniffing the air. It had been awakened by an intrusion, the sudden presence of more magic than it had ever felt in one being before. Awesome magic. What befell in the realms above now? The figure rose in a sudden smooth movement and spread its hands. A door that had been closed and sealed for centuries suddenly ceased to be, exploding into dust. The figure strode forward in uncanny silence. 22. Mage Moot at Spellguard. One instant saw a high-ceilinged hall empty of all but glowing moss and tumbled stone. In the next breath, a young man in robes stood in its midst, crouching as if facing a foe, but his hand held a wand, not a sword. He darted hurriedly 4 steps to one side and looked all around. No sign of anyone. Where was he? Silence hung heavy in Spellguard. A Verl of Sembresh peered around in the weird, dim light of the glowing mosses and muttered a quick spell. Abruptly, he disappeared. Invisibility cloaked him as he stepped carefully to another spot and murmured his next spell. Unseen, he rose slowly and silently to the uppermost balcony, glancing into archways and along passages as he passed them. In some, cold radiances pulsed and flickered, but Averil had seen the mushrooms called glowcaps before and knew them for what they were. He'd learned of Elminster's woman companion from his informant in the high castle, but of those two, or the route they had taken, he saw no sign. Averil breathed out a soundless sigh, then shrugged and set foot on the stones of the highest balcony. Let the hunt begin.
"Ithar,"
said a voice from the darkness at the foot of the bed. "I hate to do this, really I do, but we've got a problem."
"The Gentarum have sent an army? Well, defeat them and tell me about it in the morning,"
Ithar said sleepily. "Not as simple as that," Belcrum said kindly. "Get up and bring your sword. Elminster's gone."
"Oh, dung,"
Ithar said, coming all the way awake, little chilly feet of foreboding racing down his spine.
"When?"
As he asked the useless question, he gently slipped a warm but very heavy head from his shoulder. Its owner murmured something, slid a caressing hand along his thigh, settled into a new position, and began to snore. "Mine did that too," Belcrum said in amused tones, handing Ithar his scabbarded sword. The buckle hit the younger harper in the face. Ithar spat it away and snarled,
"Clothes first, you dolt! I don't consider them optional. Here, hurry."
Ithar hurried, grumbling all the while in low, muttered whispers.
"He's probably just gone to relieve himself, or look at the stars, or find a wench who'll have him."
Belcrum tried to hand him his sword again. This time, Ithar was ready.
"Remember what Storm told us," Belcrum said. "Even if he is just out on the nearest battlement, his safety is too important to risk. Besides, Charentir's gone too, and their clothes and weapons."
"Tymora ate us,"
Ithar groaned, leaping up. Together they ran to the door. Ithar winced as a lonely and bewildered voice called his name softly and sleepily from the bed behind him, but he did not answer or slow down. Belcrum clapped him on the shoulder as they hurried down the passage.
"Gadairn woke me up, and he did it by running into the room bellowing at the top of his lungs. He smashed straight into the bed and fell on top of us. I thought you'd appreciate a gentler awakening."
"My thanks," Ithar said dryly.
"Has he left it just to us? Or have we a band of willing idiots to help us scour the dale in the dark?"
"We have such a band, and now they have 2 willing idiots to lead them," Belcrum replied brightly. Ithar grunted something that his companion didn't quite catch. Zelarth Bloodbrow smiled grimly at the startled shout and the splash. A fitting reward for disobedience, he thought, watching the thief thrashing and spluttering in the cesspool. There were only 2 others left. The rest of his men had walked exactly as he'd directed, and the gate had taken them elsewhere already. He motioned those 2 forward as if to aid the one in the pool. The moment they were in front of him, he moved his fingers in the quick movements of a spell.
The limbs of the thrashing man abruptly froze, and he stared at the wizard in wide-eyed, open-mouthed, silent horror as he sank slowly into the thick brown ooze. The soundless mouth slid from view, then the unmoving, staring eyes. The hair coiled momentarily amid bubbles, and then there was nothing. The 2 Brotherhood thieves turned to look at Zelarth, their throwing knives leaping into their hands as if they commanded their own magic. The cruel-faced Gentarum shook his head and sighed. His heart? A seizure, perhaps? Better it happened here, I suppose, than in the midst of whatever we'll find through there. He nodded at the empty air where the gate must be. "Mind you step off the edge there between the 2 bumps, and not try to jump in from one side, as Lesker did." He shook his head again, frowning, thin-lipped. He didn't have seizures, did he? Or anything of the sort? The 2 men shook their heads silently. The knives did not leave their hands. Zelarth frowned down at the now placid surface of the cesspool. "Unless," he said slowly, "there's something alive in there, feeding on Lesker now." He looked up and said briskly, "We'd best be gone from here before it sends up tentacles or the like." He'd scared them sufficiently. Without further demur,
The thieves stepped forward into the gate, and were gone. Zalarth hastily advanced to position himself between the two stone knobs, before the torch went with them. In the sudden darkness, he conjured up an invisible protective shield of force around himself, just in case one of his men had second thoughts, and decided to greet him with a thrown knife. Then Zalarth of the Gentarum stepped forward in the darkness, and went to war. "I think I know where he might be, or might have gone at least," Ithar said suddenly as they stared wildly around at empty battlements.
"Well?"
one of the Dailmen demanded.
"Speak!"
"Where we caught up to him earlier," Ithar said, turning to Belcrum. "And he called us nursemaids, remember?" Belcrum nodded. "You think he's down there? At the cesspool?" Ithar shrugged. "He was after something there amid the stink, and we interrupted him. He'll have gone back to it when he thought everyone was too drunk or too asleep to see him." "Treasure?" Belcrum asked, raising a puzzled eyebrow. "No," Ithar said very quietly. "Another gate, if I'm not mistaken." Belcrum stared at him and swallowed. Then they were both sprinting through dark, empty passages, seeking stairs that led down, and taking turns cursing and panting for breath. The men of the Dale thundered after them.
"The only folk crazier than these harpers,"
one grunted, rounding a stair post at breakneck speed in the darkness,
"is wizards."
"Thank the gods for that," said the man behind him. "If they weren't, we'd still be kissing Longspear's feet. And another part of that Stormcloak's body, too."
They'd bounded down another flight of stairs before the first Dailman replied dryly,
"I'd wondered what you were about those long evenings."
He was answered in turn by a ruder suggestion. Then they were nearing the cellars, and Gadern hissed them to silence. Xanther waited and waited, but there came no further sound. He'd heard the wizard, one of Manchun's killers if his memory held right, muttering, and then the faint scrape of a boot on stone. Then only silence. Xanther carefully emptied one scroll tube into his lap, and felt about until his fingers closed on the cold hardness of the gem. He knew what it must be, given the 3 words written on the inside of the scroll tube's cap that he'd read earlier, and closed his eyes as he spoke the first of those words. The prism-shaped gem gave forth a cone of pale light. Good. He'd chosen the right word. By its light, he saw that the cesspool and its surroundings were empty of all people. "Between the 2 bumps," the wizard had said, and intimated that passage between them was critical to avoid falling into the cesspool. Xanther put away the tube's contents again, except for the handy gem, and got up. 2 bumps on the edge of the cesspool. There was a sudden sound behind him, a muffled thud. No, a flurry of such sounds. The thudding of booted feet coming quickly down stone steps and along the echoing passage. Dale folk. Xanther hurried toward the stinking pool, eyes searching frantically. Ah, there! 2 bumps. He eyed the reeking pool and sighed. He'd have preferred time to make sure of the route before stepping out over that. The sounds grew louder, and he heard the unmistakable voice of one of the men in leathers who'd fought Stormcloak in the great hall. Xanther sighed again and stepped out from the edge. The light in the cavern abruptly went out.
"A light!"
"Where?"
"Gone now, sir, but there was light here a moment ago, I tell thee."
"Throw your torch forward," Belcrum ordered. "Those with bows to the fore, but no one advances until I give word." He and Ithar looked each other over quickly. "Got a dagger or 2 besides your blade?" Ithar nodded. "As usual." He grinned as he added,
"I think it's your turn to go first."
"My thanks," Belcrum told him in dry tones, and darted forward, keeping low. He crouched near the guttering torch, peering around intently, then beckoned them with a wave. What could be seen of the dark, foul-smelling cavern was empty. In the center of the cracked, uneven stone floor was the cesspool, its surface still. Ithar waved the men with torches toward the far reaches of the place, to light up every niche and corner. He and Belcrum exchanged glances and nodded. "A gate, without doubt. We have to enter it in exactly the right way, or we'll never find it."
"That could take days," Belcrum sighed.
"It could," came a voice from behind them. "But if you'll allow me to show you the way, it can take you but a moment."
They all turned. In the passage behind them, the fat weaver, Jatham, stood in his night-robe, holding a hand lamp and regarding them calmly. Gadairn's eyes narrowed.
"You? Serve they? Aye. I thought Elminster might tell you."
The weaver watched the frowning Daleman come toward him and added,
"I'd like to make a deal with you, Gadairn."
"Oh, aye. And what sort of deal could you and I come to?"
"You let me live, to leave the Dale peacefully with my possessions on the morrow. In return, I tell you all I know of the other councillors' loyalties and doings, and show these two harpers the gate they seek."
"Just let you go after all you've done? Why—"
"Or you could thank me. Most of what I've done this last year or so is work against the spells and schemes of the Gentarum as much as I could. My efforts have kept many in the Dale alive, even some here in this cellar now."
"How could you save lives and trick wizards, eh? Tell me that!"
Jatham spread his hands. In the gesture, his left hand let go of the oil lamp, and it hung motionless in the air in front of him, its flame flickering slightly.
"With my own magic, of course,"
he said mildly.
"It's not much, but it's enough to make any thoughts of slaying me or driving me out of the Dale very, very foolish indeed."
Gadairn eyed the weaver suspiciously. He darted a glance to the two harpers. They looked back at him expressionlessly and spread their hands to signal their indecision. Gadairn frowned.
"What's to keep you from blasting us all with your magic the moment we go to bed, then?"
"I am,"
said another voice from behind the weaver. Jatham turned quickly.
"You should not have come down, love. This is not safe."
"It was necessary," Ulrea told him crisply. Her eyes were lined with sleep, and her unbound hair hung in wild tangles about her. But she drew herself up in her tattered nightdress proudly, and regarded Gadairn with what seemed almost like a challenge in her eyes.
"Jatham is mine, Ged. I know him as no other in this Dale, and I tell you he has not worked against us of the Dale while Longspear lorded it over us, and will not do so this night. If you must, set a guard in our room tonight."
Gadairn stared at her open-mouthed. It was several long breaths later that he visibly remembered to swallow.
"Ulla,"
he said at last, voice cracking.
You love him? You'll go with him?"
Ulrea nodded, eyes on his.
"If you'll let me."
She looked around at them all.
"If you're so fearful of what my Jaith will do with his magic, guard me, and take my life if he works ill."
Jatham reached for her involuntarily.
"No!"
he cried in an anguished voice.
"No."
Gadairn's voice overrode his, loud and flat.
"It won't be necessary."
"Go back to your beds, both of you, after you show us this gate and tell us where it leads. If you'll do that, we have a deal."
He sheathed the notched, scarred sword he bore, and walked slowly to where the weaver stood. He raised his hand, palm out, standing nose to nose with the Thayan agent. Jatham did the same, and slowly they both brought their hands down to touch each other's chest in the old Dale custom. A bargain was made. Both men nodded solemnly. Then Jatham said briskly,
"The gate can only be entered by stepping out over the cesspool from a certain place. The spot between the two little humps of stone on this side. See, here. It will take you across half Faerun to the far edge of Anarok, the great desert. Those who go through reach a central hall in an old ruined castle, a place they call Spellguard today. It's a one-way journey, and the castle has a fell reputation. I recommend that those who love the High Dale not take the gate. The way between there and here is long, and not safe."
"That's our road, then," Ithar said quietly. Belcrum nodded and said, "Our thanks, Jatham, and Gadairn, and all of you, for risking your necks again this night. May the High Dale know peace for a good long time now. We must leave you in haste, for we're charged to follow Elminster and keep him safe." Jatham raised an eyebrow.
"May I ask why?"
The two harpers exchanged a look. Belcrum shrugged. "The one who set us this duty told us it was the most important task in the realms. Elminster of Shadowdale must live. Or, I fear, even gods will fall." In the shocked silence that followed, the two young men saluted their fellows in arms with raised blades, nodded a special farewell to Gadairn, and without hesitation marched out over the cesspool. In mid-step above the mire, with all eyes on them, they vanished. Ithar and Belcrum were tired, hurt, and walking into unknown danger. But they strode ahead without pause, for they were harpers. Spellguard was tall and dark and gloomy. Mushrooms and luminescent mosses grew here and there about its empty stone chambers. There was no sign of life. Even the torn, dusty cobwebs seemed to have been spun long ago by spiders now vanished. Yet there was a curious presence about the place, a silent, waiting feel as if something unseen were watching. They went on in silence. Room after room was empty, save for little heaps of collapsed wood, gilt, and stone where furniture had fallen before relentless passing years. Here and there, the Archmage without magic and the Lady Knight found the scars of battle, scorched, blackened areas on the walls and floor, shattered stone panels, and buckled flagstones. This strife had happened long ago. Mold, moss, dust, and rot overlaid all. Elminster shook his head from time to time as they went on, through the silent, waiting castle. Silence reigned. The Gentarum thieves were trained, experienced men. Gloomy ruins did not begin to test their nerves. They spread out, slim, black-bladed swords ready in their hands, and moved slowly forward, watching and listening intently, making no more noise than a faint breeze. Behind them, Zalarth tried not to make too much noise as he followed. The brightest archway opening out of the high-ceilinged hall led into a smaller chamber. It was thickly grown with gray-green, glowing moss, and dark stalks of mushrooms half the height of a man reared up in the corners. The men peered all around the room carefully, paying special attention to the ceiling before they proceeded through it, avoiding all the growing things, to the archway beyond. It led into another chamber, smaller still. A large, smooth-carved, unadorned stone table leaned in the center of this room, one leg crumbling. Beyond the table were two arches, and someone standing facing them. Or something. It was tall and very thin, clad in dark and dusty robes. Its face was skull-like and white. its eyes dark sockets. A lich! Or perhaps just an illusion, a trap laid by Elminster, or even by a veil. The men cast glances back at Zalarth. In calm silence he gestured, making the Brotherhood's hand signs for advance and beware. In cautious unison they approached. The figure moved. Something tinkled to the stone floor, falling and rolling. An unmistakable sound. Coins. Another trap lure, or just a pocket collapsing in the rotting garment of something that should be in a grave, not on its feet. They were close enough now to see the figure was, or had been, female. Long, gray-white hair framed a weathered, dead face. As Zalarth watched, a chill spread icy fingers along his spine. 2 points of glittering light, deep in the dark eye sockets, were expanding rapidly. As the Zhentarim wizard tensed to lash out with a spell, the skeletal figure spoke.
"Well met and welcome, adventurers. Put aside your weapons and speak with me in peace, if you would. I mean no harm. I've waited so very long for someone to find me."
More looks. Zalarth gave the weapons out and ready sign and asked calmly, "Who or what are you? And what place is this?"
"I am Saharel, and this is my home. The years have been no kinder to me than to Netheril itself, but I still abide here. Who are you?"
The voice was feminine and dry, as loud as Zalarth's own, and held a trace of pride. Once beautiful long hair, now a mold-covered wild mane of gray and white, clung to the shriveled, half-skeletal travesty of a face as the figure bent forward. In answer, Zalarth began the ugly syllables of a spell to control undead. The figure scowled and said sharply,
"Now is that friendly? What do you here? Are you come merely to plunder?"
She waved a skeletal hand, and a thief more frightened than the rest hurled his knife. The figure watched the blade whirl through the air at her, and raised a hand with sudden speed to protect her face. The knife tore through the wasted flesh to lodge between 2 bones in the forearm. The figure raised her arm to study it.
"So you would bring death to me where the gods failed? Die, fools, and despoil my home no longer."
The figure gestured. Purple and black bolts of magic spat from each bony finger, streaking unerringly across the chamber to smite the thieves. His spell done, Zalarth watched aghast as his men shrieked, stiffened, and died. The lich, if it was a lich, was ignoring his magic, and he could feel no ties of art to give him power over it. "What are you, that you defy my art?" he asked, one hand darting to the other. The undead lights of her eyes regarded him coldly.
"An archlich. Apologize if you would live."
"I'm sorry indeed to have met with you," Zalarth said from the depths of his heart, and turned the ring he wore. Abruptly he was elsewhere, back in the great hall he'd first entered when coming through the gate. He ran then, ran as he had not done for years, feet pounding on the stones. Headlong down a dark passage, up a stair, through a weirdly lit, moss-choked gallery, and up another stair. It opened onto a landing that led to another ascending stair on one hand, and an archway on the other. An archway that opened onto a balcony overlooking another large hall. What ruin was this? It was huge, and he glanced over the edge of the balcony, stopped, and stood very still. In the room below, stood Elminster of Shadowdale, the ranger knight at his side. Her sword was drawn, and he held a wand. Both were facing that young fool, Averil.
"Die, old fool!"
Averil taunted the bearded, battered old man, a wand glowing in the young mage's hand.
"Die by the order of Manchun, Lord Most High of the Gentarum! Die at the hand of Averil of Sembresh!"
Charantir drew and hurled a dagger in one smooth, flashing movement, and charged after it, leaping over small piles of rubble.
"I think he's trying to talk us to death, old mage,"
she cried, raising her blade. Averil howled and clutched at his slashed fingers, the wand falling as the dagger spun away into the gloom. Charantir raced toward him, hair streaming behind her. Lightning flashed and cracked from a balcony above, outlining her in blue-white dancing death. She staggered, groaned loudly, and fell to her knees. Zalarth stared across at the balcony whence the bolt had come, then swiftly ducked low and moved far aside from where he had been standing. Cold laughter came from the dimness that had spawned the lightning.
"Not so threatening now, are you, Charantir?"
The speaker moved to the low, broad stone balcony rail and stared down triumphantly.
"And so it is by the hand of Xanther that the famous Elminster shall perish."
The old man had moved forward involuntarily as the Lady Ranger was struck. He stopped now, amid the rubble, and sighed.
"If you knew just how many times I've heard that line down the years. And mind, mageling, Manchun himself has said it, twice, and I'm still standing for all his empty boasting."
Xanther snarled and aimed his wand. Elminster calmly took out his pipe and sucked on it. Lightning flashed, but Elminster was suddenly elsewhere. He appeared out of empty air on the balcony just behind Xanther, pipe glowing in his hand, and calmly tipped the councillor forward over the rail. Xanther had time for the raw beginnings of a scream as he plunged, just before he struck the raised edge of a shattered stone table that rose out of the rubble like the edge of a giant's shield. It was old and gray and very, very hard. The sharp sounds of Xanther's bones shattering echoed loudly in the hall. His body bounced limply and then hung motionless atop the table. Rivers of dark blood ran swiftly down the stone.
"Shar! Shar, do you live?"
Elminster called, his voice trembling. The Lady Ranger lay still in the dust, but the Gentarum she'd not managed to reach snarled a word and pointed an angry hand at Elminster. Magic missiles flashed through the air. The old mage sighed, cursed, and sat down on the balcony floor to await them. Their strike shook his body, and he grunted in pain. Zalarth Bloodbrow smiled savagely and cast a fireball, grandly but carefully, onto that balcony. Its flash and roar shook the hall, and Zalarth reached for the teleport ring he wore. The she-lich could hardly fail to hear that. He had to snatch some proof of Elminster's demise, whatever was left, he supposed, and hie himself back to Manchun before she came. Under his boots, the stones were still hot. Roiling dust and smoke curled in the air. Zalarth searched all about, coughing and waving smoke away. But look as he might, he could find no sign of Elminster. He heard a thud below and struggled to the rail to see Elminster standing over the fallen Averil, pipe in one hand and a bloodied chunk of stone in the other.
"That's for what you did to the lass,"
the old man told the slumped mageling severely before he scurried to the fallen ranger, did something, and was gone again. Zalarth frowned and reached for his own ring. Two could play this game. He chose another balcony, stared at it until he'd seen it clearly, and turned the ring on his finger. From this height, the broken body of the counselor looked like a sprawled toy. Zalarth looked around hastily. Except for some mushrooms, he was alone. Behind him, dark archways led off to unknown chambers. The wizard crouched, drawing a wand from its sheath on his thigh, and peered over the balcony rail. There! On another balcony, below and across the hall, stood Elminster. The old mage of Shadowdale was puffing his pipe into life, and looking down into the hall. He'd manage no last breath escape this time. Zalarth held the wand up and ready as he turned the ring again. Abruptly, his view of the hall changed to include Elminster 2 steps away, raising sardonic eyebrows above his pipe. An instant later, the old man was gone, and Zalarth's wand spat death at empty air. Zalarth choked off his snarl of anger as he saw the she-lich through an archway, striding up a broad stair toward him. His wand spoke again, but she only smiled and shook her head as the wand's magic was turned away by an unseen shield in front of her. She raised a claw-like hand, and Zalarth desperately twisted his ring as he looked over the balcony rail. The ring took him there, to the floor of the hall and the shifting rubble. In a breath or two, she'd be hurling spells down at him, to say nothing of what Elminster might do. He had only an instant to choose a new destination. Unfortunately, the mageling was rising up in front of him like an awakened zombie, face streaming blood. Wild eyes met Zalarth's, and bloody lips parted in surprise.
Master Zalarth! How come you here?
Zalarth snarled in frustration. The wand crackled, and a veil of Sembresh stiffened, sobbed, and buckled at the knees.
Golcuth!
He whispered hoarsely with his last breath, raising a faltering hand.
Golcuth!
And then he crashed on his face and lay still. Dust curled up around him. Zalarth shrugged. Golcuth? A spell? He looked through the nearest archway, reaching for his ring. At any moment, rending magic could rain down on him from above. Something stirred under his feet, and the Zhentarim staggered and almost fell. He looked back. Charantir was struggling to her knees, feeling for her sword. Dust caked her wild, tangled hair and the side of her face, and her eyes were bright with pain. But a ring gleamed brightly on her finger, and she was rising, steel in hand. She meant his death. Zalarth's wand came up, and he said coldly, "It is always a pleasure to destroy a knight of Mithranor."
Die, bitch!
"Excuse me," said a calm new voice from very close by, and Zalarth felt his elbow struck sharply. His aim was driven wide. The wand's power smote a stone wall harmlessly. "Met are we, mage of the Zhentarim," another voice said formally, "and the pleasure, I assure you, is all ours." "Aye, farewell, tyrant mage," the first voice said, and Zalarth Bloodbrow scarce had time to look from one grimly smiling speaker to another, before 2 long swords passed each other in his chest, sliding in with silken ease and leaving a sudden rising burning in their wake. A burning worse than anything he'd ever felt. Zalarth felt himself falling with mouth open but no breath left to speak. Hands open, but with nothing to grab. He stared hard into the rising white mists that had not been there an instant ago, and sank forever into the nothingness beyond them. "Best chop off that finger there. There's no telling what gent rings will do, and I'd hate to have to kill this one 4 or 5 times, Belcrum said briskly. Ithar nodded, looking all around.
Where's Elminster gotten to? Ah, there, he pointed.
Belcrum looked up to the balcony where the old mage was unconcernedly puffing on his pipe. Elminster waved to them lazily. The two harpers shouted in horror. Behind Elminster, a bone-white face had appeared, a gleam in its dark eye sockets and a widening grin stretching its ghastly jaw. Long skeletal arms reached for the old mage, and there was nothing, utterly nothing that Ithar or Belcrum or Charantir, coming unsteadily to her feet beside them, could do. Charantir threw back her head in despair and screamed, "Mistra, aid us all!" 23. Until Magic Do Us Part.
And so it ends, Manchun said in disgust, turning away from the glowing, scrying bowl. As always, mages of the Brotherhood cut down by sword-swinging louts because they're too foolish or arrogant or set on their course with no wits to spare for looking around them. This bodes ill for us all. Time and time again we suffer these embarrassments. If the Brotherhood does not triumph in such little things, we will surely fail and be swept away and forgotten.
Silent faces looked back at him, Anaith's among them. Fear was written plainly on all, in dark eyes, sweat upon temples, and lips that trembled in their hard set. The Lord Most High looked around at them all in long, sour silence. In sudden rage he turned, robes swirling, to snatch down a staff from where it floated in the air above.
"This is too important to ignore," he snapped. "Elminster's carrying greater power in him now than I've ever felt in any being. Left alone, he is a great danger to us. And if we can seize what he holds, none will be able to stand against us. Guard this place well in my absence, Belegar, or you will pay the price."
"But, my lord,"
the wizard called Belegar protested, waving a hand toward the bowl.
"is this wise? The Brotherhood needs your leadership now more than ever. And if you
His words slowed and finally died to silence under the cold weight of Manchun's venomous gaze.
"Think you I am a fool?"
the Lord of the Brotherhood asked coldly.
"Do I seem likely to be thrown down by any of those?"
He stretched a long finger toward the glowing waters of the bowl.
"As two minor magelings were? If it so seems to you, then it is you, Belegar, who are the fool."
He strode to a certain archway in the shadowed gloom, then slowed, turned, and added with dark humor,
"Gain wisdom, brother, while I am gone, if you would hold your place among us."
He looked around slowly at the other mages in the room and added softly,
"All of you know, I think, what sort of torment will befall you if any treachery or misjudgments occur in my absence.
It would be prudent to see that no such unfortunate supervenities greet me upon my return." He stared at them for 2 long, silent breaths, and added, almost in a whisper,
"And I shall return."
The Lord of the Brotherhood made a certain sign in the air before him, and a beholder that had hung invisible over the bowl until now faded slowly into view, its dark eye-stalks coiling and writhing menacingly. Manchun made a slight bow in its direction and said,
"Watch well, Quizit, as you always do. You have my permission to act freely, to keep things here as we have agreed."
He smiled slowly, turned away, then looked back and added,
"Guard yourself, my love."
It was unclear if he addressed the silent, white-faced Anaith, or the beholder looming low above her head. The High Lord of Gentle Keep favored the wizards with a calm, deadly look, and went out. The sigh of men letting out long-held breaths was audible all over the room. A moment later, it was underlaid by the deep, dry humming few men hear and live long enough thereafter to tell of, the sound of a beholder chuckling. As the sound grew, the gathered Gentarum suddenly recalled various urgent tasks and concerns that required their immediate presence elsewhere. The room emptied in almost undignified haste. The eye tyrant's mottled body descended slowly into the glowing water of the bowl, and the sound it made deepened into the gentle, steady humming of contentment. A rat scuttling across a far corner of the room stopped, amazed at the sound. An eye stalk turned its way almost lazily, and the dark rodent was plucked into the air. It soared helplessly into the gigantic, crooked, many-toothed maw of the monster, which opened to receive it. With a grunt of satisfaction, the beholder settled into the water and rolled. When it rose up, dripping, it began to indulge itself in one of its favorite amusements, spitting the bones of prey at nearby targets. Nearby stood a lifelike statue of a nude woman, holding an oil bowl over her head. Whispers among the Brotherhood that this brazier was a captured slave turned to stone were supported by the expression of terror on the open-mouthed stone face. Kazetalan turned slightly in the air above the bowl, and the rat's freshly bared skull struck that mouth with such force that the bone shattered into dust and fragments. The beholder chuckled again, and chose another target.
"Where will it all end?"
Numea's voice was anguished.
"And why was I ever chosen as Magister? I am too weak for this. Mystra needs a war leader among archmages now, not my feeble powers and doubting."
The tall, slim, conical column of silvery gray light beside her emitted what could only be called a mind sigh. Its mental voice echoed in her head. "Ye were chosen, and the lady is seldom mistaken. Thy kindness and care will be much needed in time soon to come. After the destroyers lash out, the harder task must follow, rebuilding, so that the next destroyer will have something to work upon." The silvery cone flickered, and tiny motes of light drifted about within it. "Be of stout heart, Lady Magister. We shall all have need of thee." Numea brushed long hair back out of her face for perhaps the 6,000th time since the lady had fallen silent.
"But how can I fight Manchun? I have not his power, nor his ruthlessness. I was not made to slay or lay cruel art upon anyone."
"You will do what ye must, as we all do. And soon you must curb Manchun. He grows ever more powerful, and there are no gods to gainsay him." Azuth's mind voice sounded grim, resolute. "Have you not understood what we have seen of his doings?" The Magister swallowed and nodded.
"That spell he devised, it urges on wildness in art. When he casts it on mages or their spells, their art is more likely to go awry and destroy them, or bring harm to them through the anger and fear of others."
"And so, daughter of art, what must ye do?" Numea brushed hair back from her face again and drew herself erect. Her skin had turned the color of fresh fallen snow, but her face was set in determined lines.
"I must fight Manchun."
She stared into the darkness around them for a moment, looking regal and serene in her power. Then she turned to the silver-hued cone and seemed to crumple. Trembling, she whispered,
"Lord Azuth, I am afraid."
"Afraid? Of art?"
"No,
Nomea gasped into the silvery light.
I'm afraid that when I strike with art, I'll find I enjoy it.
If you do, does that give thee the license to do nothing, Lady Magister? The slim maiden shook her head.
Against gods I cannot act. Against runaway mages I must act.
The silvery cone that was all that was left of the Lord of Mages sent her a warm, comforting mind-touch of agreement and satisfaction. Nomea embraced it suddenly, weeping. Where her tears fell on the warm, electric softness of the glowing cone, tiny, winking lights were born. Laeral watched the delicately fluted wine-glass float silently and smoothly toward her. When it paused before her, she thanked it gravely. Lathlambers sparkled and glowed within. She smiled, and her slender fingers closed gently around the warm crystal.
Lord,
she called softly, knowing he who sent it must be near. In answer, the table grew a fluid, shifting wooden hand, reached out to her leg, and scratched her, just on the itch where her boot tops always chafed. Laeral purred contentedly and sighed.
Oh, Kel, I do love you.
I know it, came a quiet reply from her feet. The grave face of the Lord Mage of Waterdeep rose out of the floor and ascended steadily as his body floated up through the solid, polished obsidian slabs. Laeral's dark, beautiful eyes widened for an instant over the wine-glass. Then they crinkled into a smile of pure pleasure.
You never cease to amaze me,
she said lightly, set down the glass, and threw her arms about him. They embraced, there in an upper room of Blackstaff Tower, kissing in fondness, and then in passion. After fiercely embracing one another for a time, they loosed and studied each other, and sighed as one.
More bad news, Lord?
Laeral asked, knowing her lord and love well, and reading in his face more than he ever thought it showed. Kelvin nodded, unsmiling. Chaos grows across the realms. Beasts not seen in an age swarm over the land, roaming even into the streets of large cities like Ariabor and Crimor. Brigands and all manner of orcs, drow and goblinkin are on the move, raiding. And from everywhere come reports of religious fanatics burning, slaying, and inciting others to open war. The gods themselves are walking Faerun, destroying this and ordering that, and always art grows wilder, less reliable, more savage, and apt to have unforeseeable effects.
Laeral nodded. So much has been apparent for some days, Lord. Yet I sense a darker shadow. Unburden yourself, please. We work better together than when one of us broods alone.
Kelvin smiled. I apologize. I can see myself when you speak so. Well then, my dark thoughts are bent on Manshoon of the Gentarum. He has set to work in all this fright and wild worry to develop a spell that augments the wild effects of other spells. He's been using this dark magic to turn the art of foes back on them, or to bring harm through the wild effects of twisted spells. Laeral nodded, her eyes large and dark.
So I have heard from 2 sources now. You have seen him work this?
Kelvin nodded grimly. It is high time and past time that we dealt with the Black Master of the Gentarum, whatever the cost to us. I think I shall begin preparations. Laeral reached for him.
The danger! Especially now when our art is needed to protect and defend, and this wildness of magic aids his dark spells.
Kelvin nodded again. I know all this, and yet it is a responsibility I cannot evade longer. If Nomea were more warlike, the task is rightfully hers. But time passes, and his power grows, and she acts not, so—" Laeral managed a smile.
"If you go up against the Dreadlord," she said quietly, "do not deny me room to stand at your side."
Kelvin came toward her then, opening his arms to her embrace. "No," he said quietly. "That one thing at least I have learned in our years together. I will not try to keep you from the fray, or tell you what is wisest and safest, or try to shield you. I love you too much, lady, to so insult you any more." A thought then came to him, one he'd had several times before. Nothing in all Faerun tasted so sweet as one of his Lady Laeral's kisses. Long skeletal arms went around the old mage. He took his pipe out of his mouth as he saw them come into view, turned smoothly within their tightening embrace, and said,
"Ah, it is you! Well met, my lady."
Then, without a trace of repugnance, he leaned forward and kissed the tattered skin and bared bone and teeth of the undead thing's grinning mouth.
"Oh, Elminster,"
came a loud, dry voice in reply.
"The years have dealt with you far more kindly than they have with me." "Not by my art,"
Elminster said gently, and his tone was sad.
"I am as you see me now by the grace of Lady Mystra. And it is not, I must tell you, entirely a blessing." "Live by your charm, old spell-hurler," came the wry response, "and die by it."
Elminster chuckled, then seemed to remember the shocked audience below.
"Excuse me," he asked, "but do you mind if I introduce you to my companions?"
"Not at all, El. They are welcome in my home." Elminster bowed to her as if he faced a queenly lady, and not a mold-covered, half-skeletal horror clad in rotten rags. Then he turned and looked down over the balcony rail. 3 silent, open-mouthed, wide-eyed folk stood with blades wavering in their hands, looking up, and obviously not knowing what else to do.
"Will you come up?" Elminster asked. "I'd like you to meet the Lady Saharel, queen in this, her castle of Saharelgard."
The undead lady came to stand at his shoulder and beckoned them with a smile. It looked ghastly, but its warmth was evident in her tone.
"You may as well call it Spellgard, El. I've heard that name often down the years and become used to it. I think I'm even starting to like the name. Terribly pretentious if I'd laid it upon this crumbling pile of mine, but rather impressive when bestowed out of fear by someone else."
She leaned over the rail, her wild gray-white hair trailing forward.
"Come up, yes, please come up. And excuse the mess and general decay. I've not the skill at art or practical knowledge to keep my home in good repair. Moreover, I sleep much of the time, and when I wake I half expect to find that the whole thing has come down on top of me and I'm buried under my own folly. Not an unusual fate for wizards, I'm told."
Elminster winced.
"You haven't changed," he complained. "Oh, no. Tell that to my mirror, the only one I haven't broken in rage over the years. I was beautiful once."
As Belcrum, Ithar, and Charantir came hesitantly up the stairs, weapons sheathed, they saw Elminster draw the gaunt, long-haired lady to him. Her bared bones clung to his old arms.
"You still are, Saharel," he said, "when I look at you, and not merely what's left of your skin."
After a moment he grinned and added,
"Didn't I tell thee once? You have beautiful bones."
The undead lady in his arms sighed loudly and swung her skull-like face toward Charantir.
He hasn't changed much, has he?
Despite herself, Charentier came to a halt, but she managed to smile and said,
If you mean he was prone to shameless flattery and leering ways when first you knew him, lady. No, he has not.
Then she forced herself to step forward and sketched a court salute, that archaic bob of one lady to another.
Sahorel shuddered.
That didn't catch on, did it?
Then she put bony fingers to her mouth.
Forgive me, lady, she said quickly. I did not mean to offend. I have had few visitors of thy gentle nature, and am somewhat out of practice at common courtesies. Pray accept my apology. Lady,
Charentier said haltingly,
none is needed.
The undead sorceress turned to Elminster and poked him sharply in the ribs.
Well, Spellhurler, I've never known your tongue to be so laggard before. You said you'd introduce us, and here I am speaking to a charming young lady and know not her name. What manner of gallant are you? No gallant lady,
Elminster said in an affected, mock courtier's voice.
But, I fear, a rogue.
Words more true were never uttered,
Belcrum said to Ithar in a whisper loud enough to be heard all over the vast hall.
Elminster's glare was lost in the mingled, tinkling laughter of Charentier and Sahorel.
The old mage sighed loudly, looked up at the ceiling, which offered him no visible support or even agreement, and said,
May I present the Lady Sahorel, sorceress of Sahorelgard, of the High Mages of Netheril.
He knelt and lifted his hand to indicate the undead sorceress.
The Lady Sahorel,
he declaimed grandly. The two harpers bowed solemnly, and Charentier repeated her salute.
Elminster rose between them and said to Sahorel,
Good lady, I present to you 3 distinguished adventurers of the sword. Firstly, the Lady Charentier of Shadowdale, Knight of Myth-Dranor.
Sahorel stepped forward to lay a hand over Charentier's.
The bones were cold, smooth, and hard, but patted her fingers reassuringly.
Try not to mind my looks, came the dry voice. I would be your friend.
Then she added,
I am glad to hear that Myth-Dranor flourishes. Well, actually, Elminster said rather sheepishly, it does not. It lies in ruin. But the fair folk have recently withdrawn from the elven court, and this brave lady is one of a band who have dedicated themselves to guarding the city from those who would pillage it, and to rebuilding its glory some day. So how come you here?
Sahorel asked,
gazing at Charentier. The ranger sighed and said,
I came to guard him.
She pointed at Elminster.
Guard?
The undead lady, obviously astonished, turned to look at Elminster.
From me? Ah, no, Elminster said. It's a delicate matter. Oh, God's blast, you may as well know it too.
He straightened up.
The gods walk Faerun, Sahorel, even as we speak. They are thrown down among us by a greater power, and much of their might stripped from them. By Mistra's will I hold much of her power, and the carrying of it has stripped from me the use of my own art. I can't conjure up even a hand glow, and I must survive, to pass on what I hold to Mistra, or to some mysterious successor she spoke of.
He sighed and then grinned.
It's all rather a mess, I suppose. And I suppose,
Sahorel said archly,
you're going to try to pretend to me that you had no part in causing all this? Ah, indeed,
Elminster replied.
For once.
2 twinkling lights rolled in the skull's empty eye sockets, a sight that made Charentier and the harpers burst into helpless laughter. The glowing eyes came down to fix themselves on the 2 young men, whose laughter rapidly died away under the eerie scrutiny.
And who are these two loud, handsome young men? These are Ithar and Belcrum, Elminster said with a grand gesture, of the Harpers. Oh, so that caught on, did it? Welcome, gentle sirs, welcome.
That? Ithar asked, guessing what she meant. At the same time, Belcrum said, Lady, we have come here from the High Dale by means of a magical gate to defend Elminster. We have been given to understand that his survival, and that of the realms entire, are one and the same.
Well, you don't have to be so melodramatic about it, lad, Elminster said testily. It's not the first time around for me at this, you know.
What? The Ranger and the two Harpers erupted, more or less together.
Oh, no,
Saharael said, obviously enjoying this.
But come, let us find a place where there's furniture left to sit on and some comfort. The fountain hall, perhaps, so you can drink your fill. This one, at least,
she poked the old mage again,
is apt to flap his jaw so much he gets thirsty. Besides,
the undead mistress of Spellguard added as she led the way from the balcony along a narrow, dark hall, waving aside cobwebs, and down a crumbling stair.
There are things I must tell you before I grow tired of your fearful looks, you young three. I'm an archlich, not one of your evil lichni. I don't eat people or chill the life from them or steal their spells or souls or such like. It's quite safe to touch me.
Aye, Elminster agreed absently. Saharael favored him with a look. Elminster's companions all saw it, in the darkness, by the light the Archlich had begun to shed. Her hair and white flesh seemed to glow with a faint silvery radiance. They noticed another curious thing. As Saharael walked along, her arm now linked with Elminster's, she seemed to grow more substantial with each passing breath. Her silvery skin seemed to expand into the smooth curves of a tall, beautiful woman. Her face now seemed almost whole, and her eyes more the orbs of a living maiden than two weird, twinkling lights in the empty eye sockets of a skull.
If I may ask,
Charentier ventured as they turned into a rubble-strewn gallery and walked on over the fallen, dusty ruins of arched double doors into a darker chamber.
What did that look mean, lady? Or is it something private between you?
The Archlich, who swept along like a silvery beacon in the gloom before her, looked back.
It was once. This old rogue of yours had the temerity to break my defensive spells and walk in upon me one night. In time we came to be lovers.
One silvery hand, not quite all flesh yet, stroked Elminster's cheek. Ithar shivered despite himself as they strode on in the darkness, and his hand crept to the hilt of his sword.
It seemed the best way to end our rivalry,
Elminster murmured.
Saharael laughed.
So calculating, old spell hurler? You seemed rather warmer at the time.
Elminster came to a sudden halt. 3 swords grated out of their scabbards in response. But Saharael scarce had time to look her reproach their way, before Elminster swept her into a tight embrace and kissed her. The tensely watching Charentier reflected, with sudden rueful amazement, that this is what bards meant when they sang, kissed deep and with passion. Their lips met and clung, and Saharael began to moan and murmur in Elminster's embrace, and move against him, her tall body swaying.
Ithar coughed loudly and said to Belcrum, "Did you notice back in the Dale that the price of potatoes was a full 2 coppers above what the merchants were selling them for in Shadowdale?"
"Aye," Belcrum agreed brightly. "That I did, and commented on the fact to one shopkeeper. A bad harvest, he told me, and higher transportation costs. They ship entire wagon loads of manure up from Sembia, to dress their fallow fields."
"Wagon loads? Sembia has that to spare?"
Well, all those people crowded together in the coastal cities. It can't all flow out to sea, you know. When the gratings and sewers and all back right up, they set to work with shovels and start thinking of the high dale. Then
Do you gentle sirs mind?
Elminster asked testily.
You're worse than a zounds jesters. I'd like to kiss my old friend a time or two in dignified silence, if it's not too much trouble.
3 mouths opened to reply, but their chance was forever swept away from them in the tumult that abruptly followed. The floor ahead of them erupted into a rising pillar of red, swirling flames. Flames that wailed with the tortured voices of unseen men. The room shook, and dust and small stones fell from the unseen ceiling above. 3 swords flashed back reflected firelight before blue-white blinding lightning spat out of the pillar and snaked 3 long, frighteningly fast fingers out to kiss the drawn steel. 3 swords blazed with cold fire, and 3 throats screamed in agony. Dazed and burned, scarcely clinging to life, Charantir and the 2 harpers dropped their smoking weapons, staggered, and fell. Deep laughter roared and echoed from the flames, and a voice that boomed around the chamber bellowed, "Ah, but it feels good indeed to fell those dear to you, Elminster of Shadowdale. I'll make you suffer before I steal the very wits from you." "Manshoon," Elminster said in disgust to the Archlich in his arms.
"He'll never grow up, I fear. All this grand voice and needless cruelty, like a small child playing at being a wizard."
"A small child, Elminster, is what you'll be," the booming voice continued, an edge of anger in it now. "After I send a mind-worm into your mouth to eat its way up into your brain and steal all your thoughts to make them mine." Elminster made a rude sound and waggled his fingers in a certain old gesture much used by small children everywhere.
Gently, he disengaged himself from Saharel and took out his pipe.
A bolt of lightning snatched it away from him.
"Oh, no, you don't, old mage. I watched you earlier. Think yourself clever, don't you, with your rings and your spheres and your little pipe, stumbling along from droll little joke to impressive little phrase, hiding your lost art behind cryptic words and wands that are almost drained now, aren't they? What a feeble fool you've become. Scarce worth my taking on the spells to defeat you."
As the great voice rolled across the room, the faint cries and the flames died away. Manshoon's cruel magic had drained the last life energy from certain unwitting Gentarum mages, those he deemed his most powerful rivals, all over Faerun. Their energies had brought him here to triumph. The flames drifted nearer and grew brighter. "You can't trick me, Elminster, and you can't hope to stand against my magic. This is the end of you, finally. The defeat and utter destruction of the much-vaunted Elminster at the hands of the Gentarum he hates so much, at the hands of Manshoon." There followed much laughter. Charantir, lying in darkness with the healing ring Elminster had put there earlier glinting on her finger, and the stench of her burned hair heavy in her nostrils, heard it faintly as she struggled back to consciousness. "You won't trick me as you did Belwind. I'll take your power and your knowledge both, through the worm, and not link our minds. You cannot escape, Elminster. You are doomed."
"Oh, no," came a soft reply. "Doom will come here indeed, but I believe you have mistaken the being who will fall."
Not far from the shaken, smouldering old mage stood the Archlich, tall and erect, a silvery glow around her wasted, bony form. She stood proud and fearless, and from her outstretched hands streams of silver radiance erupted, arcing toward the pillar of flame.
"That is not your only mistake, Manchun," the soft voice continued. "Your first was coming uninvited into my home. Here, my power is supreme."
The silvery radiance was expanding into a gigantic shield of light, englobing the flames. Bolts of lightning and great blades of shimmering white force sprang out of the fiery pillar, but the silver glow absorbed them, growing ever larger and stronger. The very air crackled with power.
"Your second and greatest mistake, Manchun," Saharel continued calmly, "was in daring to attack my beloved, a man who is also my guest and thus under my protection. And your third, if you must speak of fools at art, was to so dismiss his magic, and mine."
Silver radiance shrouded the flames now, and hid them from view. The light grew and grew, until it seemed like the moon itself shone in the chamber.
Saharel stood like a small silvery flame, flickering at the base of it all.
Her voice wavered with her light, and came more faintly.
"It is given to every archlich to choose his or her passing, and to spend all the force of life and love and art in a task. Mine is thy death, Manchun."
The silvery shroud grew suddenly blinding in its brightness. On the floor, Belcrum cried out and covered his eyes.
"Remember me, El. Remember me,"
came the Archlich's wavering voice.
"I,"
Elminster said, through sudden tears.
"I shall never forget thee, Saharel."
There was a sudden sigh, perhaps of satisfaction, and the light winked out. Somewhere across the room, amid faint, fading silvery motes, the bare bones of Manchun fell to the floor with a clatter. Elminster watched them shatter and crumble, and stared at the last silvery motes until darkness came again. Then he said roughly,
"I can never forget thee, Saharel. So I will remember thee with honor."
His voice caught, and when it returned, it was bleak.
"Along with the others. All the others."
He stood in lonely silence among his fallen companions for a long time.
Of Saharel of Spellgard, no trace was left.
Charantir could see clearly again, long before she was able to move, and she saw the glistening spot on the stones in front of the old mage, the spot that grew and grew with each tear that fell. Then there was a sudden burst of light behind her, warm golden light, like sunlight. Elminster turned a face wet with tears toward the light before Charantir could. Upon his face she saw a look of recognition, then of pleasure, then of faint exasperation. His voice, when it came, was calm and gentle, as though he'd just looked up from a soothing book while at ease beside his beloved pool.
"Numea," he said, "why must she always be just a little too late?"
Elsewhere, deep and dark, something stirred in musty gloom. A hand slid out from under a shroud thick with dust, pushing the fabric aside, and took up the rod it knew would be there. The rod of rulership, just in case.
The hidden crypt was dark,
its air stale and bad, but only a few steps were needed to cross to its door, pull down the ornate handle, and shove hard. Thick wax broke and fell away in crumbled ruin, and light flooded in. A startled man in black armor turned with a curse, hands darting for a scabbarded sword. The hand that did not hold the rod shot out of the darkness and closed around the man's throat before that blade could be drawn. A slow, cold voice said, "You know my orders. You are never to be without a weapon in your hand. Seal up this place again, and await the doom I shall pronounce on you. After dinner." The speaker released the man, heard him fall to his knees with a strangled cough, and strode on. The cobbles ahead rose up in a long ramp toward the sun and the streets of the city above. He was halfway up the ramp when the guard far behind him managed to call hoarsely,
"Yes, Dreadlord. Your will be done."
He did not look back. The streets of Gentle Keep were crowded. The weather was fair and trade brisk. Startled looks were many, but even the thickest crowds parted or melted away as if by magic at his approach. Manchun strode steadily across the city toward the tower high. This long walk in dusty garments meant that his enemies, accursed Elminster doubtless among them, had won. Again. The black-robed, dark-eyed Lord Archmage of Gentle Keep checked then, half turning to look back. Had there been other bodies? More waiting Manchuns lying in the crypt beside him? How many times had he made this walk? How many more times would he make it, in seasons and years and ages to come? And would it ever seem less lonely? 24. The Void, Love, and Doom. Gentle hands touched her shoulder. Charantir stopped her agonized struggle to sit up and sagged back thankfully into the comfort of those hands. Looking up, she saw Elminster's old, bearded face looking down at her, lined with compassion. She moved her lips, found them very dry, and managed to ask,
"Do I look that bad, old mage?"
Elminster smiled then. It came slowly, but stretched his face with pleasure for a long time before he said,
"Well, ye are certainly better than I'd feared, lass. Shar. Lie ye back a while and rest. I need the ring that is healing you now, to use on these two impetuous harpers, or we may lose them."
Charantir managed a nod and smile, though pain still raged within her at every movement, and she felt weak and sick. Ithar and Belcrum must feel far worse. Elminster's slow, careful hands turned her on her side, pillowing her head on her arm, before he drew off the ring. Its loss left a cold tingling in that hand. Then slow waves of pain came from her other arm, her sword arm, where the wizard's bolt had burned.
"Lie easy, Shar. We've given Manchun a death this day. Not his final one by any means, but he'll be a weak wizard for a time, and that is something."
Past the kneeling archmage, Charantir saw what was left of her sword, a half-melted, misshapen sliver of twisted metal. Her eyes went to Elminster's hand, where Manchun's lightning had struck. She swallowed and looked away. The fingers handling her so gently were only ashy stumps. Sudden tears blurred her sight, and she stared at the sword until she could see again. Beyond it stood Numea. The Magister's face was happy as Elminster rose and turned toward her.
"It's all right, old mage," she said. "I've used my magic on the two harpers. They sleep, but they'll be fine."
She broke off, eyes widening in horror. She was staring at Elminster's burned hand.
Charantir felt fresh tears welling up in her eyes. The image of Numea's shocked, wounded face would be with her forever. Nothing should ever happen to make folk look like that. A burning rage began to build in her, bringing a lump to her throat.
Manchun,
she snarled through her teeth.
One day you'll pay for Saharael and all the other pain you've caused, if I have to cut my way through an army of your lackeys to get to you. This I swear.
Elminster turned to look at her. His face wore surprise and anxiousness, and just a hint of pity. Charantir lay there in rising pain and gasped.
Don't look at me like that, El. I can protect myself. I can stay on my feet long enough to cut down Manchun when my chance comes.
Elminster just shook his head and knelt to put the ring of regeneration back on her finger.
Oh, Charantir, he said softly, there are such better things to do with thy life than to waste it in ending his.
He stroked her hair as Numea came hesitantly closer.
I have lost Saharael, and others before her, to him. Don't add thyself to his take. I need you, lass.
He knelt then to kiss her cheek, and Charantir felt a wetness on her forehead as he straightened up again. A tear had fallen on her. The Magister came to stand over them both. A blue-white glow was growing around her slim hands, and her eyes were very dark.
Elminster,
she said quietly,
I would heal thee, if you would allow.
The sage of Shadowdale peered up at her, beard bristling. He looked very old just then.
Do you dare, Numea?
He asked.
The power I hold can be deadly to those who touch me with magic. One gent wizard died when he tried a steal spell on me.
He waved his charred hand at her.
Ye hold much of Our Lady's power. What if ye touch me with it and release what I hold? We could both be slain, and the realms laid waste around us.
The Magister wavered, seeming a very frail and unsure young girl for a long breath. Then she said, as quietly as before,
If that is the price, then let it be so.
I would not want to live on as a mage if Mistra's power will let me topple towers, deal death, and blast apart peaks,
but not let me heal one I am honored to count as a friend, who has rendered this world such service as few understand, and none I know can equal.
She faced him, while Charantir clenched her hand around the familiar tingling of the ring, and held her breath. Silence stretched. Then Elminster thrust his charred hand toward her and said simply,
Thank you. Do it.
Numea stepped forward, extending her own hand. The blue-white glow around it grew stronger. She reached out slowly. They touched, and the radiance was suddenly blinding. Charantir closed her eyes, shaking her head against the searing white light in her head. She heard Numea gasp raggedly, then hiss in pain.
Easy,
Elminster rumbled, and Charantir heard the Magister moan in reply. She opened her eyes again, but could see nothing. She heard Numea stagger backward, and heard the panting breaths that followed.
By Our Lady,
the Magister said unsteadily.
But that was close. As close to disaster as I ever want to be. I never knew art could hurt so much. I did,
Elminster said.
and Charantir heard pride in his voice as he added,
I am pleased indeed, lady, that you stood so much pain and stuck to thy task.
He chuckled.
I also find it hard to be displeased that thy task was to make me whole.
The Magister laughed then, a little unsteadily, and said,
I don't know if I'm strong enough after this to go chasing Manchun.
Elminster shook his head.
Don't waste thy art. Ye are so much better at healing and aiding, Nomea. Healers and helpers of power are so much rarer in this and other worlds than those who can rage and slay and lay waste with little effort. Manchun will spend time now fending off rivals in his own brotherhood, who'll see his weakness as a chance to destroy or supplant him. Yet if we go into gentle keep after him, they'll all strike at thee for the glory and the power they'd hope to win. The realms have only one of thee, but they seem to have an endless supply of evil, power-hungry magelings. Don't throw all away fighting them, for you'd surely go down in the end.
Nomea bowed her head.
You're right, I suppose. I have little love for war, and less skill at it.
Charantir saw the movement. Sight was coming slowly back to her.
So I've noticed a time or two,
Elminster said dryly. Nomea looked up at him quickly through wildly disarranged hair, anguish in her eyes.
Have I made many mistakes, old mage? Should I know better how to deal with this wild magic? Am I worthy to serve Our Lady at all? Ye have done well, better than almost all of thy predecessors I have known. The art needs thy caring, not brilliance of invention at spellcraft, or a lot of cold-hearted scheming and vain, spectacular spellcasting,
Elminster replied gravely.
You continue to surprise and please us, Lady Magister. You cannot help what you are, and you have dealt well with what you now are. Don't try to change thyself. It never works, and will make thee as unhappy as those you mistreat in the trying.
Nomea beamed at him, damp-eyed but radiant. Then she sighed and said,
I must go, Elminster. There is so much to do. Art everywhere is awry. Without Mystra, all is in chaos. Hurry and give her power back to her, old mage. There is still a Mystra? You have spoken with her, then? Why has she not taken it if she wants it?
Elminster asked sharply. The Magister looked at him, her gentle face terrible in its fear.
I fear she cannot. She dare not speak to thee, for fear something will reach through her to snatch at the power you hold.
She walked across the chamber, searching for something, and seemed to find it. Stopping, she looked up at him through her long hair and said urgently,
Be very careful, old mage. Our Lady depends on you, and I cannot stay to guard you.
Elminster chuckled.
So ladies always seem to say to me, just when I'm hoping they'll stay for a time. Go with my good wishes, Lady Magister.
Nomea gave him an unsteady smile, stepped onto a stone that held a deep graven rune, and vanished. Elminster stared at where she'd been for a long time. Then he turned, looking old again, and walked across the floor to where Saharel had stood. He bent down in the darkness, and when he straightened again there was a pitiful, crumbling, charred skull in his hand. The old mage looked at it, shook his head slightly, kissed it, and tucked it into his robe. Then he came back to Charantir. As he extended a hand to help her up, He managed a smile, but it faded quickly, leaving a face haunted by old memories and weariness.
"Old mage," she asked, "what now?" "I know not," Elminster told her, "where to run that other mages cannot follow. And who knows where the fallen gods may lurk in the realms? If I meet with one, I cannot hope to survive any disagreement that may befall, and risk losing Mistra's power to the grasp of another. That in turn must not occur if the realms as we know them are to weather this great storm."
He spread weary, empty hands, then suddenly brightened and hurried over to the rune Nomea had found.
"Ha!"
he said happily, and Charantir's heart leapt. He was confident again, and she felt safe once more.
"We can use this," Elminster said in satisfaction. "Rouse the two snoring beauties, will you?"
Charantir chuckled, shook her head, and went over to the still forms of the harpers. Storm drew in a deep breath, let it out slowly, and smiled.
"Well?"
Giselle and Leo asked together, across the table.
"What happened?"
The bard closed her eyes, still smiling, and said,
"Manshun died. Elminster lives." "Manshun destroyed? Elminster's work?"
Storm shook her head.
"He died, but he has worked a dark art hidden since Netheril fell, and has other bodies to flee to. The old mage was there, but the magic that slew Manshun was not his."
The bard trembled with weariness, and Giselle laid a warning hand on Leo's shoulder. They exchanged glances, saw Storm hide a yawn, and fell silent. In the kitchen of that farmhouse in Shadowdale, time passed in slow silence. Storm's eyes fluttered and then closed, and her head sank lower. Careful, quiet hands moved her mug out of harm's way. The bard did not notice. Giselle and Leo put their arms around each other and sat in companionable silence. Slowly, before their eyes, it happened. Still smiling, Storm Silverhand laid her head on her hands and slept.
"Draw thy daggers," Elminster said gruffly. "You seem to feel better when you have some piece of sharp steel in hand. And my first thoughts, as always," he added, irony heavy in his tone, "are for thy comfort, ye three."
The old mage watched steel flash out in answer, then nodded, turned, and said,
"Follow."
He stepped onto the rune and was gone. Charantir sighed, hefted the knife, what good would this little thing do, in her hand, and followed. Abruptly she was elsewhere. Behind her she heard Ithar exclaim in surprise. All around them was darkness, a deep, chiming void of blackness, lit only by faintly glowing purple mists and by drifting, winking lights. The mist curled lazily about, and there was no horizon or boundary or anything solid to be seen, only endless darkness. They stood on nothing, hanging in emptiness.
"Old mage,"
Charantir asked fearfully,
"what is this place?"
A little way distant stood Elminster. He had grown somehow taller and stood outlined with a blue-white aura. He turned and smiled at them reassuringly.
"This is called by some the Flame Void. It is a strange place, not quite out of the realms, yet not in Faerun, at least not in the Faerun that most folk can see and reach. Take a good look about at all this nothing. 'Tis probably the only time you'll ever see it."
He looked past her at the two harpers, nodded reassurance to them, and said to them all,
Come."
Then he turned and walked confidently away, treading on nothing.
"Where are we going?"
the Lady Ranger said, hurrying to catch up with the old mage. Though she still felt nothing under her boots, and a sharp falling feeling seemed alive in her stomach, she could move, merely by thinking of moving in a direction.
"To a place I know," Elminster said, "where Lady Mistra often leaves messages or things for me. It is my hope that she can feel my arrival and respond."
"Oh," Charentier replied, not much enlightened, and showing it in her tone. Elminster said no more, and she fell into step beside him. The two harpers caught up to flank them, and all four went on together. They walked for a long time, and Charentier began to notice things around them that had escaped her before. Flitting shadows swirled half-seen in the mists, like living things. They probably were alive, she realized with a faint, crawling fear, and weird lights danced and glimmered in the distance. She exchanged glances with the two young men who strode with them, and saw in their eyes the same fear and wonder that she knew shone in her own. "Elminster," Belcrum asked after a while, "is your magic back?" The old mage simply looked at him in reply. Belcrum frowned. "Then how is it you brought us all here?" Elminster shrugged.
"The rune held the power. It is a gate. I merely selected its destination by bending my will to the choice."
He looked around at them all.
"An exercise all of you would benefit greatly from. Thinking hard about what you're doing from time to time. A novel idea, I'll admit."
The harpers sighed almost as loudly as Charentier did. Then Ithar asked,
"How does one find anything here? You seem to know where you're going, but I can't see any trace of our passage or landmarks to guide you."
Elminster nodded and grinned.
"No, you can't, can you?"
was all he said. They walked on until a glowing yellow light could be seen in the distance ahead. It seemed brighter than the other lights, and gradually grew larger. They approached it at a steady pace until they could see that it was a translucent sphere of soft, golden light with something inside it. The mists seemed to avoid it. The light hung alone in a clear space of velvet darkness. The two harpers peered ahead, frowns on their faces. "Is that a tower?" Belcrum asked hesitantly, moving his head from side to side to get a better look at whatever it was. Elminster nodded.
"A simple stone tower. A hollow cylinder with a spiral stair climbing around its inside to the top. If there's no creature hiding there, leave your daggers and anything else metal you may be carrying, no matter how small. Don't forget buckles and hairpins and any other jewelry you may have. At the bottom, and get to the top, all of you."
"Why?" Ithar asked. Elminster sighed.
"Ye have no idea just how tired of that particular word one can get, after even a few 100 years. Just do it. After all you've gone through to keep me alive, I'd like to see ye survive this. It's thy turn."
There was no lurking monster. The tower was empty. The three left all their metal at the base of the tower, as Elminster had ordered, and, necessarily, most of their clothing with it. Feeling more vulnerable than ever, they hurried up old, worn stairs of some smooth, black stone none of them had ever seen before, and soon came out on a bare, circular battlement. "What is this place?" Belcrum asked, looking down. Below them, Elminster had also discarded all the metal about his person. Dagger after dagger, hidden item after hidden item, from various pockets of his robes, and now stood quite alone in the middle of golden nothingness. He faced away from them and spoke a name. He whispered it, so that they never heard what it was, but its echoes burst back at them with a sound like thunder, shaking the tower and causing the golden light to pulse with sudden brightness. There came a burst of blue-white radiance beside Elminster. It was so bright that they had to look away, but it faded quickly. When they could see again, a young girl stood beside the old wizard. They faced each other, and a shimmering blue-white light pulsed about the girl's bare back. She seemed nude, and yet light played about her, so one could not be sure. She spoke with Elminster for a few breaths. Then they stepped forward into an almost fierce embrace.
"Ye gods," Ithar muttered. "I've seen this old man kiss more maids since first I laid eyes on him."
It's a wonder he has any lips left after 600 or 700 years, or whatever his count really is, Belcrum replied.
"Hush!" Charantir hissed. "Look!"
Below them, vivid light pulsed, more blue than white, and coming from the joined lips of the wizard and the girl. Blue-white flames suddenly burst from that joining of their faces and enshrouded them both. Ithar stirred.
"What if that's killing him? After all we—"
Belcrum laid an iron hand on his arm. "Stay. I think not. And even if it does, I fear there's not a God's blessed thing we can do." The flames died, and the two figures below parted, patting each other like fond old friends saying farewell. The flames seemed to have harmed neither. Then the girl was rising toward where they stood watching atop the tower. Charantir swallowed.
"You know who she is, don't you?" she said.
Two slow, fearful nods were the only reply. The girl, no, the lady, had risen smoothly up to meet them. She floated in over the battlements, and they drew back to make room for her. She was thin and clad only in shifting motes of blue-white light. Her beauty was awesome, matchless. Charantir felt suddenly coarse and clumsy in her presence. She did look like a young, thin maiden, but taller than any human girl would be. Long, dark hair moved about her shoulders as if with a life of its own. She was sleekly graceful, and as she moved, her body shimmered with those tiny winks and sparkles of ever-shifting light, motes that seemed to curl out of her skin. Her eyes glowed with the same eerie blue-white light. She made no sound as she came, and her feet did not touch the stone, but floated above it. She smiled, and her eyes glowed bright blue. "You have my thanks," she said in a voice that held soft thunder. "And that is no small thing. You have guarded my champion and have my deep gratitude. While I hold any power in the realms, you cannot be harmed by magic." And then Mystra reached out a hand that glowed with power and touched each of them fleetingly. The touch was like a leaping spark that left a tingling and an exhilarating feeling of lightness, strength, and alertness. Wonderingly, the three looked at each other and saw that their eyes glowed faintly blue-white. A head came up out of the hole by their feet. A familiar, bearded head. It was followed by the rest of the old mage's body as the wizard climbed the last steps of the stair to join them. Mystra smiled fondly at him, reached out a slim hand to caress his cheek, and whispered, "As usual, my thanks, Elminster. We'll meet again, soon. Beware wild magic. I go now, to face Bane." In a flare of blue-white flames, she was gone. The silence that followed was broken by Charantir, who drew a shuddering breath and said faintly,
"What now, El?"
Elminster threw his arms around her and hugged her tightly.
"Ah, Shar, ever that question, eh? I cannot see. Mistra remains a prisoner of another god, Manshun's god, Bane, and is not free to use the power I returned to her. There's another who must free her. I cannot safely act, for if I fall to Bane, and he learns, through the power and knowledge that are still mine, who and where the rest of the Chosen are, he could still wrest Mistra's power from her and have governance over all art. Or lose such order, for all of us, in his destruction of Mistra."
The old mage looked at the two harpers and asked almost challengingly,
"Excitement enough for you, lads? Adventure enough?"
Ithar and Belcrum shook their heads and chuckled rather faintly. Elminster stood still, his face buried in Charantir's hair, and said roughly,
"Ah, Shar, I have grown to care for thee very much in these few days since you took out thy sword to guard me. Whatever befalls now, when we find our way back to the realms you know, stay with me, will you?"
Charantir kissed him and said softly,
"Of course. I can't guard you if I don't now, can I?"
Belcrum tapped her shoulder. If you're in a kissing mood." Charantir wrinkled her nose and thrust a strong arm around Elminster, straight into the harper's midriff. He doubled over with a comical roll of his still glowing blue eyes and staggered back, colliding with the low battlement. He overbalanced with a startled cry and fell backward off the tower. Charantir screamed. Elminster turned in her grasp and made a lazy gesture. In the air below them, a huge phantom hand appeared beneath the falling harper. He fell into it as softly as a feather kisses the ground it falls onto, and was borne gently upward, cradled in the giant hand, to rejoin them. Belcrum stood up on the palm of the hand as it came, tottering about uncertainly like a man on stilts, hopping about in a cesspool, and likely at any moment to come to a far closer acquaintance with it. His efforts and expression made Ithar bellow with laughter. Charantir turned to embrace Elminster again. She was ecstatic.
"Your art! It's back! You can work magic again!"
"Aye," the old mage said, with a sigh that could not quite conceal his grin.
"That, do you see, is old Elminster's doom.